Digital Teleportation, a philosophic journey in virtuality.
Digital Teleportation, a philosophic journey in virtuality, written by David Lane and Andrea Diem, narrated by Dan Levy. As a philosophy professor at Mount San Antonio College for the past 33 years, I have taken a decidedly scientific orientation in almost all of my courses. Because of this, students are encouraged to ground their studies in mathematics, physics, chemistry, and biology whenever possible when trying to answer problems that they confront in their intellectual lives. Such a conciliant approach is naturally multidisciplinary in scope, and thus, when the more mature sciences cannot adequately explain a given phenomenon, it is important, indeed necessary, to incorporate psychology, sociology, political science, economics, and even religious studies to have a more comprehensive purview. Yet, and this is still a controversial issue in the humanities, I argue that philosophy done well is science, and when it is done poorly, it remains, well, philosophy. This is not to disrespect or dismiss philosophical thinking, but only to underline the salient fact that when intellectual queries are answered successfully, they invariably branch off and become part and parcel of science itself. Throughout history, philosophy has served as a vital and practical way to ferret out which questions have empirical reference and possible answers which resolve the perceived conundrum, and those that appear nearly impossible to solve. But it is precisely here that one must be doubly cautious, since what may be perceived as intractable in one era or too metaphysical for any proper adjudication can become amenable over time for a more robust and fruitful investigation that can yield surprising answers to questions long believed beyond the ken of scientists. A good example of this, of course, is the great progress that has been made in the life sciences, for which centuries was believed to be the province of God, until Charles Darwin and Alfred Russel Wallace showed how evolution by natural selection could explain the emergence of complexity without a creator. Later, Francis Crick and James Watson, utilizing the pioneering work of Rosalind Franklin and Maurice Wilkins, demonstrated how the secret of life and its variations was encoded in the double helix structure of DNA. But even here, a pure materialist understanding can be upturned when new information arises. The very idea that our consciousness and the cosmos we inhabit may be a computational simulation would have appeared completely absurd just 4 decades ago. But today, with the advent of artificial intelligence and virtual reality technologies, several eminent researchers take seriously the possibility that reality may be a rendered construct that betrays its real origination. This doesn't mean that the simulation hypothesis is true, but only that outrageous ideas may evolve to become more sensible provided the right informational parameters. Undoubtedly, we live at a unique time in human history, where many of the questions our ancestors believed couldn't be answered have been and will continue to be in ways quite unexpectedly. As I tell my philosophy cohorts on the first day of class, I have been fortunate to have been privy to the very beginnings of the internet and the birth of the World Wide Web as they were happening. This was primarily due to being at the University of California, San Diego during the 1980s and early 1990s and having access to the latest computational developments. My future wife, Dr. Andrea Diem, introduced me to electronic mail, email, Internet Relay Chat, IRC, and programming in Unix in 1985 and 86. Just moments later, when I was teaching my English courses in Warren College at UCSD, I had my students correspond with me via the net. In the early 1990s, after Tim Berners-Lee had developed the web, all my courses required creating personal websites. 6 years before YouTube, I realized that the bandwidth had become large enough to house homemade films and thus encouraged my students to create short movies and place them on the web to be shared. Footnote 1. The World Wide Web Foundation provides a salient summary of what Berners-Lee introduced. Quote, by October of 1990, Tim had written 3 fundamental technologies that remain the foundation of today's web, and which you may have seen appear on parts of your web browser. HTML, Hypertext Markup Language, the markup formatting language for the web. URI, Uniform Resource Identifier, a kind of address that is unique and used to identify each resource on the web. It is also commonly called a URL. HTTP, Hypertext Transfer Protocol, allows for the retrieval of linked resources from across the web. I mention all this since it is obvious to me that the next great educational leap forward is in virtual, augmented, and mixed reality. For the past 7 years, I have been keenly interested in incorporating VR technologies into my philosophy courses here at Mount San Antonio College. I've introduced VR headsets to a number of my students over the years, including Kenneth Williams, a recent graduate who suffered a horrific car accident that left him a quadriplegic. Eventually, I got him a headset, and it was a game changer for him. However, due to COVID restrictions, I was forced to curtail my VR introductions. Thankfully, this past semester, the administration at Mount San Antonio College has accepted my proposal to teach a course in philosophy using the latest VR technology. This is one of the first pilot programs of its kind at the undergraduate level in philosophy. Already, Stanford University has taught classes using VR in communications and business. The course is designed to utilize the best that virtual reality has to offer, providing students with a plethora of creative tools that were not available before. I hope that by using such technologies, we can approach age-old philosophical questions from a variety of different angles and come up with a deeper and richer understanding of what it means to become wise, especially in an era where technology is accelerating at an exponential rate. The following essays focus on consciousness, neuroscience, evolutionary biology, artificial intelligence, computer science, virtual and augmented reality, and more. Each chapter stands on its own and doesn't require prior knowledge about the subject, though having a background in philosophical and scientific thinking is a plus. These essays, with a few exceptions, were originally published in Europe on the Integral World website during the past decade. I have added a postscript to several essays to bring them up to date and add the latest insights culled from the latest research in all things related to AI and VR. Virtuality 1. The believability of virtuality is oft superior to the unrealness of reality. Vineet Raj Kapoor. Maya. The physics of deception. Every present moment is in truth a past moment, since what we think happens right now occurs nanoseconds before. Even the experience of seeing this in front of your eyes is bounded by how fast the light can bounce off the page and scatter back to your eyes, which, though exceedingly fast, is lagged once the photons reach your optic nerve, and then become transformed as chemical electrical signals passing through a gauntlet of neurons and synaptic clefts to reach the visual cortex, only to be recognized as an idea that was mistakenly believed to be instantaneous. Nothing arrives on time. Rather, everything arrives in time, even if we have been neurologically tricked into believing otherwise. That the world is not as it appears is an ancient realization. Indian philosophy has captured this understanding in one simple but beguiling word: Maya. There are several definitions of this Sanskrit term, which arguably first arose in the Vedic period of India, ranging from illusion to magic. But perhaps the word's more literal etymology contains the most revealing explanation. Not that. Maya, in this sense, means that which betrays its real origin, and thus tricks us at each, and apparently every turn, into believing something about an event's causation that is not true. We see a sunset at a favorite beach, and our experience is that it is happening right then. But we have discovered from astronomy that it takes 8 minutes or so for the light from the sun to reach us. The same holds true with light from distant stars, which travels thousands of light years to hit the Earth. We are not seeing the stars as they are, but as they were thousands and millions of years ago. The world we behold is not so much in front of us in a persistent now as it is behind us in an escaping past. Thus, we are continually, even if unconsciously, remembering our lives from transpiring experiences that bind us from their real origin. It is as if the world is forever at a tilt, but of which we remain unaware. I remember when I was a young teenager playing an old pinball game at the Fun Zone in Balboa, which only cost a nickel, but which continually gave replays. I thought I was both exceptionally skilled and lucky to play for over 2 hours on just one nickel. It was only later that I realized how mistaken I had been. The pinball machine was tilted in such a way that it provided constant replays to whoever was fortunate enough to play it. Our brains are tilted towards seeing the world at large a certain way. But in doing so, it doesn't immediately inform us of this requisite fact. Even when I am supposedly making a conscious decision of whether to go right or left in my car, unconscious processes, for which I remain dutifully unaware, are determining my eventual turning of the wheel. Yes, I may believe that I am, and the pun here is intended, in the driver's seat, but a closer inspection of how we make choices at the neuronal level illustrates the opposite. The neuroscientist John Dylan Haynes conducted a study at the Max Planck Institute for Human Cognitive and Brain Sciences in Leipzig, Germany, which startlingly suggests that some decisions are unknowingly made on our behalf up to 10 seconds in advance. In this context, it is akin to the Autopia ride at Disneyland, which gives children the illusion that they are steering the wheel and actually driving their respective cars, neglecting that they are on a track guided by a middle metal bar that automatically moves all vehicles along a preset design. Deception is part and parcel of nature and is an intrinsic and necessary feature of human existence. Without it, we wouldn't be able to survive, since the survival of the fittest is predicated on one's ability to be stealthy when necessary, or to be able to invoke varying camouflages in times of need. As one evolutionary thinker put it, our brains were not designed to understand the universe as it is, but rather to eat it. And anything that can augment our eating habits, read survival skills, will be naturally selected, including our ability to deceive others. What is not so obvious, however, is that nature has also jerry-rigged that the greatest deception of all will be within ourselves. We cannot even look ourselves in the mirror without being subject to a fundamental illusion, where that which is left is exchanged right. Our five senses don't reveal the universe at large so much as provide us with a severely edited version of what our bodies necessitate to live long enough to pass on our genetic histories. For example, my hearing, smelling, and seeing is only within a certain frequency range, and if something lies beyond that prescribed border, then it remains unknown and non-existent to me. Hence, the world I live in is an exclusive smattering of all that is possible, which is perhaps why John Lilly's famous witticism is more literally true than we might at first suspect. In the province of the mind, what is believed to be true is true, or becomes true within certain limits to be learned by experience and experiment. These limits are further beliefs to be transcended. In the province of the mind, there are no limits. The real question that arises, however, is not whether the mind has no limits in some ontological sense, as Lilly questionably posits, but rather, and more telling, why there are limits in the first place. Aldous Huxley, of course, famously argued that the mind was a filtering mechanism and that human consciousness simply couldn't function if it were allowed to receive all incoming data streams. If such a situation was to occur, perhaps our only viable response would be one of perpetual catatonia. The ability to function for a set duration in any relative geometric space means that one must be largely edited by the physical rules governing such an enclosure. Hence, my psychology is the product of the intersection of physics and biology, even if I may be subjectively oblivious of how these laws work. The phantom limb sensation is a good illustration of just how mistaken we can be about what occurs within our nervous system. A majority of amputees report that they can still feel pain in their amputated hand, arm, or leg, even when they know that such extensions have been long removed. The brain is a modeling system, and even if an arm has been amputated, the image of that arm and its attendant connections to pleasure or pain still reside within the Rolodex of remembered sensations. We can even see things that are not there. Perceptual filling in is how our spectra of vision compensate for missing information due to our physiological blind spots. Therefore, a wobbly image can be arrested and stabilized on our retina, which can lead to a filling up of the surrounding background by images that are not there. Ronald Siegel, a distinguished researcher on the effects of psychotropic drugs on altered states of consciousness at UCLA, described in a remarkable study how a series of participants who were given a hallucinogenic dose of marijuana and other drugs all ended up reporting seeing one recurring and disturbing image of multiple eyeballs staring back at them. At first, Professor Siegel couldn't explain why each of his psychonauts had the same experience, but on closer inspection, he realized that in their initial training session, each of the drug takers had watched a slideshow which accidentally contained a psychedelic portrait of eyes. As Siegel explains it, the near-toxic dose of mescaline I had ingested by drinking peyote all night kept the demon alive for many seconds, long enough to see. The eyes looked like pictures that had been cut out of magazines and pasted together in a collage conceived by a deranged artist. In the lower right-hand corner saw the letters ES, followed by a series of numbers. The demon faded away before I could read them, but I had seen enough. The letters and numbers were part of a code I put on the borders of the slides used in the Psychonaut training course. The subjects never saw the code numbers, but I used them for identifying the contents of each slide. These slides were projected on a piece of black cardboard, the black curtain, tacked to the laboratory wall. The training slides were all black and white drawings of simple geometric forms, such as tunnels or lattices. The ES series was very different. It consisted of dramatically colored psychedelic scenes created by artists for light shows, Hollywood films, and other commercial productions. I had obtained a collection of these slides from Edmund Scientific, email order supply house in New Jersey, but I had not used the ES series in training. I was saving them to show the psychonauts after the experiments were completed, so that they might be able to select the images that were similar to their own hallucinations. Somehow, one of the ES slides must have slipped into the batch of training slides and embedded itself in the psychonaut's memories. I was certain that when I returned to the lab, I would find it. And find it he did. What Professor Siegel realized was that, quote, the demon was nothing more than the surprise of a disturbing image spontaneously retrieved from memory. Rather than feeling disappointed that a real demon did not exist, I was surprised and humbled to discover that internal images can be powerful enough to be mistaken for external ones. Disturbing images have a way of burrowing their way into our memories, even after a single exposure. Freud had long believed that one of his great, if not greatest, discoveries in psychology was how transference amongst some of his patients operated. Within about 6 months or less, they would project, albeit unconsciously, all sorts of fantastical ideas about their doctor, but without a hint of recognition that it was their own doing. In other words, they took it to be objective, which was in truth wholly subjective. This conflation of one's internal brain state for objective reality is an elemental part of what it means to be human. While most of the time such a correlation can be of great advantage, particularly when such overlays are mostly accurate and predictive, at other times it leads to massively delusional states of awareness. A recurring pattern of such delusions is our own dreams, which we habitually take to be deeply real and rich with episodic narratives, except when we wake up and soon realize their wholly imaginative nature. But because consciousness is a virtual simulator, there are times that our dreaming brain can overlap with our waking state and radically confuse us about what is internal and what is external. In certain brain states, it is nearly impossible to even recognize our own projections as projections. Near-death experiences are a good case in point here. The luminous out-of-body experiences with their accompanying visions can be so intense that it is nearly impossible to question the verticality of any religious vision that may arise within one's purview. Yet, apparitions of Jesus only appear to Christians, and Buddha only to Buddhists, and Guru Nanak only to Sikhs, and Krishna only to Hindus, which should give anyone pause about the objectivity of all such manifestations. Moreover, the one undeniable factoid about NDEs is that the person didn't die, but rather lived long enough to retell his or her tale. From an evolutionary perspective, this seems to indicate that NDEs are not about a purported afterlife, but about the brain's amazing ability to create a reason or purpose to continue living, drawing as it does from the person's own unique biographical circumstances. Simply put, NDEs are projections of a person's ultimate concern, and those concerns, for better or worse, invariably motivate one to live another day. But such a mechanism isn't very effective if one doubts its numinous origins while undergoing the transformative encounter. In other words, the brain tricks us into believing its own machinations as something that is not sui generis. All this trickery does serve one underlying purpose: keeping our organism intact long enough to recapitulate itself. The very colors we perceive are not a product of some Kantian insight into the electromagnetic spectrum itself, but rather the very opposite of what our common sense intuits. A blue sky isn't blue because the air is permeated with blueness, but because of the different wavelengths of light. Shorter wavelengths of light tend to get absorbed by varying gas molecules, and as such, then radiate in different directions around the sky, and thus, that very light reaches our eyes, and we then see a blueness everywhere. But there is no such thing as blueness as a thing in itself, try as we might to capture it within the palms of our hands. Science, contrary to some popular definitions of it, is not common sense realized. Rather, it is oftentimes a counterintuitive procedure which necessitates a new way of looking at the world. This may explain why, even in the 21st century, so many people resist the implications of evolutionary biology and favor more story-laden narratives, replete with a meaningful plot, such as intelligent design. Nothing is as it seems. Ancient rishis argued that the world was an illusion and that what we take to be real isn't. Plato's allegory of the cave and the Gnostics' idea of demiurges also touches upon this perennial insight. The ultimate goal for both was to wake up from this continual dream into a greater reality, which will reveal a higher truth. Of course, the very idea of a higher truth may itself also be a progressive form of deception in higher mammals, to help evolve better strategies to keep certain genetic histories alive and kicking. In this way, the Hindu idea of Maya is one of an all-persuasive goddess, most popularly known as Lakshmi, who has the power either to ensnare a soul in samsara or to liberate her from the cycle of reincarnation and karma. It is a deep irony that the very incarnation of deception is worshipped by millions. Of course, it can be argued that everyone is in some ways a devotee of Maya, since we all live within her bewitching web, where confusing cause and effect and image and object are our natural habit. And yet, maybe understanding the very root of Maya is precisely how and why science has progressed, where other paths have failed. Why? Because science, unlike traditional religions of the past, is a consistent method of doubting what we think we know, and not relying on what we may wish to be the case. Science, in other words, is a path of systemic disbelief, which, like the very literal meaning of Maya, looks askance at disparate phenomena and its attendant explanations, which invoke affirmations of I believe, and proclaims something inherently more radical, neti, not this, not that. And by such a procedure, patiently unravels the hidden knot that for millennia has remained unraveled. I became free of Maya when I realized that I could never escape from her. Postscript. Elon Musk, the controversial CEO of SpaceX, Tesla, and other companies, believes that the odds we are living in a base reality to be 1 in billions. Neil deGrasse Tyson, the distinguished physicist and popular host of Cosmos, a space-time odyssey, is much less hyperbolic and suggests that the odds are above 50-50 that we are living in a computational simulation. What is striking about both these opinions is that just a few decades ago, they would have been dismissed as completely loony. Today, however, with the exponential growth in digital technologies and artificial intelligence, the simulation hypothesis is given serious consideration by even erstwhile skeptics. This, of course, doesn't mean that such a radical conception is true, but only that with ever new breakthroughs in science and technology, we are reconceiving our mental maps about what is physically possible. The Upanishadic purview that the world is illusory now has widespread scientific support, given that we only access but a tiny sliver of what the multiverse has on offer. Indeed, our very survival is predicated upon having a nervous system that either neglects or hides most of reality. In this context, Maya is an apt description of our precarious situation. Virtuality 2. Any real virtual reality enthusiast can look back at VR science fiction. It's not about playing games. The Matrix, Snow Crash, all this fiction was not about sitting in a room playing video games. It's about being in a parallel digital world that exists alongside our own, communicating with other people, playing with other people. Palmer Luckey. The Shiva nature of science, exploring the multiple forms of gathering knowledge. Science is essentially an archaic enterprise. Theoretical anarchism is more humanitarian and more likely to encourage progress than its law and order alternatives. Paul Feyerabend. The scientist is not a person who gives the right answers. He's one who asks the right questions. Claude Levi-Strauss. We are trying to prove ourselves wrong as quickly as possible, because only in that way can we find progress. Richard P. Feynman. It is one of the curious oddities of our time that we talk so much about the scientific method as if it is one singular entity, when, in point of practice, it is anything but. The ultimate linchpin in science is decided not by how we go about doing it, but about how well our hunches, observations, and results tally with the universe we observe, and in turn, how such intellectual lurches compare and contrast with other competing stratagems in terms of yielding more, not less, information. The very word science, derived from the Latin scire, see the Oxford English Dictionary for more on its etymology, is rather open-ended and simply means knowledge. Hence, It is along these lines that the acerbic philosopher Paul Feyerabend long argued that science isn't really a method at all in the strict sense of that term. Rather, it is a label we use to describe the testing and verifying of differing ideas and maps we have about the world, and allowing such templates to strenuously compete with one another. How we actually do science is invariably much sloppier than we might at first suspect, but which every scientist worth his or her salt knows too well. This is why Richard Feynman spoke so frankly when he said that the first thing we do when we try to figure out how something works in terms of physical laws is by guessing. We then check to see how well our particular guesses hold up. Given this modus operandi, we soon realize, along with T.H. Huxley, that we are all scientists at some level, whether it is trying to figure out how to bake a cherry pie for Christmas Day or fixing an old pool heater that has seen better days. Yet, sometimes certain authors, in their haste to criticize some reductionistic aspects of science, resort to misleading caricatures about such an endeavor, neglecting in the process how truly accessible and messy the scientific endeavor can be. For instance, in a recent article in defense of Ken Wilber's Integral Theory of Everything, published on Integral World, H.B. Augustine opined that science is destructive in character because it serves to disprove and criticize, which of course is neither accurate nor insightful. Astronomy, to take just one obvious example from the sciences, isn't so about disproving anything as such, but rather about discovering vast new vistas. There's nothing destructive per se when Edwin Hubble looked through his telescope in the latter part of the 1920s and observed a red shift in the electromagnetic spectrum, whereby light from distant stellar objects appeared to move away from his point of inquiry. Hubble's record only served to confirm what the Belgian priest and physicist Georges Lemaitre had deduced 2 years prior from Einstein's general theory of relativity, which is that the universe must be expanding. Yes, it is certainly the case that reductionism is part of science, but so is almost any human endeavor, including the very use of symbols, from Mandarin Chinese to Sanskrit, and vocal sound waves to communicate and explain complex features found in nature. But to suggest, as Augustine naively does in that, quote, scientific method is all about divide and conquer, is to overlook the fantastic panorama of how we go about gathering knowledge. Contrary to popular misconceptions, nothing is holding any would-be scientist back from taking a holistic or integral approach to a subject. Indeed, many great theorists have already done exactly that, ranging from such Nobel laureates as Ilya Prigogine, who focused on complexity and dissipative structures, to Gerald Edelman, whose pioneering work on the brain and consciousness is underlined with a deep appreciation for the emergent properties of qualia and self-reflective consciousness, which he refers to as second nature. The noted physicist Steven Weinberg points out that a distinction should be made between grand reductionism and petty reductionism, since the latter, he argues, is not worth a fierce defense. Sometimes things can be explained by studying their constituents, sometimes not. When Einstein explained Newton's theories of motion and gravitation, he was not committing petty reductionism. His explanation was not based on some theory about the constituents of anything, but rather on a new physical principle, the general principle of relativity, which is embodied in his theory of curved spacetime. In fact, petty reductionism in physics has probably run its course. Just as it doesn't make sense to talk about the hardness or temperature or intelligence of individual elementary particles, it is also not possible to give a precise meaning to statements about particles being composed of other particles. We do speak loosely of a proton as being composed of 3 quarks, but if you look very closely at a quark, you will find it is surrounded with a cloud of quarks and antiquarks and other particles, occasionally bound into protons. So at least for a brief moment, we could say that the quark is made of protons. Indeed, The renowned Santa Fe Institute, founded by such luminaries as Murray Gell-Mann, Nobel Prize winner for his theoretical work on elementary particles and more popularly known for his naming of quarks, supports a whole host of non-reductionistic scientific studies. Thus, it is ironic that in prematurely trying to criticize a particular aspect of science, among a host of varying other aspects, one would resort to reducing all of science into a cheap and wholly misleading soundbite to champion its purported alternative. No, the truth is that the human drive to gather knowledge and then openly compare and contrast such theoretic and observational templates is an expansive field, and one which allows for all sorts of imaginative pathways. In other words, science is a quest with many methods, and not just one. Analogously, science is like the Hindu god Shiva, who is often depicted with multiple arms signifying his illustrious powers to take on different forms and act in manifold ways. While it is certainly true that one aspect of his nature is destructive, it is also true that Shiva is depicted as a transformer. Accordingly, Shiva has numerous aspects, ranging from beneficent to frightening. But one of his more popular aspects is as a universal dancer, perhaps best illustrated artistically in bronze casts as Nataraja. Science, like Shiva, cannot be confined to only one aspect. To focus on only one feature of science to the exclusion of others, to misleadingly characterize its multiform nature, and to elevate another method to a higher ranking is to perpetuate a falsehood. Ironically, even though we value science for many of the predictions and technological inventions it makes from time to time, we imprison its potential value when we limit its Shiva-like nature. As Lewis Thomas insightfully pointed out in his 1980 tome, Late Night Thoughts on Listening to Mahler's Ninth Symphony, science is useful, indispensable sometimes, but whenever it moves forward, it does so by producing a surprise. You cannot specify the surprise you'd like. There are, in some, innumerable ways to gather knowledge about the cosmos we inhabit. What makes science so powerful is that it allows for such findings to be publicly aired and scrutinized and tested, not only with the world it is trying to understand, but with other vying alternative models which differ from each other. Perhaps science's greatest contribution is that at its best, it is open to refutation and is thereby open to change. Carl Sagan summarized it thusly. In science, it often happens that scientists say, that's a really good argument. My position is mistaken. And then they would actually change their minds, and you never hear that old view from them again. They really do it. It doesn't happen as often as it should because scientists are human and change is sometimes painful, but it happens every day. An often told joke concerning Albert Einstein, clearly fictional, perhaps reveals the best tentative nature of science and its findings. Student: Dr. Einstein, aren't these the same questions as last year's physics final exam? Dr. Einstein: Yes, but this year's answers are different. Postscript. Ironically, the greatest strength in science is that it is always open to being wrong. That is precisely why it is a progressive enterprise, since it is constantly revising and updating its previous models. Moreover, the study of nature is not limited to any one algorithmic procedure, but is an open-ended inquiry that allows and encourages multifarious approaches. The caveat is that all findings must be open for testing, experimentation, and hopefully falsification or verification. Virtuality 3. Virtual reality is a technology that could allow you to connect on a real human level, soul to soul, regardless of where you are in the world. Chris Milk. The Neural Paradox. Theoretic Prefiguring, John Lilly vs. Richard Feynman, and the Mystical Impasse. It is easy to have visions when one is meditating, provided one hasn't slept for a couple of days. Hypnagogia, which is usually defined as the transitional state to and from sleep, can induce all sorts of fantastic apparitions and strange admixtures of light and sound. However, how one ultimately interprets these passing phantasms seems to be directly correlated with theoretic prefiguring. John Lilly, who became famous for his pioneering studies on how consciousness behaves when deprived of incoming stimuli, came to realize that preset modeling played a transformative role in how one ultimately viewed inner experiences, whether induced by spiritual practices or hallucinogenics. His findings indicated that there was an almost intractable problem confronting the scientific study of the mind, because your theories or explanations will determine which experiences you will or will not have, no matter what experiments you perform. It is difficult to test a theory in this realm if other beliefs limit the range of available experiences. For instance, on occasion, when I meditate at night and I haven't had sufficient sleep, I have very lucid visions of all sorts of phenomena. They appear just as real as anything I witness in the waking state. But these experiences are transpiring with my eyes completely closed. Once, I saw a wonderful cascading shower of rain, filled with different colors, and it felt as if water drops were bathing my face. Phenomenologically speaking, I would be hard-pressed to differentiate this hypnagogic state from my normal waking awareness. Yet, I am quite familiar with visual hallucinations, and thus I don't take such liquid displays too seriously, and I certainly don't give them any special meaning. However, and here is where Lilly's understanding of theoretic prefiguring looms large, if I followed or believed in a different paradigm that took such lucidities as signposts of a higher spirituality, such as with Eckankar or MSIA, which places a high value on lucid dreaming, I would most likely interpret such phantasms in a more positive and significant light. John Lilly provides us with a telling example, as recounted in his autobiography. In profound isolation, one may have the experience that other people are present, or that one is receiving communications from sources outside the tank. What one makes of these experiences depends on one's beliefs. A person who believes in telepathy is likely to conclude that the messages are actually coming from someone or something at a distance from the tank. Within such a belief system, the experience will be perceived as real. On the other hand, someone who does not believe in telepathy, having the same basic experience, will perceive the experience as unreal, perhaps calling it an hallucination. Interestingly, when John Lilly had mystical experiences of what he perceived as otherworldly beings in his sensory deprivation tank, after taking mind-altering drugs such as ketamine, he argued strongly for their ontological objectivity, whereas Richard Feynman, the Nobel Prize winner in physics for his work on quantum electrodynamics, who had similar experiences as Lilly, they were friends, labeled his out-of-body excursions as hallucinations. Feynman's categorical dismissal miffed Lilly, who then criticized him in a personal letter with the terse rebuttal, "You stopped being a scientist the instant you said that word, hallucination." Feynman countered Lilly's assertion by pointing out that whatever out-of-body experiences he was having, and Feynman recalls becoming very good at, didn't correlate to the outside world, even when undergoing the dissociation he thought otherwise. It was for this reason that he tried to convince Lilly that the imagination that things are real does not represent true reality. If you see Golden Globes or something several times and they talk to you during your hallucination and tell you they are another intelligence, it doesn't mean they're another intelligence. It just means that you have had this particular hallucination. I believe there's nothing in hallucinations that has anything to do with anything external to the internal psychological state of the person who's got the hallucination. Feynman's viewpoint, of course, is also underlined in the Bardo Thodol, or more famously known in the West as the Tibetan Book of the Dead, which also describes the illusory nature of such inner encounters. Evans Wentz summarizes the Buddhist viewpoint thusly, that all phenomena are transitory, are illusionary, are unreal, and non-existent, save the samsaric mind perceiving them, that in reality there are no such beings anywhere as gods or demons or spirits or sentient creatures, all alike being phenomena dependent upon a cause, that this cause is a yearning or a thirsting after sensation after the unstable samsaric existence. John Lilly countered Feynman by arguing that the word hallucination is a trash bin concept for a whole range of experiences that people wish to discount because they are unconventional or difficult to describe. The term is an unscientific generalization that confuses a multitude of significant processes and specific experiences involving internal reality. This apparently indissoluble impasse, mysticism versus neurology or superluminal versus mundane, has implications that are more far-reaching and paradoxical than one might at first suspect. A pregnant illustration of this is how a limited purview can actually tripwire an erstwhile rationalist into believing something contrary to their usual common sense. As Lilly explains, a behaviorist, usually the most skeptical and hard-boiled sort of psychologist, might enter the deprivation tank with the belief that nothing can happen in the brain without some external stimulus as the cause. Should an experience occur which appears to come from a source outside his own head, but with no such possible source nearby, such a person might then be forced to adopt a belief in telepathy to explain it. Within the belief system of the behaviorist, this becomes the only acceptable explanation for such phenomena in a framework that does not allow for any inner experience or even hallucinations. Paradoxically, then, a person who does not even believe in the psyche may end up believing in psychic communication. What is so unusual about this theoretic prefiguring is that if it is not closely guarded and checked, it can have devastating personal and political consequences, such that a relatively normal and sane person could be diagnosed as psychotic, not because of their experiences per se, but by not proffering the politically correct map by which to adjudicate it. As Lilly insightfully foretells, any normal healthy person could have unusual experiences that would seem real if they believed in them. But if he did not believe in them, the experiences would seem unreal. In either case, the experience is the same, but the interpretive model is different in each. If, however, such a person believes in the reality of the experience and communicates this belief to a psychiatrist, the psychiatrist would conclude that the individual was hallucinating and might be psychotic. However, on the other end of the spectrum, as Lilly points out, if the patient describes an unusual experience and professes not to believe in its reality, then this same psychiatrist might be less inclined to assume mental pathology. This then leads us to a most unusual neural paradox, wherein one is judged not by the experience itself, but rather by one's beliefs or opinions about his experience. Yet, in most cases, these set of beliefs, or more properly, worldviews, were already in place before one had any inner experiences whatsoever. Lilly soon realized after his fantastical encounters with other beings and other universes, frighteningly retold in his classic book The Center of the Cyclone, that how one recounted the experience as a believer in their reality or as merely an unreal hallucination made all the difference in how the outside listener judged his relative sanity. More importantly, however, was how one personally regarded such experiences, since some inner journeys were so utterly horrific that those who saw them as merely hallucinatory night terrors could liquidate their gnawing fears by recognizing their dream-like and unreal nature. But others firmly believed that such excursions could be caught in a hellish nightmare from which it appeared impossible to escape. As Lilly astutely summarized, such explanations and theories are really beliefs about the universe and the mind. A particular belief may or may not be true, may or may not cause one to act in a certain way, but that belief will unquestionably set limits on what one can experience. How then can a science of consciousness proceed if at the very outset our neural prefiguring already contours our eventual adventures of the mind? John Lilly's answer to that query has now become the most cited philosophical witticism. In the province of the mind, what is believed to be true is true, or becomes true, within certain limits to be found experientially and experimentally. These limits are further beliefs to be transcended. In the province of the mind, there are no limits. In other words, if consciousness is a virtual simulator, then it can potentially simulate anything given the necessary information. The glitch here, however, is that a simulating brain is invariably bounded by what it believes to be possible, particularly in a society that by its very structure tends to limit what can be plausibly accepted at any one particular point in time and space. Breaking through such psychological and cultural boundary lines is, of course, a daunting task, since such taboo breaking makes one a potential outcast. It is also dangerous, since there is a fine line between acting as if something may be real versus acting as if something is indeed real. Richard Feynman cautioned his would-be scientists at Caltech on their graduation day that the first principle is that you must not fool yourself, and you are the easiest person to fool. While this is certainly helpful advice, the problem is that our brains were designed to trick us from the very start, since every experience we have of the world, both within and without, isn't, as Kant pointed out centuries prior, the thing in itself, but rather the end result of filtering process which invariably colors whatever we see and hear and touch around us. The recognition that the mind is a simulator par excellence doesn't liberate us from its unceasing simulations, since even that recognition is part and parcel of a simulation as well. We are living in a neural paradox that may be likened to an endless hall of mirrors, where what we think we recognize as real and substantive may, on closer inspection, be merely an image of an image of an image, ad infinitum. Postscript. It is interesting to imagine what John Lilly and Richard Feynman would think of virtual reality and the simulation hypothesis. I suspect that Lilly would embrace both as indicative of the plasticity of reality and indicative that all is not as it seems, whereas Feynman may have taken a more hard-headed materialistic perspective and argue that understanding physics and mathematics and neuroscience is why VR appears so real, but it shouldn't be confused with thinking that the universe is a simulation created by an uber nerd from another dimension playing a new kind of Sims video game. Virtuality 4. At its very core, virtual reality is about being freed from the limitations of actual reality, carrying your virtual reality with you and being able to jump into it whenever and wherever you want qualitatively changes the experience for the better. Experiencing mobile VR is like when you first tried a decent desktop VR experience. John Carmack. Is the universe an app, exploring the Chandian effect and the illusion of certainty? Although we experience the illusion of receiving high-resolution images from our eyes, what the optic nerve actually sends to the brain is just a series of outlines and clues about points of interest in our visual field. We then essentially hallucinate the world from cortical memories that interpret a series of movies with very low data rates that arrive in parallel channels. Ray Kurzweil, How to Create a Mind. If we accept that consciousness can be simulated, at least in principle, it is then only a small step to imagining that something like a conscious human being could be simulated. Paul Davies, The Cosmic Jackpot. Unless we are now living in a simulation, our descendants will almost certainly never run an ancestor simulation. Nick Bostrom, Are You Living in a Computer Simulation? Philosophical Quarterly. Even though we think we see the world so fully, what we are receiving is really just hints, edges in space and time. Frank S. Werblin. The idea that the world is an illusion that betrays its real origin has a long tradition and can be found in the writings of Hindu rishis, early Greek philosophers, and Christian Gnostics. What is perhaps surprising is to find such rich literature on the subject of neuroscience and quantum physics. The latest and perhaps most provocative idea to gain some currency in varying scientific disciplines is the hypothesis that the universe is the result of a computational simulation, and as such, is an incredibly rich and detailed illusion that has ultimately tricked us into believing otherwise. Nick Bostrom's now famous 2003 essay, Are You Living in a Computer Simulation?, has articulated the concept very simply, with 3 propositions, wherein he argues that at least one of which will turn out to be true. 1. The human species is very likely to go extinct before reaching a post-human stage. 2. Any post-human civilization is extremely unlikely to run a significant number of simulations of their evolutionary history, or variations thereof. 3. We are almost certainly living in a computer simulation. It follows that the belief that there is a significant chance that we will one day become post-humans who run ancestor simulations is false, unless we are currently living in a simulation. While Bostrom's argument has been met with resistance from several quarters, it is intriguing to see how it dovetails with Hugh Everett's many worlds interpretation of quantum mechanics, which is gaining some traction among theoretical physicists, particularly as it has been coupled with M-theory and the far-reaching notion of a multiverse. Neuroscience has more or less established that the brain is a simulator par excellence, and that what we see, hear, touch, and smell are the results of how our central nervous system processes both external and internal stimuli, and then reconstructs a virtual environment in which we react accordingly. Simply put, the reality we experience is part and parcel of a simulation and may or may not correlate, at differing times and differing places, with what we believe exists externally from ourselves. We already intimately know that the brain is a virtual simulator because of dreams, where everything is hallucinated by us, even without us knowing how and why we are doing it. The waking state differs from dreaming because it receives external data streams from the 9 orifices of our body, which allows for new material from which our brain can draw new maps about how to respond to any given situation. But in both cases, dreaming or waking, we are living in a simulation created by a neural network that has billions of on-off nodes tied in with trillions of synaptic clefts, all of which create worlds upon worlds within our own skulls, even as we employ such models to interact with others of similar or dissimilar modeling dispositions. Consciousness is a virtual simulator, apparently evolved over eons of time to enable mammals with higher brain functions to insource varying options of how to respond to a disparate array of problems before outsourcing them, hence the Darwinian advantage. The proviso in such simulations, however, is how real they feel when occurring. To the degree that such paralleling seems certain and solid, we react accordingly. However, if such replicas appear imaginary, we tend not to engage them seriously and interact with them in multifarious ways. The dividing line between what we take to be reality and fantasy is a contingent and moving one. This is perhaps best illustrated in the world's religions, where one person's version of transcendental truth is oftentimes viewed by others as a manufactured delusion, or worse, as a product of a nefarious demiurge. Fakir Chand, the famed unknowing sage of Hoshiarpur, has revealed how religious visions, though appearing miraculously real, are in essence illusory projections of one's faith and belief. It was in Basra, Baghdad, Iraq, during World War I when Fakir realized the pivotal secret in understanding transmundane phenomena and how easy it is for our consciousness to be tricked by neural mock-ups. In his autobiography, The Unknowing Sage, Fakir relates how, in the middle of a battle at Hamidiya, the form of his guru Shiv Brat Lal manifested to him and said, "Fakir, worry not, the enemy has not come to attack, but to take away their dead. Let them do that. Don't waste your ammunition." Fakir then sent for the Subadar Major and narrated the appearance and direction of his guru. He followed the same strategy, and all were saved. When Fakir reached Baghdad after the fighting, however, many of Shiv Brat Lal's disciples began to worship him instead. Fakir recollected, "It was all unexpected and strange for me. I inquired of them, 'Our Guru Maharaj is at Lahore. I am not your Guru. Why do you worship me?' They replied, 'On the battlefield, we were in danger. Death lurked in hand. You appeared before us and gave us correct directions. We were spared.' I was wonderstruck by this explanation. I had no knowledge of it at all. I, myself, being in trouble at that time, had not even remembered them. A mystery shrouded the whole thing. Who appeared inside them?" When Fakir discovered that his own guru, Shiv Brat Lal, was unaware of his manifestations, he concluded that the answer to the perplexing problem of religious visions must rest in the nature of consciousness itself. Fakir elaborated, "People say that my form manifests to them and helps them in solving their worldly as well as mental problems. But I do not go anywhere, nor do I know anything about such miraculous instances. Oman, your real helper, is your own self and your own faith, but you are badly mistaken and believe that somebody from without comes to help you. No Hazrat Muhammad, no Lord Rama, Lord Krishna, or any other goddess or god comes from without. This entire game is that of your impressions and suggestions, which are ingrained upon your mind through your eyes and ears and of your faith and belief." Thus, following Fakir's lucid argument, the modus operandi for religious visions is not due to outside or disconnected forces, although exterior stimuli can act as a catalyst for it, but to the internal process of concentration. A force that for approximately 16 hours a day enables one to see the everyday, common sense, lawful world, and for another several hours at night can allow one to fly to the moon, converse with unknown people, and create incredible panoramas. Consequently, the appearance and duration of such visions is intimately related to attention and focus. Dreaming serves as the classic and perhaps most misunderstood example. The nature of one's attention is related directly to the perception one experiences. If our perspective alters, so does what we perceive. As ancient Upanishadic speculation and current studies in consciousness have shown, we do not see the world as it is. Rather, owing to our neurological structures, we see the universe, incoming stimuli, relatively, appearances flowing in and out depending on our own biologically defined anatomies. This predicament has meaning, content, and purpose within the framework of our own lived-through experiences. However, it is naive to say that our interpretation of life from science, philosophy, or religion absolutely explains the world as it really is. Instead, what we have are metaphorical models of explanation, which work respectively within the brackets of our own curtailed existence. The unseen thread, the larger gestalt, however, will go by undetected. With sharply contoured, mathematical, if you choose, operating mechanisms, we find ourselves living in a universe understood not by pure perception, but by alternating analogs. What these metaphors are, or more precisely, which limited stream of reality we behold, depends on what I call the Shandian effect, the experience of certainty named after the late Fakir Chand, who was the first person in the Sant Mat tradition to bring this issue to light. It is from this bedrock quality that we distinguish, acknowledge, and discriminate so-called reality from appearance or illusion. What we call the actual world is dependent solely upon vibration and consistency in the persuasiveness of certainty. Although we can see, hear, smell, and touch our reality, what determines our conviction that this world is real is not so much based on objective datum as it is on our subjective feeling, even if chemically moderated, of certainty. The experience of certainty is a propelling force behind how we make up our days, fashion our plans, articulate our hopes. If there occurs a break in the Chandian effect, sleep too little or drink too much, for example, our normal waking state collapses into a passing phantasm. Like our nocturnal dreams, it gets stored away and temporarily forgotten. The experience of certainty is so overwhelming that when it radiates forth, the question of illusion seldom arises. Just as the chair is quite solid when we strike it with our hand, so too does the world appear concrete and vivid when the Chandian effect pervades. But dreams can, on occasion, seem as certain as anything in the waking state, and sometimes in lucid dreams or near-death events, even more luminous than anything we've experienced before. If both dreaming and the waking state are the result of our brain simulating internal and external stimuli, then what makes us certain of either reality is, ironically, also a simulation, and the distinction between the two is not as clear as we might suspect. Our state of reality is determined by the movement of consciousness into various expressions of the Chandian effect. Each level of awareness is controlled and empowered by the degree of certainty we experience, which is determined by the intensity and duration of its minimum threshold, which is precisely the point at which one state, e.g. the waking state, blurs or fuses with another state, dreaming. The single most obvious example is whenever we try to stay awake for more than 2 or 3 days at a time, and being deprived of sleep, our dream world intrudes upon our otherwise sane reality. We are predisposed to call the waking state real because it is longer, and hence, by extension, more vivid than the dreaming stage. Yet, we generally say this only when we are awake, but never while we are dreaming. The reason behind this is simple. At each level where attention is established, or neurologically speaking, whenever key neural triggers are operative, a certainty boundary is in effect, which, owing to the given center of awareness, varies in strength, time, and permanence. Hence, even the waking state, although seemingly vivid, only lasts about 18 hours normally until the Chandian effect, or neural parameters, structured upon this level runs down below the minimum threshold, and our consciousness shifts to another region. So, it is with the dream stage. At the moment of sleep, itself nothing but the transition of attention, we find ourselves occupied in a world that just hours before we thought was nothing but an incredible illusion, because it was dimmed by the intensity of the certainty force inherent in the waking state, but with which we now deal quite seriously, running away in terror from death or luring attractive mates for orgasmic satisfaction. From this native pattern of awareness, we can see that our lives are simply natural progressions of consciousness from various boundaries within the Chandian effect. All of this leads us to what appears to be an inescapable conclusion. We apparently cannot adjudicate the ultimate reality of any stage in consciousness on the basis of how certain or real it may appear, since any simulation can magically seduce us into believing its superior ontology. We are, it seems, in an intractable position within any stage of awareness to gauge its ontological reality, if such a reality is indeed the product of a series of simulating intersections. At best, We can simply argue about the relative hierarchical features of differing simulations, with the added caveat that such a rumination is also circumscribed within a parallelism of its own. This is perhaps why the idea of our universe itself being a computational simulation is not as far-fetched as we might imagine, given the replicating features of mammals who possess a neocortex. Given enough computational power and given the ability to embed matter with unimaginable complexity, it isn't implausible to envision a world which, for all intents and purposes, looks just as real, if not even more vivid, than the one we currently occupy. Indeed, as Vernon B. Mountcastle points out in The View from Within, each of us lives within the universe, the prison of his own brain. Projecting from it are millions of fragile sensory nerve fibers in groups uniquely adapted to sample the energetic states of the world around us: heat, light, force, and chemical composition. That is all we ever know of it directly. All else is logical inference. We have now advanced far enough in our film technology to be able, via CGI, to recreate on screen the most intricate features of various animals and landscapes to such a degree that audiences worldwide can be so convinced that a fake tiger is so real that even when the illusion is explained, they can still vehemently argue otherwise, as what has recently happened with the movie version of The Life of Pi. Given this unusual state of affairs, we can also now be deceived into mistaking a CGI effect when it was, in actuality, a genuine phenomenon. A good example of this reverse Turing effect can be seen by the comments made to a YouTube video entitled Tsunami Surfing, where Mike Parsons, a real surfer, rides a huge and real wave in Maui, but which many commentators believed was created artificially. In the world of film, computer simulations have already passed the Turing test, where that which is artificial is literally taken to be real. One can only imagine what cinema will look like in 3 decades hence. Is this universe of ours an app similar to a game like Spore, where creatures confronting competing species evolve over time, which can be downloaded for free on an iPhone or an iPad? Before we dismiss such conjectures as silly science fiction speculations, the more viable question we should ask first is how difficult will it be in the future to computationally recreate the world we now experience, given the exponential growth of computing power and the law of accelerating returns. In addition, how difficult will it be to trick us into believing in the certainty of any given state created by artificial intelligence? The answers may surprise us. It is probably much easier than we at first would suspect, especially in light of how manipulatable human consciousness can be. Fakir Shan once related how when he was a young Brahmin growing up, he had daily visions of Lord Krishna. One day, as he was walking on his way to town, Lord Krishna appeared to Fakir and told him to eat some cow dung, which was on the street. Fakir did as Krishna requested, but later on, when the vision had disappeared and when Fakir was in a more rational, logical state of mind, he reflected that he had never heard or read of any god or goddess asking a devotee to do such a thing. This caused Fakir to doubt the reality of the apparition, and he stopped having visions of Krishna. This incident, and others similar to it, suggest that the modus operandi for any reality to lose its Chandine effect, one must severely doubt its fundamental certainty, whether by chemical augmentation or by radical and systematic skepticism. Of course, some states seem more recalcitrant to questioning than others, and thus give the impression of being more real than others. But given that every state we experience is a simulation, the hierarchical nature of more real versus less real seems bounded by the necessity of survival within any given region of awareness. Indian philosophy, particularly some schools of Advaita Vedanta, have long argued that the universe really is a play or game, which is commonly called lila or leela, literally pastime or sport, not dissimilar to applications one can download on Apple or Android devices. Darwinian natural selection would appear to be one of the key operating systems of this universal sport. Stephen Wolfram, the architect of Mathematica and founder of Wolfram Alpha, the computational knowledge engine, believes that a new kind of science has been born with our understanding of how incredibly complex systems can be algorithmically reconstructed by computational reducibility. If this is true, then perhaps Nick Bostrom's propositional question isn't merely a fanciful and sophisticated reworking of the Matrix's underlying premise. Perhaps Fakir Khan's skepticism of religious visions and their eventual dissolution because of it is an indicative pathway by which to question the certainty of any state of awareness that may arise. Science has made tremendous progress by doubting erstwhile common sense explanations, even to the point of questioning the very reality of all that we take to be solid and permanent. Underlying science and almost all human endeavors are the supposition that the world we experience, even if by neural trickery, is the supreme reality by which all other realities are, and should be, measured. But if Bostrom's third supposition is true, that we are already living in a computational simulation, then it might be illuminating to question the very foundational basis of our waking state certainty. Clearly, accepting the Hindu idea of reality as an illusory sport played out by the gods allowed rishis in the past to develop deep philosophical insights into the nature of the mind long before the advent of neuroscience. Similarly, imagining that the universe is an app or a matrix-like mock-up designed to deceive its participants from knowing its real causation can serve as a powerful and enlightening awakening, even if such conjectures turn out not to be wholly true or accurate. Why? Because any idea that can jar us from complacency and force us to think anew about reality is helpful to a consciousness that evolved to virtually simulate reality and play out competing scenarios. As Frank S. Werblin so wisely points out, even though we think we see the world so fully, what we are receiving is really just hints, edges in space and time. In a universe with an almost infinite set of data streams, we as Homo sapiens should be exceedingly cautious in believing, as we invariably do, that 10 or 12 channels in this spectrum are sufficient to inform us about the sum total of reality. We are sparse coders indeed, who have been neurologically duped by evolution and natural selection into believing that our consciousness is a transparency, when on closer inspection, it is more akin to an elaborate labyrinth with no decipherable way of knowing where it begins and where it ends. Or, as Jorge Borges once put it, you have wakened not out of sleep, but into a prior dream, and that dream lies within another, and so on to infinity, which is the number of grains of sand. The path that you are to take is endless. Virtuality 5. At Virtual Reality, all the AI work we do, all the robotics work we do, we're as close to realizing science fiction as it gets. Jensen Huang. Global Positioning Intelligence. Telepathy in a Digital Future. I had an epiphany the other day, which I am sure I borrowed consciously from some other literary source, about how to interface a GPS device with what I will call global positioning intelligence. What a GPS does remarkably well, I couldn't imagine not having one out at sea, is track one's changing position and momentum relative to one's changing geographical environment, whether on a boat in the ocean on the way to Catalina or in one's car on the way to San Juan Capistrano. More pointedly, a GPS is an information tool that is constantly being updated by electromagnetic waves bouncing off satellites in space. Now imagine this. Place a nano-sized GPS device, augmented with a nano-sized web browser constantly connected to the net, but personalized with updates about the person wearing the GPS. so that not only is the person being tracked, but the person is also housing tremendous amounts of personal information or data about who they are. Now imagine that you, too, have the same device implanted in you, and with the sunglasses you are wearing, or the skin chip you have embedded, you have the ability to get an immediate reading or display of incoming blips on your data radar screen. So you walk down Main Street in Seal Beach to get a slice of Z pizza and run into a stranger who accidentally bumps into you. Immediately, or even seconds or minutes or hours before, you get a reading of personal data concerning that ship passing in the night, replete with a personal profile. In sum, that person is a stranger no longer. You have his name, his occupation, his Facebook or Instagram data, all available to you within the privacy of your head, or more precisely, your sunglasses or whatever augmented device one chooses. That which used to be hidden is now externalized in bytes of information and wirelessly accessible without having to do anything except pay attention to whatever readout is being generated at the time via your GPI. We are already there, actually. This isn't science fiction, since Google Earth is already giving us a glimpse of what is here, and all we have to do is bundle varying components together, and we turn the private world public. I had intimations of these years ago when I tried to figure out how the world was going to get more psychic, since it did indeed seem like that was the next stage of our cultural evolution, even if we didn't want it. Instagram, Facebook, blogging, and the rest are merely crude glimpses into what will be a truly psychic sphere, based not on some spooky mystical intuitions, but real nuts and bolts hardware grounded in quantum bits of data using nothing more than zeros and ones, represented perhaps by aligned or not aligned atomic shards, or even entangled photons, to discern our innermost secrets. Of course, this new GPI will usher in something unbelievably invasive, and thus at first will only be self-selected by conscious narcissists or nerdy experimenters bent on pushing our digital envelope into the next cool app. The iPhone is an example, albeit very rudimentary, of what is happening and what will happen. I remember just 6 or 7 years ago writing in these pages about how upset a colleague of mine was because I had the audacity to post my diary online for all to see. Blogging hadn't caught on much then, and I don't think he had any idea that the planet would become a blogosphere within a couple of years, and that documenting one's moment-to-moment experiences would become an alternative lifestyle. But scratch all that. The interesting chapter is when we all become walking or driving GPIs, and such personal information pushes itself on us, versus the pulling we are doing now in the slow type, mouse click, touch, or scroll way. What does this portend? Well, to put it in literary terms, it means that Aldous Huxley's Brave New World is going to mate with George Orwell's 1984. And, well, the GPI will be its most legitimate offspring. We are going to let the world in because we want to be known. We want to extend Warhol's 15 minutes of fame to 24/7 online availability. As Huxley rightly pointed out, we are going to let ourselves be controlled because we are going to entertain ourselves to death. And Big Brother didn't have to do it by getting us under house arrest. We will do it to ourselves, just like we are doing it now, because the psychological need to be connected, even if it is a fictional connection, is greater than the need to remain privatized. We are a social animal par excellence, and we are a psychic animal par excellence. Before, we didn't have the technology to do what magicians faked in the past. Now, we don't have to fake it, except in creating fictional, advertaric lives. Forget usernames, that was merely the first warning shot across the net divide. And we will truly become the actors and actresses that our virtual simulators, known as self-awareness, has already prepared us for. To analogize a bit here, the neuron is only as good as its synapses, axons, and dendrites. In other words, The neuron works because it is connected, and given enough of those viable connections, we have a brain that developed consciousness or self-awareness, which, if it is anything, is another name for a self-navigating system with the ability to virtually simulate that which is not there presently. So where does this lead us via the GPI? Get ready to go on stage, the world stage, even if you don't want to. Google Earth has already put your private backyard online for close-ups for the world to see. Now, it is only a question of time when we are going to put our minds on display for all to see. A Google psyche is already birthing, and we are its attendant midwives. While I realize that some of this sounds a bit far-fetched, surprisingly, I think it is understated. Ironically, I realized long ago that the best way to keep your privacy is to act as if everything you do is in public. Only those who know you and love you and are intimate with you will realize how different you are from that GPI profile you gave out so freely. Or, as Mikhail Naimi said long before we went digital, speech is at best an honest lie, which I would add, the image of yourself that you project in a public space is the pathway to retaining your privacy, the Zen cone of our freedoms. More disclosure, more privacy. First, postscript. I wrote the previous article several years ago, and the future has arrived much faster than I even imagined. As William Gibson famously pointed out, the future has already arrived. It's just not evenly distributed. Just today, for instance, the Los Angeles Times, April 18, 2011, carried a front-page story describing how smartphone apps use GPS to help singles connect in a crowd. About a dozen smartphone apps enable people to connect at sports events, shopping malls, and other public places, using the same location-based technology that tells you about a traffic jam ahead or whether there's a sale on jeans at a store you are walking past. Proponents say it's simply a modern answer to that age-old question, where can I meet someone? The whole point is to facilitate real-life meetings, said Christian Wicklund, founder and chief executive of Scout Inc., the San Francisco company that makes the dating app used by Bergman and Riley. It takes a lot of courage to just walk up to someone. These are good icebreakers. Scout, which is the largest of the location-based dating apps, claims 5 million subscribers and says the average age of users is about 26. Grindr, aimed at the gay market, said it has 1.8 million subscribers. Most of these dating apps are free and work about the same way. People download an application and set up a profile that includes their photo, their interests, and the type of person they're looking to meet. The apps are advertising supported and offer added services for a fee. Subscribers to Are You Interested can pay $1.99 a month to find out who has browsed their profiles. They can also send pictures of puppies or Cupid's arrows, each cost 99 cents, to flirt with possible suitors. For digital wallflowers, Scout offers wink bombs that send all selected nearby subscribers a pickup line. Sample, are you a parking ticket? Because you have fine written all over you. But these dating apps are merely the pilot waves of a future tsunami of GPIs. While meeting strangers for a hookup is always an iffy proposition, meeting those with whom one is already aligned is a no-brainer. So it isn't a stretch to imagine that this year or next we will see dozens of apps using our GPS in consciously intelligent and socially aligned ways so that we can, if we so desire with the on-off option always looming large, gather in random places and random moments with those who share our interests, from very specific religious affiliations to very specific culinary desires, to very specific intellectual quests. The GPI we desire kills the Facebook of today. We want to create our own socially mediated universes and not merely live within and extend the dream of a Mark Zuckerberg. As Zadie Smith so brilliantly opined in the New York Review of Books, I can't imagine life without files, but I can just about imagine a time when Facebook will seem as comically obsolete as LiveJournal. In this sense, the social network is not a cruel portrait of any particular real-world person called Mark Zuckerberg. It's a cruel portrait of us. 500 million sentient people entrapped in the recent careless thoughts of a Harvard sophomore. For us to not get caught in the locked-in perversions of a QWERTY-bounded shortcut for intelligent conversations on the net, we will have to heed the words of Jaron Lanier's book title, You Are Not a Gadget. To have freedom of associations, we have to be free from any singular association that imprisons us within its prefabrications of what is and isn't acceptable in our shared discourses. When we all become digitally telepathic and the universe at large becomes largely transparent, then a new form of art will emerge, where the personal narrative lives not in words or images, but self-generated worlds, the likes of which we cannot yet properly envisage. Second postscript. Google Glasses are the most talked about new gadget in the first part of 2013, and for good reason. They represent how intelligent devices are rapidly evolving to become embedded objects in our day-to-day lives. Already, almost anybody with a smartphone, Android or Apple or otherwise, won't leave home without one, and if they do somehow forget their intelligent devices, they will invariably turn their cars around to go secure them. This should give us a preview of what the future has in store for us, even if Luddites be damned. Everything and everyone are turning psychic, and the hardware-software divide will quickly become lost in a mind meld that even Spock couldn't prefigure. Google Glasses are merely an awkward transition from a partial smart augmentation, the iPhone or Android device is in our pocket or our hands or close up to our face, to a fully implanted one, from contacts to nanotechnological seed implants. What this portends is an unprecedented transparency of human cognition and connectivity. Ken Wilber has long argued that human evolution will move from the merely rational to the psychic, even though his prophetic trajectories were mistaken because he thought of it in merely mystical terms. The psychic canopy of the future is not built on yogic visionaries, but on the nuts and bolts of hardcore physics. The psychic template, even though it may seem to be imputing a spiritual realm, is algorithmically layered level by level upon electronic data streams prefigured in the laws of quantum mechanics. And yet, the larger question remains, are Homo sapiens ready for full and uncensored frontal lobe exposure? Perhaps Neil Postman's famous book, Amusing Ourselves to Death, should be retitled Exposing Ourselves to Death. Third postscript. Nearly a decade has passed since I wrote the previous two postscripts, and we are now living in a world awash with selfies, influencers, deepfakes, tweets, and a nearly endless stream of TikTok videos and their YouTube and Facebook clones. Humans have outed themselves in ways that were unimaginable decades earlier. Almost every human being on the planet now has access to some sort of internet-connected computational device, usually as a smartphone. In a very real sense, we have become cyborgs since we have augmented ourselves, sometimes for nearly 8 to 12 hours daily, with a digital assistant that we won't leave home without. It is only a matter of time when we replace what we carry in our hands and embed a nano-sized version of something similar microscopically within our brains. Virtuality 6. What the computer in virtual reality enables us to do is to recalibrate ourselves so that we can start seeing those pieces of information that are invisible to us but have become important for us to understand. Douglas Adams. The Codex Funeral. Why Books Are Dead. First, I have a confession to make. I suffer from an incurable disease known as bibliomania. I love books. I love them too much. I roughly estimate that I spend at least 200 days out of the year going to bookstores or libraries scouring forgotten tomes to add to my ever-increasing collection. My obsessive love of books is arguably a genetic trait, which I inherited directly from my father's literary DNA. I have had some wonderful adventures with books, ranging from the time I was locked in Hayward's Public Library because I was sitting in an obscure bean chair and was so lost in reading Carl Sagan's Dragons of Eden that I lost all track of time and even, for a spell, of increasingly dimming lights, to receiving an OGSR grant from UCSD in 1987 so as to track down obscure texts in remote and dusty bookstores in northern India. At first, in my early teen years, I couldn't afford to buy the books I really wanted, so I spent most of my time reading at the bookstore itself. The soon-to-be-sold Bodhi Tree bookstore on Melrose Avenue in West Hollywood was my favorite haunt, especially in its earlier days when the crowds were negligible and a sweet little cat would roam the premises. My book tastes, however, when I was young, were quite narrow, and I was enthralled with anything related to Indian philosophy. I think reading Paramahansa Yogananda's autobiography of a yogi at the ripe age of 11 is what influenced my focus. Given my limited funds, it was difficult to satiate my lust for more expensive texts. One in particular caught my eye when I was 18. It was a leather-bound edition of the Guru Granth Sahib in 4 volumes, replete with incense smell that is the common lot of almost all books published in India. It was prominently featured in the now legendary glass case at Bodhi Tree. I had to have it. However, it was out of my price range, $80, so I saved my earnings from working as a box boy at the now defunct Market Basket in Studio City until I could take home the object of my insatiable desire. I still have that same edition, and it is prominently housed in my own glass case in my bedroom. Today, I have something on the order of 10,000 books, scattered in 3 major resting places: my office at MSAC, my Huntington Harbor townhouse, and our larger home in La Quinta. My wife Andrea jests that we bought the latter place just so I could expand my book collection. In the decade after I wrote this essay, my book collection has doubled to well over 20,000 distinct volumes. I say all of this as a necessary prelude to the main thesis of this article. The book is dead. We are witnessing the funeral of the Codex, and the funeral pyre on which it is burning is going up in flames faster than we might at first imagine. I realize that most book lovers will immediately disagree with me, arguing for the uniqueness of the Codex where one can easily navigate from front to back and in between in seconds. They will also rightly point out how a book has texture, aroma, and can be so easily portable. All of this I agree with, and more. I love the feel of a finely printed book, with its gilded edges and acid-free paper. Yet something happened in the past few years that has changed my mind about the future of the book, and why we will see its present form evolve into something quite different. Indeed, the book is mutating into a completely new species, the likes of which would have been unimaginable in Gutenberg's day. It is the return of the illuminated manuscript, but this time with lights and sounds and interplay in a fashion that boggles the mind. I think we can date the day the book died fairly precisely. No, it wasn't the introduction of the internet several decades ago, though clearly that was the first murder weapon. No, it wasn't the advent of the web as invented by Tim Berners-Lee on one lonely night in December of 1989. No, it wasn't even the introduction of Sony's e-reader or Amazon's Kindle or Barnes & Noble's Nook. No, the book died on January 27, 2010. This was when, with much fanfare, Steve Jobs announced that Apple was coming out with the iPad. At first, the response to the touch tablet, which had been widely overhyped in the months leading up to it, was somewhat critical because it lacked features that some prognosticators predicted were fundamental, such as a front and back camera, the ability to display flash video, and multitasking. But within weeks after the iPad shipped, there was an unmasked conversion among a large number of skeptics once they actually got their hands, and this time the word literally does indeed literally apply, on it. I know for myself that within the first hour of getting it on day one, I was completely converted. It should be noted that I was a first adopter to Sony's e-reader, Amazon's Kindle, and Barnes & Noble's Nook. While I liked the second-generation Kindle, the Nook is too boggy for my tastes. I thought the gray screen and uniform print dulled the whole reading experience. Yes, reading it in the sun after surfing was a pleasure, but at home with the lights on, I felt I was reading an old Etch-a-Sketch designed to have letters on it. Though I was duly impressed by the ease with which I could download books and even demonstrated how quickly the Kindle could do so to my varying classes at CSULB and MSAC, 30 seconds or less in many cases, I was not wowed by the device and navigated back to books as my first choice for reading material. All that changed, however, when I got initiated into the iPad. It wasn't the iBook app. Kindle's app is far superior in many ways since it allows one to access your Amazon library over a large array of platforms, or the beautiful way it put PDF documents onto the already built-in virtual bookshelf. No, it was the fact that I could read almost anything, anywhere, anytime, while also accessing the web for news updates, Facebook updates, YouTube videos, Netflix streaming, online gaming, and whatever else strikes my interest or fancy at the time. The iPad is, as other commentators have mentioned, the Swiss Army knife of information, and as such, it has changed even the way I read a book. With a book, I am in isolation, blissful solitude to be sure, just me and the writer in a digital stream. But we don't live in that world anymore. We live in a digital universe where vast galaxies of data await our electronic mining simply by using our fingers. I understand too well the emerging argument from some psychologists that our attention span is getting warped by our increasing tendency to multitask, and that we are suffering from digital overload. That is unquestionably true. I also understand too well the arguments first posed by the late Neil Postman in his severe critique of television and how we are entertaining ourselves to death. I also quite appreciate that the iPad, like its earlier mentor, iPhone, can do too many things and can, and does, distract us from the text in sight. All of that is true, plus many more criticisms that one can find scuttling about on the web. But that is precisely the point. Language itself, especially as coded in books, is a virtual simulation of reality. It was never the real thing anyways. I don't see why one virtual simulation should hold sway and not evolve with our rapidly accelerating technologies. If we hold to these kinds of arguments, then one could, as others did back in the 15th century, justifiably lament the change from handwritten and idiosyncratic texts to mass-produced books with their uniform typography. We are not going back to sitting in caves and drawing animals on jagged walls, as breathtaking as they certainly are in LaSalle, France. And we are not going back to the days of typewriters, because we miss using liquid whiteout when we made misspellings. We are not going back, period. Nor should we. Today, one can access millions of books using one's iPad or similar device without adding weight to one's library, since that library is in the clouds, always accessible to anyone with an internet connection. We are upending comedian Stephen Wright's ironic joke about owning the world's largest seashell collection. It was so large, he said, that he had to keep it at all the beaches around the world. Instead of seashells, we have books, and we have so many of them now that we cannot store them in one place. Well, today my 10,000 physical books pale to the millions of books available to all of us in an instant. It is as if we went back in time, and Cleopatra gave us the entire collection of the Alexandrian Library in Egypt and said, "It is all yours. Do what you wish with it." But instead of accepting the amazing offer, we turn away and say, "No thanks." Even this analogy comes up woefully short, since we have about 100 times more books at our disposal right now at near the speed of light. All we have to do is reach out and touch it. It is yours. All of this became painfully too clear to me when a few months ago I walked into Barnes & Noble at Newport Fashion Island, which is one of my usual habits, after visiting the always bountiful Newport Beach Library bookstore, and realized that I didn't want to carry a hardback out of the store if I could download the same onto my iPad. While I still love buying old used books, I have found that I have little interest in adding to my collection with newer tomes from Borders and Barnes & Noble if I can get the same electronically. For instance, I have a hardback copy of the scientific treasure Elements, and I have the same as an iPad application. The latter is so far superior in almost every way that I have relegated my hard copy to the hidden shelves I have in my MSAC office. The book wants to be liberated. Information does indeed want to be free, but not in the monetary sense. I don't mind paying Apple or Amazon or Google their requisite fees. We live in a multimedia land, and our books wish to reflect that as well. So instead of merely left-to-right text with 3 or 4 type fonts, Times Roman, Garamond, Helvetica, and Palatino Linotype being standard, we can have thousands of unique signature types augmented with interactive displays, streaming films, gaming tools, discussion boards, and the entire Oxford English Dictionary at our disposal with just a swipe of our hand. Yes, in the digital multiverse, we can have it all. Once you open up the proverbial Pandora's tablet, there's no turning off the binary light. The distance between the conveyor of information and the receiver is collapsing at an accelerating rate. As Nicholas Negroponte said as far back as 1995, if it is not on the net, it doesn't exist. Just the other day, I received in the mail a large reference book from Brill Publishers in Europe entitled Handbook of Religion and the Authority of Science. It is 924 pages and sells for over $300 new. Even though I contributed close to a 50-page article to this tome, I would never have bought the work myself unless they sent it to me gratis, since I was one of the contributing authors. Does it even make sense to charge that kind of money for a book these days when we can just as easily send it, without any manufacturing costs whatsoever, for free as a PDF file? I think not. Yet, why should we hold such information hostage to an antiquated system simply because we are bound by tradition? In addition, I can envision this same book to be infinitely more useful and applicable if it were an embedded text surrounded with all sorts of bridges and pathways to data that each of the essays touches upon. In my own article, I think the interested reader would not only benefit from seeing pictures and graphs and charts, but also by watching films that touch upon how science is advertised in certain new religions blossoming out of India. Imagine a book about 9/11 without pictures. Yes, I am not denying its usefulness, but I think the Chinese cliché that a picture is worth 1,000 words has more merit to it than Neil Postman and other media critics may wish to admit. As I often remark to my students, Socrates allegedly wasn't a great fan of books, since he felt that oral conversations allowed for a greater give and take, and that books were too permanent and too certain for their own good. Interestingly, I think Socrates was right. The harder and more expensive it was to put words into some material form, the more difficult it became to correct mistakes. In fact, the very notion of a book is becoming so transformed in the process that new words are needed to describe precisely what it is. Though I am hesitant to admit it, there is a tyranny to beautifully published books of earlier centuries. They tend to inherit an inflated status that is completely unnecessary and ultimately misleading. But today, with digital publishing and print on demand, when there is a correction to be made, we can do it with a simple keystroke. And with embedded texts on mobile devices like an iPad, hundreds, if not thousands, of interested readers can add to the book's import moment to moment with their own musings, creations, and even mashups. The result is the opposite of a static book. In fact, the very notion of a book is becoming so transformed in the process that new words are needed to describe precisely what it is. I'm not sure of what neologism to invoke, but I do know that the majority of my reading today is on my iPad. But I have noticed a different kind of reading experience than with a traditional book. With my tablet, I feel centered in the middle of a digital wonderland, almost as if I was in the core of an infinitely turning and adapting wheel that has innumerable photonic spokes bringing in and out electronic messages in a kaleidoscope of colored variations. My imagination, or my musings, or my questions, are now tethered to a global brain, which can, given the ever-growing electronic connections, provide me with continual adjustments or clarifications to whatever narrative I am presently engaging. Perhaps the book is finally morphing into its higher potential, something which was previewed in early manifestations but never fully realized because it took too long to actualize. The book was a precursor to hypertext with its notes, bibliography, and index. But how can one really follow a note if what was referenced resided in a library 30 miles away? Or how can one justifiably cross-reference a source if such is missing from one's personal library? The book of the future, the book that we are now getting glimpses of on Apple's iPad, is hypertext fully realized. Text, all images, all sounds, all films, all games, all interactivity at the speed of light and in the palm of our hands and in our visual and auditory fields. The book needs to be liberated from its material corpus and fly unencumbered at the speed of electrons. Yes, I still go several times a week and buy used books, especially if they are nicely bound or hard to find. Yes, I still love the feel and smell and binding of books. And yes, I will still surround myself with their multifaceted charms. But the truth is that books are furniture, and what we are discovering is that information in its quest for freedom doesn't want to be chained down to an elevated podium or locked behind cages in temperature-controlled rooms as if readers were nocturnal data thieves. Lest we forget, books are a particular repository of information, and tying such wisdom to one form and only one form, acting as if its early genealogy somehow grants it pride and privilege of place, is to neglect the real project at hand, which is that we wish to gain knowledge and wisdom. To echo Nietzsche, we have in our digital adventures killed the book. But in doing so, we are witnessing the resurrection of knowledge without pre-made boundaries. We are entering into the portal of Jorge Borges' famous Library of Babel, where every book with every permutation is housed in an indefinite and perhaps infinite number of hexagonal galleries. But unlike in Borges' fictional narrative, we don't have to visit this physical labyrinth. Rather, the entire world's evolving library is sitting on our lap just waiting to be touched. It is a multiverse calling out for our total immersion. Postscript. I didn't realize at the time when I wrote this piece that the bounded book would make a comeback. The popularity of digital books has leveled off. Paperbacks and hardbacks have come back into vogue. The reason for this is perhaps simpler and more obvious than we might at first suspect. We read off screens so much now, upwards of 12 hours a day, with snippets of news, curated articles, Twitter feeds, Facebook updates, email, etc., that we desire a break from looking at our smartphones or tablets or computers. Thus, the book serves as a respite from all that incessant digital activity. Yes, we have definitely changed our reading habits, and the screen has become our base. But this is primarily because we are reading bits and pieces. An old-fashioned book takes much more time, and because of that, it is seen as a welcome alternative to our constant clicking, pinching, and swiping. To be sure, ebooks are here to stay, but so are paper codices. This is similar, but to a much greater degree, with what has happened to CDs and the nostalgic movement back to vinyl records. Jules Alexander, one of the founding members of the famous rock group The Association, rightly critiqued me about the death of books when I first wrote this article, pointing out that books wouldn't disappear as quickly as I imagined. He saw what I didn't at the time. The simple use and utility of a book which doesn't depend on anything electronic and which doesn't vanish with a bad Wi-Fi connection. However, there is now a new contender on the market that has transformed how many choose to finish a book. Instead of reading it, now one can simply listen to it as an audio file. The audiobook market has grown by leaps and bounds in the past 40 years, garnering an astonishing 24% growth per year over the past decade. Joining this trend are long-form podcasts, which in some instances can range anywhere from 1 hour to 4. I was wrong. The book as we used to know it isn't dead. It is still alive and kicking. But, as I suspected but didn't clearly understand a decade ago, our way of reading has been transformed. We now spend much more time in front of screens gathering our information, even as we may revert back to the trusted paper-bound book when desiring a deeper and longer informational dive. Virtuality 7. It turns out that the killer application for virtual reality is other human beings. Build a world that people want to inhabit, and inhabitants will come. Charles Stross. The synthetic self, unlocking the genomics of consciousness, or how information theory is transforming science. Arguably, the key question that begs to be answered in our quest to understand consciousness is whether our self-reflective awareness can be algorithmically understood in terms of information theory, and thus is potentially substrate neutral, or is, as Sir Roger Penrose has long argued, the result of quantum biological processes which cannot, in principle, be computationally reduced. In the early 1960s, Dean E. Woolridge, a research associate at California Institute of Technology and a director of TRW, laid out in his now prophetic book, Mechanical Man, The Physical Basis of Intelligent Life, strongly posited that if the properties of consciousness can indeed be shown to be precisely determined in rigid cause and effect fashion by the physical state of the associated material, then conscious phenomena clearly belong to the subject matter of basic science. The unusual properties of consciousness, which make it seem so different from quantities which we think we understand better, do not disqualify it for inclusion. Indeed, if concepts had in the past been excluded from physics when they seemed too bizarre or hard to comprehend, there would certainly be no relativity or quantum mechanics today. As such, we are finally ready to make the same transition from metaphysics to physics that was set in motion for the other functions of the body in the early 1600s. It was not so long ago that many people, including some very eminent scientists such as Henri Bergson, believed that the secrets of genetics would never be revealed by biochemistry because there was something inherently non-reducible in life's coding system, which was likened to a form of supernatural vitalism. But this turned out to be spectacularly wrong when Francis Crick and James Watson discovered the double helix structure to DNA and how 4 basic building blocks, adenine, cytosine, thymine, and guanine, comprise the fundamental language in life's evolution. It is the reconfiguration of these letters as base pairs A, T, and CG which make up our genotypes and which in turn determine the elementary differences between a dolphin, a human, and a grain of rice. What may have seemed unimaginable in the early 20th century, unraveling the billions of lines of code of a human genome, is now viewed as relatively commonplace. Is it conceivable that the mystery of consciousness may also have an informational solution similar to the genomic revolution? Christoph Koch and Giulio Tononi believe that integrated information theory, ITT, is the key to finally understanding how consciousness arises from complex chunks of matter. In this view, even though self-awareness is constructed from immensely varied but connected data streams, what we experience in our consciousness is integrated, and thus differentiated parts come to us in a qualia gestalt. Hypothetically, this means that the amount of information that any system can compute at any given time is correlated to a conscious state. As such, this indicates that even though reductionism can indeed unpack the varying incoming data waves, the subjective experience of consciousness is experienced as a whole, and thus cannot be properly understood unless that totality is taken as a given. Another way of understanding this is that qualia may consist of any number of subroutines that contribute to its subjective character, but it is when those pathways conjoin which leads to an integrated sense of consciousness. Neuroscientist Giulio Tononi's Phi, A Voyage from the Brain to the Soul, summarizes it this way. Integrated information measures how much can be distinguished by the whole above and beyond its parts, and F is its symbol. A complex is where F reaches its maximum, and therein lives one consciousness, a single entity of experience. However, Koch and Tononi's integrated theory shouldn't be conflated with Ken Wilber's integral theory, since the former doesn't invoke a spirit or consciousness first principle, but rather focuses on how material complexity, the totality of specific informational patterns, is coincident with self-reflective awareness. As Koch illuminates, it's not that any physical system has consciousness. A black hole, a heap of sand, a bunch of isolated neurons in a dish, they're not integrated. They have no consciousness, but complex systems do. And how much consciousness they have depends on how many connections they have and how they're wired up. Though this may at first glance appear to advocate a top-down approach, it is more properly adjudicated as an informational scaffolding project, where very close attention is given to neural complexity and the vast material interconnections necessary that give rise to varying levels of consciousness. Thus, it is the level of integration, not necessarily the compositional strata of that integration, that gives rise to awareness. This then suggests that consciousness is substrate neutral, which means that all sorts of non-organic material could potentially reflect consciousness, including the internet. As Koch controversially admits, but according to my version of panpsychism, it feels like something to be the internet, and if the internet were down, it wouldn't feel like anything anymore. And that is, in principle, not different from the way I feel when I'm in a deep, dreamless sleep. John Searle, who has been a professor of philosophy at UC Berkeley for more than 5 decades and is famous for his contrarian views on how consciousness should be studied, finds Koch's panpsychism to be unpalatable. In a scathing critique in the New York Review of Books, Searle writes, "But the deepest objection is that the theory is unmotivated. Suppose they could give a definition of integrated and differentiated information that was not observer relative. That would enable us to tell from the brute physics of a system whether it had such information and what information exactly it had. Why should such systems thereby have qualitative, unified subjectivity? In addition to bearing information as so defined, why should there be something it feels like to be a photodiode, a photon, a neuron, a smartphone, embedded processor, personal computer, the air we breathe, the soil we tread on, or any of their other wonderful examples? As it stands, the theory does not seem to be a serious scientific proposal." Both Koch and Tononi, however, argue that their theory is open to scientific refutation and thus qualifies as a serious scientific endeavor, contrary to Searle's doubts. In a recent issue of Wired magazine, Koch was asked, "Is your version of panpsychism truly scientific rather than metaphysical? How can it be tested?" To which Koch responded, "In principle, in all sorts of ways. One implication is that you can build 2 systems, each with the same input and output, but one, because of its internal structure, has integrated information. One system would be conscious and the other not. It's not the input-output behavior that makes a system conscious, but rather the internal wiring. The theory also says that you can have simple systems that are conscious and complex systems that are not. The cerebellum should not give rise to consciousness because of the simplicity of its connections. Theoretically, you could compute that and see if that's the case, though we can't do that right now. There are millions of details we still don't know. Human brain imaging is too crude. It doesn't get you to the cellular level. The more relevant question to me as a scientist is, how can I disprove the theory today? That's more difficult. Tononi's group has built a device to perturb the brain and assess the extent to which severely brain-injured patients, think of Terry Schiavo, are truly unconscious, or whether they do feel pain and distress but are unable to communicate with their loved ones. and it may be possible that some other theories of consciousness would fit these facts. Interestingly, and perhaps more revealing than one might first suspect, the integrated informational approach has parallels, at least in part, with genomics and how complex DNA strands, when properly sequenced, give rise to organic life. As J. Craig Ventnor brilliantly illustrates in his latest book, Life at the Speed of Light, From the Double Helix to the Dawn of Digital Life, life is an information system. And only when each part of that code is properly aligned can an organic cell properly function. Even the tiniest of errors, where just one nucleotide is misplaced, can have catastrophic consequences. As Ventnor explained when trying to synthesize the M. mycoides genome, having established which segment contained an error or errors that did not support life, we sequenced the DNA once again, this time using the highly accurate Sanger sequencing method, and found that there was a single base pair deletion. If this sounds as trivial as writing mystique instead of mistake, equating nucleotides to individual letters is slightly misleading, in the sense that DNA code is read 3 nucleotides at a time, so that each 3-base combination, or codon, corresponds to a single amino acid in a protein. This means that a single base deletion effectively shifts the rest of a genetic sentence that follows, and hence the sequence of amino acids that the sentence codes for. This is called a frame shift mutation. In this case, the frame shift occurred in the essential gene DNA A, which promotes the unwinding of DNA at the replication origin so that replication can begin, allowing a new genome to be made. That single base deletion prevented cell division and thus made life impossible. The informational approach evolves out of reductionism, not in juxtaposition with it, and should not be conflated with vitalism or metaphysics. Is consciousness as an informational coding system defined by its integrated sets of computational interactions, similar to genomics, where the real emphasis must be on how individual parts, be it neurons or nucleotides, combine and reconfigure to give birth to integrated complexes, be it a living cell or a conscious entity? Interestingly, Ventnor and his scientific team have discovered by their painstaking and labor-intensive efforts that life itself may also be substrate neutral, since they have successfully created the first synthetic life form. This breakthrough was only possible, though, by using sophisticated computer technology to digitally map out the complex coding inherent in tiny cells with simpler genomes, such as the 582,970 base pair M genitalium. Of course, Ventnor and his team would never have even started, much less succeeded in their experiments, unless Watson and Crick had first unraveled the double helix structure to deoxyribonucleic acid, the basic building block to all life as we know it on this planet. Hence, even the most integrated of circuits must first be understood by unmasking its most fundamental parts. This holds whether one is compiling the Oxford English Dictionary with its 26 letters from A to Z, developing the rudiments of computer processing, resting as it does on a binary number system, or making a wood-fired pizza, dependent as it is on a preconceived list of ingredients. Thus, and contrary to popular misconceptions, the informational approach, whether in genetics or neuroscience, evolves out of reductionism, not in contradistinction with it, and should not be conflated with vitalism or metaphysics. As Ventnor explains, DNA was the software of life, and if we changed that software, we changed the species, and thus the hardware of the cell. This is precisely the result that those yearning for evidence of some vitalistic force feared would come out of good reductionist science, of trying to break down life and what it means to be alive into basic functions and simple components. Our experiments did not leave much room to support the views of the vitalists or of those who want to believe life depends on something more than a complex composite of chemical reactions. Likewise, Christoph Koch, who worked for years with Francis Crick on consciousness, Crick in 1994 dedicated his ultimate reductionist manifesto, The Astonishing Hypothesis, to Koch, and who was for many years a professor of biology at Caltech, hasn't abandoned reductionism simply because he strongly believes in Tononi's phi and the way of integrated information. On the contrary, Koch recently resigned from Caltech to take up his current position as Chief Scientific Officer of the Allen Institute for Brain Science in Seattle, Washington, where, among other projects, he focuses on studying the neural correlates necessary for human consciousness. A cursory survey of the Institute's sponsored publications should assuage any fears one may have that a phi approach is incompatible with inter-theoretic reductionism. It should also be noted that informational theory, besides now being elemental in genomics and neuroscience, is also championed by physicists as a fundamental way of understanding the quantum universe. As Seth Lloyd explained in his now classic tome, Programming the Universe is made of bits. Every molecule, atom, and elementary particle registers bits of information. Every interaction between those pieces of the universe processes that information by altering those bits. That is, the universe computes, and because the universe is governed by the laws of quantum mechanics, it computes in an intrinsically quantum mechanical fashion. Its bits are quantum bits. The history of the universe is, in effect, a huge and ongoing quantum computation. The universe is a quantum computer. If such is true, then what we are witnessing in differing scientific disciplines is how varying levels of computation, or information processing, evolve into sophisticated complex systems, ranging from the elements in the periodic table to mutating viruses and bacteria to self-conscious animals to artificial intelligence guided by digital software. The implications of this underlying informational approach, however, are mind-boggling, to say the least. What this portends is a holistic way of understanding matter and mind, not by appealing to mythic animism, but rather by studying how intersecting bits of information cohere and create replicating forms of intelligent organisms. Or, to put it more precisely, reductionism and integration are not dueling alternatives, but rather complementary pathways that necessitate each other. In genomics, Craig Venter predicts that in the future we will be able to transfer a complete digital blueprint via biological teleportation. When we read the genetic code by sequencing a genome, we are converting the physical code of DNA into a digital code that can be transformed into an electromagnetic wave that can be transmitted at the speed of light. The day is not far off when we will be able to send a robotically controlled genome sequencing unit in a probe to other planets to read DNA sequence of any alien microbe life that may be there, whether it is living or preserved. Already, Craig Venter has had his own genome sequenced and broadcast into space. This was only made possible because of the unique configuration of his DNA, which could be translated into a digital record. Because Venter's genotype sequencing, as such, was substrate neutral, it allowed for a binary informational upload. If evolving forms of consciousness, like all biological phenotypes, has an informational blueprint of their own, then it too can be uploaded and transferred digitally, provided that it is ultimately computational. In this scenario, self-reflective awareness is ultimately but one aspect of integrated information processing. This indicates that there can and must be a wide spectrum of differing internal states that correlate with complex chunks of matter, be it biological or digital. This is what is meant by consciousness being substrate neutral. As Koch elaborates, we live in a universe where organized bits of matter give rise to consciousness. And with that, we can ultimately derive all sorts of interesting things. The answer to when a fetus or a baby first becomes conscious, whether a brain-injured patient is conscious, pathologies of consciousness such as schizophrenia, or consciousness in animals. We may also be able in the future to do precisely what Ray Kurzweil and other futurists have long prophesied, which is to reverse engineer the human brain and then transfer that information algorithmically into electromagnetic waves with the possibility of reconstructing it into different mediums which are not as biologically brittle as the human body. Nevertheless, Sir Roger Penrose argues that consciousness may be the result of quantum properties and as such cannot ad hoc be reduced computationally, since there are non-algorithmic features inherent in the subatomic world. Others, such as the Nobel Prize-winning neurophysiologist Sir John Eccles, believed that the mind, or soul, was something quite distinct from the brain that housed it. As he stridently argued in Evolution of the Brain, Creation of the Self, I maintain that the human mystery is incredibly demeaned by scientific reductionism, with its claim in promissory materialism to account eventually for all of the spiritual worlds in terms of patterns of neuronal activity. This belief must be classed as a superstition. We have to recognize that we are spiritual beings with souls existing in a spiritual world, as well as material beings with bodies and brains existing in a material world. Yet Eccles' dualism has tended to be ignored by the general scientific community as a non-starter, since a soul theory by definition is metaphysical and not readily amenable to confirmation or refutation. As Patricia Smith Churchland argued in her recent book, Touching a Nerve, back to my wisdom tooth. Can the dualist match neuroscience's level of explanatory consilience regarding why procaine blocks pain? Not even close. A dualist could say, well, the procaine also acts on the soul. But how, even roughly, does that work? What does it do to the soul, especially if procaine is physical and the soul completely not physical? This dualist says nothing at all about mechanism. Consider the contrast with the neuronal explanation, which is all about mechanism. What is perhaps most exciting today about the scientific quest to understand consciousness is that so many avenues, even if contradictory, have opened up and been championed in various quarters. Whereas in the past, the subjective nature of human awareness was regarded as more or less a Skinnerian black box. Isaac Asimov, not surprisingly given his prophetic track record about most things scientific, captured the essence of informational theory when he analogized that selfhood was akin to a sandcastle on a beach. Yes, it is made of tiny grains of sand, but the architecture cannot be reduced to just one bit, since it is the totality of how those bits are compiled that makes all the difference. Alter those grains and you can construct a moat. Alter them again and you can reproduce a tower or an underground tunnel. Similarly, the self is the result of a vast network of intersecting bits of matter, including neurons, synapses, dendrites, axons, chemical electrical fluid, etc. Without those integrated neuronal switches, human consciousness, as we presently know it, doesn't manifest, just as the sandcastle doesn't appear without its constituent parts being intact. However, if consciousness, like its sand counterpart, is, in terms of informational processing, substrate neutral, then one could, if he or she so desires, reverse engineer its coordinates and complex intersections and reconstruct it anew in an entirely different medium, provided such reconstructions were digitally accurate. We have already seen what this new, brave new world of information processing has done, and will continue to do in the world of genomics. Since we have already created synthetic cells based on DNA coding, one can only wonder if in the not-so-distant future whether scientists will be able to construct a truly synthetic self. As Seth Lloyd concludes about the universe at large, the primary consequence of the computational nature of the universe is that the universe naturally generates complex systems, such as life. Although the basic laws of physics are comparatively simple in form, they give rise, because they are computationally universal, to systems of enormous complexity. Virtuality 8. As the Internet of Things advances, the very notion of a clear dividing line between reality and virtual reality becomes blurred, sometimes in creative ways. Jeff Mulgan. You are probability, exploring the universe as a mathematical superstructure. Mathematics takes us into the region of absolute necessity, to which not only the actual word, but every possible word must conform. Bertrand Russell. As I glance around the room, I notice that after lecturing for an hour and 45 minutes straight on quantum theory, desultory decussation, and Wolfram's new kind of science, I see a Krispy Kreme donut glaze descend over a few of my students' eyes. The fantastic implications of chance and necessity, to echo the title of biologist Jacques Monod's famous 1970s book, appears either to have gone over their heads or, more likely, seems of little practical consequence in their day-to-day lives. I then try to draw out more clearly how understanding probability can radically alter how one views life. Imagine in this moment that you have a California lottery scratcher ticket, and as you systematically scratch off your numbers and their adjoining prizes, you realize in the middle of class that you have won a mega jackpot of $5 million. What would you do? I suspect that most of my students would stand up and leave the room there and then. One thing is for sure, however, it would wake them up and give them a huge and intoxicating adrenaline rush. The winning student might later ruminate about his or her good fortune and reflect upon how lucky they were, given the astronomical odds against them, 1 in 2,400,000, in securing that particular ticket. I give this illustration to my students because a winning lottery number exponentially pales in comparison to the odds against them being alive and breathing, even if they nod off a bit here and there at this very juncture in history. But in order to appreciate the anomaly of one's existence, it is necessary to get a deeper understanding of the theory of large numbers. The very fact that you are alive listening to this essay is beyond any moneyed lottery you will ever enter. Just think of your father's sperm as a starting off point. A usual male produces about 100 million sperm per ejaculation. Only one of those sperm will survive the arduous journey to its terminal apex. How many sperm does a male produce in, say, an 80-year lifespan? No precise count is possible since it varies with each individual, but one can roughly estimate the number to be around 500 billion. If your own father had 5 children, this would mean that just in terms of sperm, you are a 1 in 100 billion winner. Couple this with the rarity of your mother's egg, of the nearly 500,000 follicles where only about 400 or so will become viable, and the very fact that you are alive listening to this essay is beyond any moneyed lottery you will ever enter. But this is only an infinitesimally small fraction of the monumental odds against you being here, since one has to factor in all the preceding ancestors who came before. Roughly speaking, and depending on how many children were sired, the odds of 1 in 100 billion doubles every generation. So that if you trace your lineage back to Africa 85,000 years ago, the odds become ever more daunting. This, too, of course, is but a smidgen when one realizes that each of us trace our evolutionary past from humans to single-cell organisms, a journey stretching back to the origins of life on this planet some 4.5 billion years ago. And even this is only 1/3 of the story, since the atoms that comprise us have their basis in a history that is nearly 14 billion years old. A visual infographic entitled "What Are the Odds?", which has gone viral on the internet, puts the number against you being alive right now as innumerably greater than all the particles in the universe. This has led erstwhile sober scientists to theorize that the universe appears to be consciously designed with humans ultimately in mind. Naturally, such statistical comparisons can, from the very start, be misleading, given that we are already alive, and one can, if he or she so desires, do relatively the same odds for anything on terra firma, including the astronomical odds against the existence of that bottle of Coca-Cola your uncle drank last night. Yet, There is no getting around the fact that evolution is a universal version of the Hunger Games writ large. The survival of our distinctive genetic code over eons of time is a remarkable testimony to its fitness and adaptability. But what is even more remarkable is how much luck was involved in our temporarily resisting the second law of thermodynamics. In other words, regardless of whether we calculate the odds for a wild grain of rice, a bottlenose dolphin, or a Tibetan monk to live, even momentarily, on this third planet from the sun is a rarity enjoyed by a diminishing few. In sum, you are a probability avatar. It is as if, metaphorically speaking, we are the result of some cosmic poker game where all the players are blind and where the winning hand is both selected and randomly determined. Perhaps the universe is built upon a mathematical superstructure such that all we see around is the result of numbers and their relations fleshed out over time. Max Tegmark, currently a professor at MIT and a well-regarded cosmologist, argues that our reality isn't just described by mathematics. It is mathematics in a very specific sense. Tegmark defines his idea as the mathematical universe hypothesis, which implies that we live in a relational reality in the sense that the properties of the world around us stem not from properties of its ultimate building blocks, but from relations among these building blocks. Tegmark's idea is not new, even though how he formulates it certainly is, but has a long pedigree dating back through Plato and Pythagoras. One way to understand his view is to look at any smartphone today. Take, for instance, the iPhone 5S or its larger brother, the iPad Air. There are several levels to how they operate, but we usually only access the surface level, more commonly known as the user interface. However, such ease of use is predicated upon large chunks of code derived from long and painstaking computer programs, which most of us remain dutifully unaware unless we look a bit deeper and access directly the underlying operating system. Occasionally, as happened to me when I was doing rudimentary programming at UCSD back in my graduate school days, one can mess up a certain algorithm and some ungainly computer code will rear its head and be displayed on the screen itself. Thus, the illusion of seamlessness is broken, and one realizes, sometimes more often than one might wish, that under all the pretty pictures, movies, and fancy text, there are long and usually undecipherable strings of computational instructions. But there is an even more powerful subterranean level that most programmers never glimpse. This is where binary bits of electrical energy carry out their master's wishes in relational packets of off and on modes of behavior. How these electronic episodes behave, however, is geometrically prefigured by integrated circuits within ever-shrinking silicon chips. The iPhone 5S or iPad Air is magic to those of us playing on its oleophobic coating multi-touch Gorilla Glass. Most of us don't have a clue about what really makes these intelligent devices work. Analogously, Tegmark believes that physics reveals a projective world that is not what it seems. We experience the world around us through the 9 orifices of our anatomy. Yet this is merely topical and akin to the screen on an Apple or Android device, which we can only touch, but where its constituent core remains hidden from view. If the virtual reality of a computer projection is ultimately based upon unseen digital electronic nodes, is it really a stretch to imagine, as Tegmark suggests, a universe which is in truth mathematical in structure and which coordinates quite literally the emerging patterns we see around us? From a tree to an ocean wave to a baby's smile. As Tegmark remarks, when you look around you, do you see any geometric patterns or shapes? Try throwing a pebble and watch the beautiful shape that nature makes for its trajectory. The trajectories of anything you throw have the same shape, called an upside-down parabola. When we observe how things move around in orbits in space, we discover another recurring shape, the ellipse. Moreover, these two shapes are related. The tip of an elongated ellipse is shaped almost exactly like a parabola. So, in fact, all of these trajectories are simply parts of ellipses. There are many additional recurring shapes and patterns in nature, involving not only motion and gravity, but also electricity, magnetism, light, heat, chemistry, radioactivity, and subatomic particles. Is the universe the product of a mathematical skeletal schema, such that what we see around us is akin to a holographic projection that betrays its underlying geometric and numbered origin? While the scientific jury is still out on answering this particular query, it is interesting to note that we now have a sufficient series of telling analogies from our virtual lives, as expressed in our varying computational smart devices, to better understand the implications of Tegmark's MUH hypothesis. The theory that the universe is math made flesh is an instructive one, even if it only turns out to be part of a larger mosaic. We already know that Einstein's theory of relativity can only be properly understood within a geometric framework where gravity is geometry. Likewise, our deeper appreciation of quantum mechanics necessitates coming to grips with indeterminism and how probability plays an elemental part in how we not only measure the very small, but also how we alter it by our array of instrumentations. Bringing some of these ideas up to my students seems to have sparked them into a deeper appreciation of how precious life is, and how studying the theory of large numbers can awaken a keener perspective on why numeracy is just as important as literacy, particularly when calculating the near impossible odds against one's very existence. Tellingly, science seems to be confirming the ancient Gnostic and Indian view that the world we see around is an illusory one in the sense that it betrays its real origination. As Tegmark personally concludes, if my life as a physicist has taught me anything at all, it's that Plato was right. Modern physics has made abundantly clear that the ultimate nature of reality isn't what it seems. Virtuality 9. The incredible thing about the technology is that you feel like you're actually present in another place with other people. People who try it say it's different from anything they've ever experienced in their lives. Mark Zuckerberg. The remainder conjecture, driving science to the brink of an epistemological cul-de-sac. The following article is an excerpt from a larger visual presentation given at the International Conference on Quantum and Nano Computing Systems and Applications at the Dayal Bach Educational Institute in Agra, India. Professors David Christopher Lane and Andrea Grace Diem Lane, Mount San Antonio College, were invited to give the plenary presentations, along with Professor Mark Juergensmeyer, Director of Global Studies at the University of California, Santa Barbara, and Professor V.S. Satsanji, DEI, University of Waterloo, on a special forum on consciousness, integrating Eastern and Western approaches. The entire proceedings were filmed. Also giving plenary talks on the following 2 days were Professor Leonard Mlodinow, Caltech, and co-author with Stephen Hawking of the book The Grand Design, and Professor John C. Mather, Nobel Prize winner for his work on the Cosmic Background Explorer satellite, with George Smoot. A fuller report of the proceedings and some of the controversy certain talks generated will be forthcoming. This is the third part of a 5-part series. Also included are several original short films specifically created for this conference. I should say right from the outset that I favor a decidedly physicalist approach to the study of consciousness, and that I think those on a spiritual path are better served than they might at first suspect by those championing intertheoretic reductionism, even if such a narrow focus will not resolve the hard question of qualia and why we have self-reflective awareness. In this regard, I am advocating what I call the remainder conjecture, which stresses that we exhaust any and all physical explanations first before succumbing to what Paul Kurtz called the transcendental temptation, where we prematurely jump ship and opt for super-mundane explanations for erstwhile mundane events. This, of course, doesn't mean that there cannot be something that transcends our rational understandings, but only that the best way to show evidence for it is to make sure that physics, chemistry, and biology are insufficient to the task. Far too often in our rush for the transcendental, we accept anecdotes and claims that, given enough careful study and time, don't pass critical scrutiny. In other words, if something is genuinely beyond science's reach, it will invariably show up as a remainder. But if we are not skeptical enough, we can easily be duped and mistakenly confuse a sleight of hand magician's trick as a miracle. My own hunch is that the most fruitful avenue for the scientific study of awareness is to fully exhaust a physical explanation of it first. This does not mean, of course, that such an endeavor will be successful, or that consciousness is merely the result of a neural net, but only that if our efforts fail, we will be left with a most interesting remainder, which in itself will be highly instructive about the nature of awareness. More precisely, unless we fully option a materialist approach, we run the very real risk of prematurely optioning something as spiritual when, in fact, given better instrumentation and technical prowess, it may well have been the result of subtle neuronal discharges. The good news in advocating this conciliant approach is that if our self-reflective consciousness is ultimately non-physical, then our science will end up driving itself to the very brink of an epistemological cul-de-sac, and in the process reveal that which cannot be explained away. The materialist agenda, I suggest, should be fully embraced by those most engaged in a spiritual quest, since it is, ironically, the surest pathway to discover that which is immune to our rationalist inspections. Virtuality 10. There are as many applications for VR as you can think of. It's restricted by your imagination. John Goddard. Digital existentialism. In the future, you are AI. The acquisition of knowledge is defined, limited, and measured by distance. Yet, what happens when there is no lag time between what we desire to know and what is known? We are already witnessing the exponential acceleration of technological evolution to such a degree that in a few decades we will become the very AI Nick Bostrom, Elon Musk, and Stephen Hawking fear, but not in the exact form they predict. No, it isn't a superintelligence apart from ourselves that will transcend us into a Kurzweil-like singularity, but rather that we will become the very network itself. The next stage is already upon us, and its initials are AI, but it stands for augmenting intelligence. Just think, the smartphone in our hand today can access more information in seconds than all the computers in the world combined just 30 years prior. We are becoming forever tethered to the computational web that help us in every single aspect of our lives, from whom we date and mate to how we spell and write, to how we sing and compose, to how we drive and shop, to how we watch and listen, to how we think. The tomorrow of who we are can be glimpsed in the millions of applications that are downloaded daily to help us navigate our overlapping worlds of the virtual and the empirical. But that distinction between the two is an illusory one, which will be soon crossed when we become the very apps we seek, where that which we want and that which we can have are one and the same. All that we couldn't get from without, we will quite literally get from within, since in a multiverse of information, nothing is in short supply, and everything is ready for digital consumption. Except in our case, the line between upload and download will be forever blurred, and where we end and artificial intelligence begins will be meaningless. Everything we know will be literally turned inside out. We already are glimpsing such a destiny even now, as moment to moment we are sharing the most personal of details and pictures of our lives to strangers we have never met except in textual affirmations. No longer will we have to pretend to be the avatars we project. We may be bodily separated in the here and now, but in cyberspace, we will be the fused generation, where every desire and every whim is met instantly with its twin counterpart, absolute fulfillment. But therein lies the great transformation we cannot portend, sacrificing the limits of our humanity and what made us who we are for a future where nothing is breakable and vulnerable remains, since we have replaced our mortality and its fragileness for a photonic wonderland where space and time and their separation no longer have any meaning. The forbidden fruit is electronic, and we have already eaten it. The future will not so much shock as absorb us. We, the last remnants of a nature without intention, are becoming aware of a wholly new terrain, which also brings with it a terror of its own. Digital existentialism, where meaning and purpose are without direction, and where we are never alone. We sacrificed our privacy for never-ending company, and in return, we became the flickering screen that never shuts off. Virtuality 11. The next evolution of VR would be where you participate physically in that VR world, and not just sitting down. If you're a quarterback, you actually get to throw a football, and you can interface with the team. Nelson Gonzalez. Digital baptism and the impact of AI. In reading Elliot Benjamin's recent essay, Digital Existentialism or Human Existentialism, I can well understand how he could see my use of the term digital existentialism as oxymoronic. However, my purpose in utilizing these two terms in such an odd juxtaposition was to emphasize a future world where cyberspaces versus natural spaces become our daily habitat. In such a hypertext universe, there is no absolute meaning, particularly when almost anything is virtually possible. Thus, in this scenario, we, the augmented intelligence, must make our own meaning in such a digital landscape. This dovetails with the early origins of philosophical existentialism, where the individual's starting point is characterized by a sense of disorientation and confusion in the face of an apparently meaningless or absurd world. See Sartre or Camus' writings for more on this. But the world in the future is binary, and hence it portends something quite different in character than what Kierkegaard and his early 20th century successors confronted. It is for this reason that I wish to place the adjective digital before the noun existentialism, so to clearly demarcate what is in store for us. I agree with Elliot Benjamin when he writes, "We are talking about the essence of the deepest experiences of what it means to be human." Yes, but when the world turns inside out, quite literally so, then as humans, we are confronted with quite a different cosmology than what our ancestors confronted, even if both share a Camusian-like angst about what it all means. Our human nature is being tinkered with, even if we may hold out hope that it would be otherwise. Yes, I can appreciate and even applaud that Elliot Benjamin and others can and will continue to resist a complete digital baptism. But I think the hypertext tsunami is much larger than we might at first suspect. We are already seeing the impact of this growing tidal wave in our youth culture that live in an interactive game culture that is on 24/7. It is not that I wish to conceptualize our existential experiences in digital form, but rather that such digitization, like the analog world it succeeded, brings its own existential terror. When I concluded my essay with the metaphorically rich sentence, "We sacrificed our privacy for never-ending company, and in return, we became the flickering screen that never shuts off," it doesn't mean that this was some kind of blissful utopia. As we all know from our own experiences, we can be deeply alone in the midst of a large party. Facebook, just to take one illustrative example, hasn't necessarily made us less lonely, even if we are daily engaged in our friends' continual status updates. But this cyber medium does create problems of its own, which echo back to our own human condition, particularly when the old limiting rules, with their invariable time lags and frustrations, are blurred into an illusory cornucopia of whatever you want is fulfilled, even if only digitally. In a sense, we are becoming hyperhumans, and our desires and fears are becoming magnified in an accelerated turnstile, or, more accurately, at the perpetual mouse clicks of our left or right hand. The Indian rishis of old spoke at length about how the world is governed by Maya, sometimes defined as that which betrays its real origin. In the future, it would appear that Maya has taken on hypertext garb and has bewitched us with its innumerable World Wide Web promises. And yet, if we still retain some semblance of our human nature, or is that programming, a larger question looms. What purpose or meaning do our lives have in a universe created by zeros and ones? If, however, we transcend our initial given states and become transhuman, as some theorists predict, then it may well be that Elliot Benjamin is correct when he says, "At that point I must also say that I would no longer consider myself to be me, and whatever I would be would not be existential." But perhaps there is a sharp divide between augmenting intelligence and Nick Bostrom's superintelligence, where the former retains much of its human character, whereas the latter eliminates it in favor of pure computation, unencumbered by flesh-bound desires and needs. Walter Isaacson, author of the highly readable The Innovators, argues that the dream of pure artificial intelligence surpassing humans in all capacities has proven to be an elusive one, where promises of its fulfillment are invariably 20 years off. However, Isaacson believes that connecting humans with machines, the other AI, augmenting intelligence, is a deeply fruitful endeavor and has already paid dividends on a number of fronts, not the least of which is how we communicate with each other daily. It is a truism that humans are becoming cyborgs, and it has had a long history, from the rudimentary, such as Egyptians using wooden teeth, to the truly transformative, such as artificial heart transplants and neuron chip implants. Where this will ultimately lead, nobody precisely knows, except that both futurist camps, pure AI versus human connective AI, agree that it will alter the course of human interaction. Perhaps the best yardstick to see where our technology is heading is to see how disruptive it has been in our own lives and how it has taken over our leisure time. When I was a child of the 1950s and 1960s, we spent most of our time outdoors. While we certainly did watch too much television, those endless repeats of Gilligan's Island still haunt me to this day, the push was towards sports and interactive gameplay on a basketball court or a football field. Today, as any new parent knows too well, kids spend much more time indoors because they can play fantastic online games such as Minecraft, Counter-Strike Global Offensive, and League of Legends, all the while communicating in real time via audio and streaming video. If I was frustrated as a child not winning a baseball game, my two young sons show similar frustration when their Wi-Fi doesn't work properly. It is here where Marshall McLuhan's mantra looms large. The message is the medium, and vice versa. And hence, in those respective areas, so do our existential musings arise. This is what I mean by digital existentialism, and it seems that we are entering into a new frontier where the boundary lines of what it is to be human may indeed change, and with it, our ultimate concerns. But then again, it could well be that Nick Bostrom was right all along in his pregnant 2003 paper where he suggested that we may already be living in a computer simulation. If that is so, arguable as it at first may sound, then all human beings are already digital existentialists and have been so from the beginning of time. Or, should I say, since digital download from some unknown supergamer. Virtuality 12. The thing that excites me about these informational technologies is that I think we are going to be able to use virtual reality to show each other the insides of our own heads. Terence McKenna. The Avatar Project. How virtual reality is Ken Wilber's subtle realm incarnated. The astral plane has descended to terra firma. 22 years ago, when I was teaching at the University of London in the semester abroad program, my sister Kim and I got a chance to try out a virtual reality headset. We were in Leicester Square at a futuristic arcade and hoping to be mesmerized by promises of a newfangled technology. But alas, to no avail. We thought VR sucked, as it was so rudimentary as to almost be laughably bad. For the next 2 decades, I gave scant attention to the evolution of virtual reality hardware. However, when I was teaching at California State University Long Beach, CSULB, I heard rumors about a student who had somehow figured out the trick to developing a VR headset that even in its beta testing iteration was mind-blowing. I have tended to be a first adopter of all things technological, so I did more research and talked extensively to my oldest son, Sean, who is a full-fledged computer geek. We discussed the startup Oculus Rift, as invented by Palmer Luckey, the former CSULB student, and other prototypical devices being developed by the HTC Vive, which was my son's favored choice. But though I knew theoretically that such technology would be transformative, I hadn't experienced it directly, and thus was not yet a convert. All that changed, however, the day I tried Google Cardboard, a surprisingly simple, hard paper construction that looks at first glance as if it was made on the fly. As I put on the relatively cheap contraption, I was ready to be disappointed. But instead, I felt like St. Paul on the way to Damascus. I was shocked as I was teleported to another realm. Even though I knew Google Cardboard, which uses your smartphone as its fundamental hardware, was still a very primitive device, I immediately realized that the future I dreamt about decades ago had arrived, and that it was only going to get better. Much better. The implications of VR are more profound than we might at first suspect. Ironically, Ken Wilber, the controversial New Age philosopher, may be one of our best future theorists when it comes to all things virtual, even if we must ground his spiritually saturated cosmology down to terra firma. In an earlier article, Ken Wilber was right, the next stage is psychic. I wrote, Wilber has postulated that we have undergone a series of holonic adaptations, from magical to mythic to rational in our history. The next stage, according to Wilber, will be the psychic level. Ironically, what Wilber envisioned, a network of logical understanding that supervenes mere logic or rationality, a sort of meta-thinking, is already obvious via the internet and the web. Wilber was spot on, except that he didn't envision the psychic realm as being generated by the nuts and bolts of routers, cables, servers, computers, engineered software programming, etc., but had postulated something a bit more ethereal. In other words, Ken Wilber's model was correct in its insight, but wholly missing in its mechanics. In Wilber's hierarchical schema, the next level beyond psychic is what he refers to as the subtle realm. As he explains in his early books, this is a state of consciousness where all sorts of fantastic visions of light and sound occur, and where the mind can be enveloped into astral realms. Later, in a 2007 position paper on the subject, Towards a Comprehensive Theory of Subtle Energies, Wilber elucidates that, accordingly, as this awakening process begins and starts to mature, this wakefulness increasingly pervades all aspects of the waking state and begins to spill over into the dream state, rescuing them both from a half-asleep fog. As one then enters the dream state, one begins to lucid dream, to remain conscious, where the average person passes out or goes blank. What happens is that the dream state is being converted from unconscious to conscious, and thus it begins to yield all of its visionary, archetypal, subtle revelations. Moreover, and just as important, because you have made the dream state conscious to some degree, you have started to transcend it. It has ceased to enslave you. It is now object, not subject. You now embrace your dreams. They don't embrace you. Wilber's wording in the last sentence is both instructive and revealing. You now embrace your dreams. They don't embrace you. While I don't think Wilbur had VR headsets in mind when he postulated his subtle realm theory of consciousness, where dreams become conscious to an awakened psyche, the parallels between the two are unmistakable. In the mystical literature on the subject, accessing the subtle realms usually entails deep meditation, which primarily includes sitting very still for long stretches of time and concentrating on inner lights and sounds until one consciously enters the awakened state. In virtual reality, the neophyte simply dons a headset and turns on the preset program, and then in a second or two finds himself or herself completely encased in a 3D wonderland. The former is achieved by dint of one's concentration, whereas the latter is accomplished by some remarkable feats of hardware and software engineering. Yet, both resemble each other in truly remarkable ways, from feelings of being out of the body to scintillating light shows to adventures across spatial landscapes. I myself have been a lifelong meditator and have practiced Shabad yoga for over 40 years. And though I am the first to admit that a meditative experience is different than a VR one, there's no question that they mirror each other in a number of ways, and that in the near future, it seems exceedingly obvious that anyone will be able to enjoy a simulated astral trip without resorting either to prolonged meditation or ingesting psychedelic drugs. And because VR is so easy, and here is a conspicuous pun, mindless, it will go viral throughout the human population, just as radio and television and the internet have done before. In a very real sense, we are downloading the astral plane, or more precisely, our idealized versions of it. It is truly an eye-popping experience to put on Google Cardboard with your inserted iPhone, touch a button, and then find oneself enveloped in a game such as In Mind, produced by the Russian company Nival, where one travels in a 3D brain mock-up, setting off and or correcting different firing neurons and getting deeper and deeper into the walls of fibrous architecture, while you sit still and your physical body goes nowhere. Add to this the very odd sensation of feeling as if you have no body and are encompassed in a completely different world where seeing 360 degrees is the norm. This particular VR voyage reminded me of Paramahansa Yogananda's first experience of cosmic consciousness, where he wrote, "My body became immovably rooted. Breath was drawn out of my lungs as if by some huge magnet. Soul and mind instantly lost their physical bondage and streamed out like a fluid piercing light from my every pore. The flesh was as though dead. Yet in my intense awareness, I knew that never before had I been fully alive. My sense of identity was no longer narrowly confined to a body, but embraced the circumambient atoms. People on distant streets seemed to be moving gently over my own remote periphery. The roots of plants and trees appeared through a dim transparency of the soil. I discerned the inward flow of their sap. The whole vicinity lay bare before me. My ordinary frontal vision was now changed to a vast spherical sight, simultaneously all perspective. Through the back of my head, I saw men strolling far down Raighat Road, and noticed also a white cow who was leisurely approaching. When she reached the space in front of the open ashram gate, I observed her with my two physical eyes. As she passed by, behind the brick wall, I saw her clearly still. All objects within my panoramic gaze trembled and vibrated like quick motion pictures. My body, masters, the pillared courtyard, the furniture and floor, the trees and sunshine occasionally became violently agitated until all melted into a luminescent sea, even as sugar crystals thrown into a glass of water dissolve after being shaken. The unifying light alternated with materializations of form, the metamorphoses revealing the law of cause and effect in creation. An oceanic joy broke upon calm, endless shores of my soul. The Spirit of God, I realized, is exhaustless bliss. His body is countless tissues of light. A swelling glory within me began to envelop towns, continents, the earth, solar and stellar systems, tenuous nebulae, and floating universes. The entire cosmos, gently luminous like a city seen afar at night, glimmered within the infinitude of my being. The sharply etched global outlines faded somewhat at the farthest edges. There I could see a mellow radiance, ever undiminished. It was indescribably subtle. The planetary pictures were formed of a grosser light. The divine dispersion of rays poured from an eternal source, blazing into galaxies, transfigured with ineffable auras. Again and again, I saw the creative beams condense into constellations, then resolve into sheets of transparent flame. By rhythmic reversion, sextillion worlds passed into diaphanous luster. Fire became firmament. VR is astral travel for nerds. Imagine what this technology is going to look and feel like in a decade. We will live so deeply inside these VR realms that telling the difference between what is real and simulated will increasingly blur to the point of meaninglessness. This is not hype, since what I glimpsed was quite literally a cardboard rendition of a future VR which will be exponentially far beyond anything we can presently imagine. And it is not a distant future, since in 2016 the market will be flooded with a whole series of VR products, ranging from Oculus Rift to Sony PlayStation VR to HTC Vive to Samsung Gear VR to Microsoft HoloLens to Fove VR to Zeiss VR1 to Avigant Glyph to Razer OS VR to Arcos VR headset to FreeFly VR headset. Ken Wilber's subtle realm, even if merely a replica of what he envisioned, is coming to a store near you. Keeping with my Wilbur analogies and metaphors, I can well imagine Ken arguing that VR and its attendant products is a sort of Atman project, where instead of actual higher-order realization of the subtle realm, which involves tremendous hard work and personal transformation, we create a mechanical substitute for it, mistaking the simulacra for the real deal. This may or may not be true, but I do think Wilber's understanding of the subtle realm as the next leap in our evolutionary journey, even if the actual technology behind it is the opposite of what he prophesized, can serve as a very useful roadmap of what virtual worlds lie in store for us. I have no doubt that with VR we will soon be witnessing an informational tsunami, the likes of which will swamp everything, from how we educate to how we doctor to how we entertain. If consciousness evolved as a virtual simulator to help us better insource varying survival strategies before outsourcing them, we can readily see that humans have now progressed to the point where we can actualize our imaginings in a real world. Simply put, our technology has finally caught up with our dreams, so that we can consciously inhabit what we could only before imagine. We are on the threshold of replacing our spiritual Atman project with an electromagnetically gifted avatar project, where arduous meditational practices are replaced with supremely easy VR headsets, so that we can transcend the limits of our physical bodies and fly unencumbered in mental wonderlands. Aldous Huxley was correct when he predicted that we would enter a brave new world, but it is a different kind of soma we will daily ingest than the one he anticipated. The drug of the future is virtual, and it is information without boundaries. Postscript. After this article was written, I have had the privilege of testing out various iterations of the Oculus Rift, Go, Quest, and Quest 2. There has been a shift and remarkable evolution in all things VR related. My oldest son, Sean, and I had a vigorous debate back in 2016 concerning when VR would be untethered from a high-end computer and become portable. We estimated that it would take about 10 years or so. We were wrong. It took just 4. We are at the very infancy of virtual reality, and it is only a question of time when the technology will be so good that it will be nearly impossible to distinguish that which is virtual from that which is natural. Of course, as David Chalmers, the noted philosopher from New York University, has pointed out in his book Reality Plus, VR experiences are real experiences. They just happen to be digitally constructed. I've already had experiences in virtual reality that seem even more real than my ordinary day-to-day experiences. One can only imagine how good such technology is going to get in a few decades from now. Virtuality 13. Cinema is a technologically mediated dream space, a way to access, a portal to the numinous that unfolded in the fourth dimension. So cinema became sort of a waking dream where we can travel in space and time, where we can travel in mind. This became more than virtual reality. This became a real virtuality. Jason Silva. The Books of Tomorrow, a virtual reality of a living library. I have seen and heard and touched the future of books. It happened just last night as I was playing with the family's Oculus Rift virtual reality headset. Although we were early adopters of the VR system, it was only when I played the game Waltz of the Wizard that I saw how books could be potentially experienced 5 to 10 years hence. Let me set the scene, especially for those who have never donned an Oculus or HTC Vive headset. You enter into a fully immersive 360 room, quite reminiscent of something out of Harry Potter's World of Magic, and there is a multitude of interactive options. As the official Steam download site explains, Waltz of the Wizard is a virtual reality experience that lets you feel what it's like to have magical powers. Combine arcane ingredients into a boiling cauldron with the help of an ancient spirit trapped in a human skull. Unleash creative or destructive wizardry upon a fully interactive virtual world. As my youngest son Kelly explained to me before I entered into the wizard's den, almost everything is interactive. The most impressive items, from chess pieces to crossbows to glowing globes to musical instruments to chairs to illuminated swords, can all come alive depending on which spell you cast and what ingredients you put into the center cauldron. Yet what struck me so forcefully, however, was when I happened upon a book that was floating in midair, and I reached out and grabbed it, bringing it so close that I could almost feel its binding. It looked as real as anything I have seen in graduate school at the UC Berkeley Library. Of course, I couldn't open it there and then, since it was merely a prompt, but this got me thinking, and then I had an epiphany about the books of tomorrow. I can see in the not-so-distant future, probably sooner than I imagine, where, with the latest iteration of a VR headset, one can enter a virtual library that can be designed to look like the globed and book-lined hall in Clementinum, Prague, or the huge reading room at the New York Public Library, or, better yet, Trinity College's old library in Dublin. It will be fully immersive, and one will feel the very presence of thousands of volumes, and then one can choose any book off the shelves, and as he or she opens the tome, a series of wonderful and magical options will emerge. Choose a very comfy chair and just read, or touch the page and listen to the narrator tell you its story. Or, more dramatically, let the text come fully alive and fully interactive, where one actually become part of the drama and witness all the characters as they unfold and develop via the storyline. You can even choose to be the main lead or any of the secondary characters, or, most tellingly, even the landscape itself. The book is now living, and it presents the reader with a cornucopia of alternatives, something completely unimaginable in years past. One will become the proceedings and become forever changed by the experience. Sounds like too much hype? I think not. We are merely at the threshold of what artificial intelligence and augmented reality can produce. 10 years ago, Steve Jobs introduced the iPhone and Jeff Bezos the first Kindle. For better or worse, these devices and their various clones have radically transformed how humans across the globe access information. What is happening now is what I call the great data seduction, where bytes dress up in all sorts of fancy garb in order to entice us to partake of their offerings. And in doing so, we become entranced in worlds upon worlds of differing minefields, each offering a new vision, a new sound, a new touch, and a new way to experience what was before more or less nakedly unadorned. I remember my students at CSULB being in awe when I first showed them Amazon's Kindle in 2007 and how it could download a book within 30 seconds and hold hundreds of books in its memory. Today, this seems quaint and a bit dated, since we don't even need to have hard drives to retain what we want, since the computing cloud follows us wherever we are. This reminds me anew of the comedian Stephen Wright's famous joke about how he had the largest seashell collection in the world. As he explained, "I have the world's largest collection of seashells. I keep it on all the beaches of the world. Perhaps you've seen it." As ironic and insightful as Wright's quip was decades ago, I never thought it could literally be true with books, and that they would be available wherever we happen to be. We now have at our fingertips not merely thousands of books, but millions of them. And we have a plethora of music, art, film, and other media at our beck and call. We live in an unprecedented time of informational overload, and thus the digital world evolves in ever-encompassing ways. Where once we simply read letters on clay tablets, on papyrus, or on thin sheets of wood pulp, in the future, the book will incarnate fully formed, like an all-powerful avatar ready to assume any form we desire, provided that it will capture our attention. Attention and time are in very short supply, and that is why virtual reality and augmented reality, even if we are Luddites who curse the postmodern age and its perpetual distractions, is our future. As Charles Dickens wrote in 1859, the same year that Darwin's On the Origin of Species was published, in A Tale of Two Cities, which also reflects almost to a T what we ourselves face when we are confronting our digital destiny, it was the best of times, it was the worst of times. It was the age of wisdom, it was the age of foolishness. It was the epoch of belief, it was the epoch of incredulity. It was the season of light, it was the season of darkness. It was the spring of hope. It was the winter of despair. We had everything before us. We had nothing before us. We were all going direct to heaven. We were all going direct the other way. In short, the period was so far like the present period that some of its noisiest authorities insisted on its being received for good or for evil in the superlative degree of comparison only. In closing, however, I must confess that what I saw in Waltz of the Wizard, a magnificent future for education, where storytelling allows for unexplored vistas and voyages, where we can, and this is ironic, while sitting in our chairs actually leave them and venture forth into Harry Potter-inspired regions where information is no longer tethered to the limitations of pen and paper. In the future, books will fly, and with them so will we. Quite literally so. Virtuality 14. It's too late, by the way, with virtual reality. You can't put the genie back into the bottle. Howard Rheingold. The greatest virtual reality headset in the universe, exploring where digital technology and AI is heading. This past week, I attended the 4th annual Oculus Connect conference in San Jose. It was primarily designed for game developers and programmers to get the latest information about the future of virtual reality. There was much discussion about the newest iteration of portable VR headsets, which are not tethered to high-end computers such as Oculus Go, coming out shortly, and Santa Cruz, the eventual, albeit a year or so delayed, successor to Oculus Rift. My oldest son, Sean, is fully immersed in VR, since he competes nationally in 2 popular esports, Unspoken and Echo Arena, where participants meet in virtual spaces and engage in strategic gaming. After listening to the impassioned keynote talk by Mark Zuckerberg, the founder of Facebook, wanting to have 1 billion people worldwide experience VR, it got me thinking about the future of digital technology and where artificial intelligence is heading. First things first, however, the absolute best virtual reality headset has already been made, and it weighs but 3 pounds, and every human being already owns one. It is our brain. While we may not think of our cerebral cortex as such, the fact remains that our brain virtually simulates the reality we experience moment to moment. It is the great transducer, transforming electromagnetic waves of energy into vivid bits of colorful, tactile, and auditory forms of information. We do not see our external world unencumbered, but as our bodily apparatus algorithmically filters and transforms it, using as its mechanism the various apertures of our body, from our eyes to our ears to our mouths to our noses. And within our skulls, we live in universes that our glorious wonder tissue manufactures, convincing us that our user interface is a transparency to our surrounding environment. Yet, even though my brain can conjure up all sorts of fantastic vistas, especially when dreaming and not being constrained by incoming data streams, it is severely constrained while in the waking state. This is because much of what we experience in the world is generated by rearranged atoms, and given the law of physics, we tend to be bounded by such limits. For instance, if I want to experience Paris, France, but live in Los Angeles, California, I have to spend a good sum of money to take a jet for 10 hours to do so. Yes, I can read a book about the romantic city or watch a film, but that can only lead me so far. I can definitely imagine what it would be like to go inside the Notre Dame Cathedral, but it will be lacking many pertinent details and will be missing that all-important ingredient, the feeling of being there, what is commonly referred to by VR developers as presence. This is perhaps why computer engineers are so intrigued and beguiled by virtual reality mechanics, since it can trick our brains into feeling like we are really there. Whether it be surfing in Tahiti or rock climbing El Capitan, or being in the middle of a basketball game having LeBron James slam dunk a ball right over your head as you try to defend against him. In the cosmos of atoms, Newtonian laws of position and momentum restrain us, the inhabitants of the Middle Lands. It is one thing to imagine creating a Disneyland theme park, quite another to actually brick by brick build one. But in a galaxy of informational bits, there are no restrictions, and it is for this reason that VR is considered so promising and so enchanting. I myself wouldn't have believed this back in the 1990s when I first donned on a VR headset, since, as I mentioned in a previous article, the Avatar project, I thought virtual reality sucked, since it was so rudimentary and off-putting to be almost laughably bad. But today, that has all changed, since the technology behind VR has advanced so much that one can actually feel teleported into different regions and be convinced that what is happening around you, even if digitally created, is truly happening. For instance, my wife Andrea was completely shocked when she donned on the Oculus Rift headset and traveled in her avataric costume to a remote cliff, only to find another person from Illinois using the same VR system sitting right beside her trying to strike up a conversation. What scared her was precisely what makes VR so powerful. It seemed real. While it is certainly true that virtual reality is still in its infancy, it doesn't stretch our credulity to envision how transformative it will be in 5 to 10 years hence. The Matrix-like implications are immense, particularly when VR is coupled with how fast artificial intelligence is evolving. It is little wonder, even if still contentious, therefore, why Elon Musk, founder of Tesla and SpaceX, is firmly convinced that we are not living in base reality, but a computational simulation engineered by an advanced species. What used to be only in the province of science fiction is now being actualized on an almost weekly basis. One doesn't have to accept Ray Kurzweil's singularity or Nick Bostrom's superintelligence hypothesis to realize that the digital future that awaits us is an altogether different beast than we can accurately imagine. Here, some context may be helpful. In the late 1960s, after Stanley Kubrick's movie 2001: A Space Odyssey was released, my father Warren, a highly educated lawyer, well-trained in mathematics and the sciences, categorically told me that a computer, no matter how advanced, will never beat a grandmaster in chess. Well, my father was wrong. Just 3 decades later, the premier chess master in the world, Garry Kasparov, was beaten by an IBM computer poetically named Deep Blue. This past year, AlphaGo, a sophisticated computer program developed by Google's DeepMind, beat 18-time world champion Lee Sedol, at the extraordinarily complex game Go, an unexpected outcome since many scientists predicted it would take another 5 or 10 years for a computer to achieve such mastery. But the most shocking news to rock the AI community happened this past week when it was announced that a new version of AlphaGo Zero beat its predecessor in head-to-head Go competition, a mind-boggling 100-0. As The Guardian explains, Google's artificial intelligence group DeepMind has unveiled the latest incarnation of its Go playing program, AlphaGo, an AI so powerful that it derived thousands of years of human knowledge of the game before inventing better moves of its own, all in the space of 3 days. Named AlphaGo Zero, the AI program has been hailed as a major advance because it mastered the ancient Chinese board game from scratch, and with no human help beyond being told the rules. In games against the 2015 version, which famously beat Lee Sedol, the Korean Grandmaster, in the following year, AlphaGo Zero won 100-0. The feat marks a milestone on the road to general-purpose AIs that can do more than thrash humans at board games. Because AlphaGo Zero learns on its own from a blank slate, its talents can now be turned to a host of real-world problems. The implications of this development cannot be understated, since the law of accelerating returns allows synthetic intelligence to grow at an exponential rate. One of the ways to envision how this law works is to imagine placing a piece of candy, let's use one M&M for our example, and placing it on the first square of a game board that has 15 other squares. Now, for each square after the first, you double the amount of M&Ms. What is astounding is how quickly the amount of M&Ms increase. At 16 squares, you have 64,536 pieces of candy. Now, if you have 300 spaces and are doing the same doubling on each square, the number of M&Ms is beyond imagination. At 2 novemvigintillion, 37 octovigintillion, 35 septenvigintillion, 976 sextvigintillion, 334 quinvigintillion, 486 quattuorvigintillion, 86 trivigintillion, 268 duovigintillion, 445 unvigintillion, 688 vigintillion, 409 novemesodillion, 378 octodecillion, 161 septendecillion, 51 sexdecillion, 468 quindecillion, 393 quattordecillion, 665 tridecillion, 936 duodecillion, 250 undecillion, 636 decillion, 140 nonillion, 449 octillion, 354 septillion, 381 sextillion, 299 quintillion, 763 quadrillion, 336 trillion, 706 billion, 183 million, 397,376. Or, put another way, by the time you have reached the 300th square, you could replace every atom in the universe with a piece of M&M candy. What this means, when applied to technology, is obvious, since every year, if not months, digital devices get more powerful and cheaper. The smartphone in our pocket is thousands of times more capable than all the NASA computers that got the first man on the moon back in 1969. When this type of AI is married to digital gadgets such as VR, the possibilities are quite literally mind-blowing and unlimited. No wonder Elon Musk and others believe that we live in an illusory reconstruction, despite recent quantum experiments that suggest otherwise. The ironic twist in our rapid development of all things virtual is that we are outsourcing what before we could only insource. In sum, we are creating the digital means by which we can live out what we could only before dream and fantasize about. But in developing smart machines that produce such synthetic architecture, we run the very real risk of having artificial architects with goals that don't align with our own. There was not much discussion at the Oculus 4 conference on the dangers of AI being coupled with VR, primarily because these are early days for this newfangled technology. But given what AlphaGo has been able to accomplish in such a short period of time, it gives one pause, since we may be on the threshold of advancing algorithms that are far beyond our ability to either understand or control them. As David Meyer for Fortune magazine opined, while it sounds like some sort of soda, AlphaGo Zero may represent as much of a breakthrough as its predecessor, since it could presage the development of algorithms with skills that humans do not have. The very last 8 words, algorithms with skills that humans do not have, should give us a ponderous shudder. As Yuval Noah Harari warns in his review of MIT professor Max Tegmark's latest book, Life 3.0, if you hear a scenario about the world in 2050 and it sounds like science fiction, it is probably wrong. But if you hear a scenario about the world in 2050 and it does not sound like science fiction, it is certainly wrong. Finally, what impressed me most at the Oculus 4 conference wasn't about VR headsets, but human ingenuity and our ability to draft a future the likes of which we cannot accurately predict. We don't really like the world we were born into, and thus have tried to alter it in a myriad of ways. The threshold before us now is a dividing line, since we have evolved from slowly moving atoms with our multifarious tools to moving bits at the speed of light. Are we the progenitors of a new kind of species, a new kind of intelligence, which will supersede our cranial capacities to understand their own self-made trajectories? Our own personal VR headsets, our brains, have enabled us to construct synthetic devices that can digitally actualize what we could only before imagine. But did we ever dream that our hallucinogenic reveries would assume avataric garb and evolve independently from us? Of course, the skeptics among us may argue that we can simply unplug the electronic brain and never be scared of a Matrix-like scenario where we humans get imprisoned by a holographic wonderland while at the same time being parasitically juiced for our humanoid energies. Yet, aren't we already there to some measure, addicted as we are to our flickering screens that we obsessively consult minute by minute for the latest informational hit? What happens when we fuse our brains with VR and AI? Are we birthing a new kind of species or a new kind of cyborg? I remember in a not-so-distant past when nobody had a smartphone. Do we really think we are going to reverse course and become techno-Luddites in our revolt against the grid? I think not. Our future is virtual, and fight and resist as much as we want, the digital landscape is going to consume us. This isn't a prophecy, as it has already happened. We just didn't realize how quick the transition would be. Virtuality 15. Virtual reality is a self-created form of chosen reality. Therefore, it exists. Joan Lowry Nixon. The Golden Globes, the reality, non-reality of out-of-body experiences. With guest appearances by Richard Feynman, John Lilly, Sri Ramakrishna, Baba Fakir Chand, Terence McKenna, and Sam Harris. Richard Feynman is well known and well regarded for his contributions to quantum electrodynamics, QED, for which he won a Nobel Prize in Physics in 1965, along with Shinichiro Tomonaga and Julian Schwinger. But what may come as a surprise to those not conversant with his life and work is that Richard Feynman was also deeply interested in out-of-body experiences and became adept at it after becoming acquainted with John Lilly, a pioneer in the field of dolphin research who had developed sensory deprivation tanks in the 1950s. Despite becoming friends, Feynman and Lilly parted company with each other over how best to interpret inner experiences while out of the body. Feynman argued that all such phenomena were hallucinatory in nature, where Lilly felt that they revealed something far beyond the rational mind and the restrictive limits of empirical science. Richard Feynman recalls how he first met John Lilly. I used to give a lecture every Wednesday over at Hughes Aircraft Company, and one day I got there a little ahead of time and was flirting around with the receptionist, as usual, when about half a dozen people came in, a man, a woman, and a few others. I had never seen them before. The man said, "Is this where Professor Feynman is giving some lectures?" "This is the place," the receptionist replied. The man asked if his group can come to the lectures. "I don't think you'd like 'em much," I say. "They're kind of technical." Pretty soon the woman, who was rather clever, figured out, "I bet you're Professor Feynman." It turned out the man was John Lilly, who had earlier done some work with dolphins. He and his wife were doing some research into sense deprivation and had built some tanks. "Isn't it true that you're supposed to get hallucinations under those circumstances?" I asked excitedly. "That is true indeed. I had always had this fascination with the images from dreams and other images that come to the mind that haven't got a direct sensory source, and how it worked in the head, and I wanted to see hallucinations. I had once thought to take drugs, but I got kind of scared of that. I love to think, and I don't want to screw up the machine. But it seemed to me that just lying around in a sense deprivation tank had no physiological danger. So I was very anxious to try it. I quickly accepted the Lilly's invitation to use the tanks, a very kind invitation on their part, and they came to listen to the lecture with their group. While Feynman took up Lilly's offer, he resisted the mystical overlay that surrounded the deprivation tank hoopla, calling such mystic hokey-pokey, wick-wack things, and most curiously, all kinds of gorp. Yet Feynman found his experiences deeply fascinating and enriching, despite his skeptical interpretations. With repeated sessions in the saltwater tank, he became adept at leaving his body and experiencing all sorts of intriguing phenomena. As Feynman recounts, "I had many types of out-of-the-body experiences. One time, for example, I could see the back of my head with my hands resting against it. When I moved my fingers, I saw them move. But between the fingers and the thumb, I saw the blue sky." Of course, that wasn't right. It was a hallucination. But the point is that as I moved my fingers, their movement was exactly consistent with the motion that I was imagining I was seeing. The entire imagery would appear and be consistent with what you feel and are doing, much like when you slowly wake up in the morning and are touching something and you don't know what it is, and suddenly it becomes clear what it is. So the entire imagery would suddenly appear, except it's unusual in the sense that you usually would imagine the ego to be located in front of the back of the head, but instead you have it behind the back of the head. Throughout it all, Feynman remains the scientific skeptic, even as he becomes increasingly disoriented by what occurs while experiencing an OBE. He also continually attempts to differentiate what is happening from mere dreaming. Feynman elaborates, "One of the things that perpetually bothered me psychologically while I was having a hallucination was that I might have fallen asleep and would therefore be only dreaming. I had already had some experience with dreams, and I wanted a new experience. It was kind of dopey because when you're having hallucinations and things like that, you're not very sharp. So you do these dumb things that you set your mind to do, such as checking that you're not dreaming. So I perpetually was checking that I wasn't dreaming by, since my hands were often behind my head, rubbing my thumbs together back and forth, feeling them. Of course, I could have been dreaming that, but I wasn't. I knew it was real. After the very beginning, when the excitement of having a hallucination made them jump out or stop happening, I was able to relax and have long hallucinations." Notice that Feynman never actually believes that his experiences are anything more than fantastic, even if extraordinarily lucid hallucinations, a word he uses repeatedly when describing his exteriorizations. Because of this dismissive attitude, Lilly reprimanded Feynman in a letter and accused him of being non-scientific. As I wrote in The Neural Paradox, interestingly, when John Lilly had mystical experiences of what he perceived as otherworldly beings in his sensory deprivation tank after taking mind-altering drugs such as ketamine, he argued strongly for their ontological objectivity. Whereas Richard Feynman, the Nobel Prize winner in physics for his work on quantum electrodynamics, who had similar experiences as Lilly, they were friends, labeled his out-of-body excursions as hallucinations. Feynman's categorical dismissal miffed Lilly, who then criticized him in a personal letter with the terse rebuttal, "You stopped being a scientist the instant you said that word, hallucination." Feynman countered Lilly's assertion by pointing out that whatever out-of-body experiences he was having, and Feynman recalls becoming very good at, didn't correlate to the outside world, even when undergoing the dissociation he thought they did. It was for this reason that he tried to convince Lilly that the imagination that things are real does not represent true reality. If you see Golden Globes or something several times and they talk to you during your hallucination and tell you they are another intelligence, it doesn't mean they're another intelligence. It just means that you have had this particular hallucination. I believe there's nothing in hallucinations that has anything to do with anything external to the internal psychological state of the person who's got the hallucination. Feynman's critique of Lilly, as previously outlined, can be codified in just one of his sentences when he writes, "If you see Golden Globes or something several times and they talk to you during your hallucination and tell you they are another intelligence, it doesn't mean they're another intelligence. It just means that you have had this particular hallucination." Feynman's skepticism may cause disbelieving cackles among those who believe that what is experienced while having an OBE is something more than phantasmagoria. Yet, could Feynman's hallucinatory hypothesis hold true for religious visions in general? This got me to thinking of how a visionary mystic such as Sri Ramakrishna would respond to someone like Feynman, since the Bengali saint had visions weekly, if not daily, during his lifetime. As the Gospel of Sri Ramakrishna tells the story, but he did not have to wait very long. He has thus described his first vision of the mother. "I felt as if my heart were being squeezed like a wet towel. I was overpowered with a great restlessness and a fear that it might not be my lot to realize her in this life. I could not bear the separation from her any longer. Life seemed to be not worth living. Suddenly my glance fell on the sword that was kept in the mother's temple. I determined to put an end to my life. When I jumped up like a madman and seized it, suddenly the Blessed Mother revealed herself. The buildings with their different parts, the temple, and everything else vanished from my sight, leaving no trace whatsoever. And in their stead, I saw a limitless, infinite, effulgent ocean of consciousness. As far as the eye could see, the shining billows were madly rushing at me from all sides with a terrific noise to swallow me up. I was panting for breath. I was caught in the rush and collapsed unconscious. What was happening in the outside world I did not know, but within me there was a steady flow of undiluted bliss, altogether new, and I felt the presence of the Divine Mother." On his lips when he regained consciousness of the world was the word mother. Would the latest findings in neuroscience disabuse Ramakrishna of spiritual ecstasies, since manifestations of Kali, the Divine Mother, were actually the result of his undiagnosed temporal lobe epilepsy and not divine revelations, as he so ardently believed? Or is such undiagnosed medical reductionism going too far? It is one of those curious coincidences that prop up now and then when studying the lives of great men and women that the year Sri Ramakrishna died, 1886, is the same year that another intense visionary in India, Baba Fakir Chand, was born. While Ramakrishna died when he was only 50 years old, Fakir lived until he was 95. Yet what they both had in common was the remarkable ability to have spiritual visions almost at will. The fundamental difference, however, is that Fakir came to believe all that such experiences were projections of his own mind and were in themselves illusory. He, like Feynman, didn't think such images were real. As Fakir explains in his revealing book, The Secret of Secrets, "My form manifests in America, Africa, and in different parts of India, but I remain ignorant about it. Even I remain unaware of the persons who meditate on my form. I have removed this mask of fancy, whereas some other gurus and religious heads take undue advantage of this myth from their ignorant followers. I do not blame the religious heads and these gurus, because the followers too feel flattered by this loot and they do not want to get rid of this illusion. Researchers such as John Lilly and Terence McKenna have long argued that dismissing inner experiences, whether by ingesting psychedelics or by meditation, as merely hallucinations misses the larger issue and prematurely downplays their potential significance. As McKenna argues, all these themes are woven around DMT, possibly because DMT creates a microcosm of this very shift of epochs in the experience of a single individual. It seems to lift the perceiving mind out of the confines of ordinary space and time and gives a glimpse of the largest frame of being possible. When Plato remarked that time is the moving image of eternity, he made a statement every voyage into the DMT space reinforces. Like the shift of epoch called the apocalypse and anticipated by religious hysterics, DMT seems to illuminate the regions beyond death. And what is the dimension beyond life as illuminated by DMT? If we can trust our own perceptions, then it is a place in which thrives an ecology of souls whose stuff of being is more syntactical than material. It seems to be a nearby realm inhabited by eternal elfin entelechies, made entirely of information and joyous self-expression. The afterlife is more Celtic fairyland than existential non-entity. At least, that is the evidence of the DMT experience. The problem with Feynman's categorical "it's all hallucinations" hypothesis is that it lacks nuance and can in itself prevent one from further exploring the borderlands of the mind. Even though Fakir eventually felt that all inner visions were illusory, he still persisted in meditating, since he found that he could have experiences beyond light and sound. Yet what caught Feynman's attention most was that his visions were invariably intertwined with what he had been thinking about previously. He also argued that we shouldn't confuse our imaginary voyages with reality. Apparently, in his discussions with Lilly, he didn't persuade him to his side, try as he might. Recalls Feynman, "One of the questions I thought about was whether hallucinations, like dreams, are influenced by what you already have in your mind, from other experiences during the day or before, or from things you are expecting to see. The reason I believe that I had an out-of-body experience was that we were discussing out-of-body experiences just before I went into the tank. And the reason I had a hallucination about how memories are stored in the brain was, I think, that I had been thinking about that problem all week. I had considerable discussion with the various people there about the reality of experiences. They argued that something is considered real in experimental science if the experience can be reproduced. Thus, when many people see golden globes that talk to them time after time, the globes must be real. My claim was that in such situations, there was a bit of discussion previous to going into the tank about the golden globes. So when the person hallucinating, with his mind already thinking about golden globes when he went into the tank, sees some approximation of the globes, maybe they're blue or something, he thinks he's reproducing the experience." Fakir would agree with Feynman that religious visions are the product of previously undigested experiences we have in the waking state, which get astrally magnified when we alter our state of consciousness. For instance, Fakir once had a most remarkable vision of his eventual guru, Maharishi Shiv Brat Lal, before ever meeting him. In his vision, he even received the correct address to his guru's ashram and began writing him monthly. Initially, Fakir was convinced that this extraordinary experience was a miracle, since he saw and learned things that were completely new to him. However, years later, Fakir thought more deeply about the subject and came to believe that he must have come upon Shiv Brat Lal's picture and address days or weeks before his visions, and unconsciously incorporated such into his startling religious perception. Fakir's explanation actually makes sense in light of the fact that Shiv Brat Lal was a prolific writer and had published a number of books and magazines that were widely circulated. Sam Harris, the noted author and neuroscientist, severely critiqued Dr. Ibn Alexander for alleging that he had proof that heaven exists because he had an NDE that convinced him of it. As Alexander vividly describes it, as cited by Harris in his article, "This Must Be Heaven," I was a speck on a beautiful butterfly wing, millions of other butterflies around us. We were flying through blooming flowers, blossoms on trees, and they were all coming out as we flew through them. There were waterfalls, pools of water, indescribable colors, and above, there were these arcs of silver and gold light and beautiful hymns coming down from them. Indescribably gorgeous hymns. I later came to call them angels, those arcs of light in the sky. I think that word is probably fairly accurate. Then we went out of this universe. I remember just seeing everything receding, and initially I felt as if my awareness was in an infinite black void. It was very comforting, but I could feel the extent of the infinity, and that it was, as you would expect, impossible to put into words. I was there with that divine presence that was not anything that I could visibly see and describe, and with a brilliant orb of light. They say there were many things that they would show me, and they continued to do that. In fact, the whole higher dimensional multiverse was this incredibly complex, corrugated ball, and these lessons coming into me about it. To wit, Harris then goes on to cite Terence McKenna's own experience under DMT, pointing out the obvious similarities between the two and suggesting that Alexander has confused a neurological state for an ontological one. Writes Harris, Alexander believes that his E. coli-addled brain could not have produced his visions because they were too intense, too hyper-real, too beautiful, too interactive, and too drenched in significance for even a healthy brain to conjure. He also appears to think that despite their timeless quality, his visions could not have arisen in the minutes or hours during which his cortex, which surely never went off, switched back on. He clearly knows nothing about what people with working brains experience under the influence of psychedelics, nor does he know that visions of the sort that McKenna describes, although they may seem to last for ages, require only a brief span of biological time. Unlike LSD and other long-acting psychedelics, DMT alters consciousness for merely a few minutes. Alexander would have had more than enough time to experience a visionary ecstasy as he was coming out of his coma, whether his cortex was rebooting or not. Does Alexander know that DMT already exists in the brain as a neurotransmitter? Did his brain experience a surge of DMT released during his coma? This is pure speculation, of course, but it is a far more credible hypothesis than that his cortex shut down, freeing his soul to travel to another dimension. As one of his correspondents had already informed him, similar experiences can be had with ketamine, which is a surgical anesthetic that is occasionally used to protect a traumatized brain. There is no denying that humans have the capacity for extraordinary states of consciousness, regardless of how they are generated, but the contentious issue is a perennial one: how best to interpret them. Even though I tend to align myself with a more skeptical attitude to all such inner phenomena, sometimes the reductionistic approach can border on the inane, and what happened when Carl Sagan in Broca's brain tried to reduce near-death experiences to vague birth memories of one's obstetrician, apparently forgetting in the process that those undergoing cesarean birth report the same kind of NDEs as those born vaginally. Yet, intertheoretic reductionism can on occasion go too far and end up providing us with less, not more information about a significant event. While I applaud Feynman's skepticism, he was willing to do the experiment and willing to listen to contrarian ideas, lumping each and every OBE as a hallucination, even if somewhat accurate, can be misleading, especially since much valuable data can be garnered within such states about how consciousness works when deprived of incoming stimuli from the five senses. Lest we forget, our current waking state is also the direct result of our neural symphony, and though augmented by varying data streams, light, sound, touch, smell, etc., it too has hallucinatory features, as has been repeatedly documented in various studies in visual perception. As for myself, I have noticed that deep meditation can reveal aspects of the mind that cannot be so readily garnered in purely eyes open waking state. While such numinous encounters may tell me nothing about the world outside of my head, they do tell me much about how our consciousness works as a virtual simulator and how what we see and hear within can take on overwhelming certainty of its own. Perhaps the real danger is when we conflate our OBEs and NDEs with external realities, neglecting in the process that they may be distinct realms that needn't overlap, at least not epistemologically. I have often stressed in my college and university courses that the original sin of humankind wasn't necessarily taking a bite of the forbidden fruit from the tree of knowledge in the Garden of Eden, but rather when we mistakenly believed that our present, past, or future neural state actually revealed the real state of the universe. We are knowledge-bounded creatures who, for evolutionary reasons, have taken whatever current state we are in, as partial as it may be, as something whole and correct, and because of this, are caught within magical worlds of our own making, where image becomes reality and where effect becomes cause. I am not quite sure how we can get beyond this brain-generated impasse, except to realize that in the library of consciousness, there are multitude of potential states of awareness. All we have to do is open our mind to them and be sure not to exaggerate their reach. I believe there's nothing in hallucinations that has anything to do with anything external to the internal psychological state of the person who's got the hallucination. But there are nevertheless a lot of experiences by a lot of people who believe there's reality in hallucinations. Richard Feynman. Virtuality 16. Books are the original virtual reality. Marussia Dark. The future is virtual, and the virtual is now. Notes on the digital frontier. One of the greatest benefits I have received in teaching college these past 35 years is that students tend to be more current with what is the latest trend, for better or worse, in technology. For example, I got chided the other day by a bright student for comments I had made earlier in the year on the most popular of cryptocurrencies, Bitcoin. I don't exactly recall what I said, but I emphasized being cautious about investing in such things, as they are extremely volatile. I remember too well the tech bubble of the late 1990s and how many stock speculators ended up losing millions of dollars. The student then explained that she had bought Bitcoin at $3,000, despite my skeptical comments, and that it was now priced at $14,000 plus. See, Professor Lane, how wrong you were? I complimented her on making such a fast return on her investment, but again emphasized that she should expect ups and downs and to be careful with her earnings. Yet the student's larger point was that I was mistaken in my earlier doubts about Bitcoin and that she was happy she took the risk. I too was happy for my student's fourfold windfall, but I was much more pleased that she had learned an important lesson. Professors can always be potentially wrong, and students should never abdicate their own critical faculties to authority figures. Of course, it may well be that Bitcoin may sink from its current heights or rise much higher, but the greatest point is to think for oneself and take responsibility for the choices we make, and to weigh out the pros and cons about the information we receive. When I used to teach an upper division class entitled Science and Religion at California State University, Long Beach, I summarized in one sentence the key to critical thinking: the ability to admit to being wrong. As Karl Popper realized early on when comparing the theories of Marx and Freud with those of Albert Einstein, science should always have a no-escape hatch whereby one's hypothesis lives and dies on evidence and not merely posturing beliefs which can accommodate most any sort of disconfirmation. In sum, Einstein's theory of relativity is scientific precisely because it can be falsified. It can be shown to be wrong, whereas with much of Marxist and Freudian theory, nothing gets refuted per se, but rather ideologically spun away or justified. I bring this up as a preface, since being potentially wrong is why I find Jaron Lanier's 3 latest books, You Are Not a Gadget, Who Owns the Future, and his latest, The Dawn of the New Everything, on the cyber landscape to be so refreshing. Jaron Lanier is famous for creating the breakthrough video game Moondust in the early 1980s, which was designed for the Commodore 64 computer and which generated a lot of buzz in Silicon Valley for its artistic and musical overlay. He is also known for being one of the early pioneers of virtual reality, co-founding VPL Research in the 1980s. Although Lanier still works on VR as an interdisciplinary scientist at Microsoft, he is becoming increasingly well known as an acerbic critic of digital utopianism. He is particularly critical of Kurzweilian hype over the future singularity, and, most pointedly, on the addictive qualities inherent in social networks such as Facebook. He clearly saw how corrupting and disorienting the web would become if humans were allowed to be anonymous players who didn't face the consequences of their words or actions online. One of his most profound insights is how social networks tend to devolve into us versus them clan behavior, which lead, almost invariably, to increased polarization across a whole spectrum of associated interests, ranging from religion to politics to economics to ethnic relations. As Lanier lamented in his recent interview for The Verge, empathy can be turned to terrible ends because people behave like jerks when they turn into tribes or packs. The problem with the online world today is that to maximize engagement, you need to maximize emotional engagement, and the emotions that are most engaging are the negative ones. I think a lot of people perceive a sort of arc of improving empathy and ethics in civilization. Recently, it's been reversed. The Arab Spring turned into this terrible wave of terrorist nihilism. When women got together to try and improve their lot in the gaming world, it turned into Gamergate, which turned into the alt-right. Black Lives Matter preceded this normalization of racism and white supremacy that was just unthinkable a year before. All of these movements that are so social media-centric provide the fuel to the social media system. But to maximize the value of that fuel, it's routed into negative purposes. So the people who are the most irritated by whatever is going on that's positive are introduced to each other. The backlash is vastly more powerful than the initial attempt. My prediction is that Me Too will create some kind of horrible social event through social media in about a year. Yet, despite his contrarian credentials, he is a strong advocate of virtual reality and what it could do for human well-being, especially in developing deeper personal interactions in a whole host of imagined environments. 25 years ago, when virtual reality was first becoming widely publicized, I didn't think much of its potential, even though I did enjoy the futuristic graphics in the 1992 movie The Lawnmower Man, despite the fact that the plot was mostly Hollywood drivel. My pessimistic view of VR changed several years ago when I tried Google Cardboard, Oculus Rift, and other headsets. As I wrote in 2015 in the article The Avatar Project, I felt like St. Paul on the way to Damascus. I was shocked as I was teleported to another realm. Even though I knew Google Cardboard, which uses your smartphone as its fundamental hardware, was still a very primitive device, I immediately realized that the future I dreamt about decades ago had arrived, and that it was only going to get much better. My optimism about all things VR has only increased in the past couple of years. One of the chief reasons for this change in my attitude is seeing the potential of VR and what it could do for education, medicine, sports, and entertainment. Being able to virtually simulate a task before actually doing it is transformative, as anyone who has done VR surgery or aviation can readily attest. Yet, what has really drawn me into the future potential of all things virtual is watching my oldest son, Sean, become adept at playing a variety of VR interactive games, such as Echo Arena and Unspoken. Sean has gotten so good, in fact, that just 6 months ago, he won an all-expense-paid trip to New York City to compete in the first-ever Oculus Rift Unspoken tournament, sponsored by Microsoft Stores. Out of a field of nearly 1,000 competitors nationwide, Sean secured 4th place and a nice, tidy cash prize. This motivated him even further, and he practiced for months to win a trip to Oakland, California to compete in the North American Championships, where he made the finals and won 3rd place, winning $1,500. This, plus earning almost $50 a week for online competitions, meant he was more or less a professional cyber athlete in the newly emerging field of esports, where competitors worldwide play interactive video games such as Counter-Strike and PUBG for increasingly large sums of money. Before watching my son Sean play, I never even knew that such endeavors were so popular. I am told that Poland is home to the biggest esports happening on Earth, where each year gamers from around the globe compete for hundreds of thousands of dollars. In the city of Katowice, Poland, nearly 200,000 fans descend on the vast Spodek Arena to watch players battle it out on League of Legends, StarCraft 2, and other events. I wouldn't have believed the wild enthusiasm for esports unless I witnessed it myself, as I did several weeks ago at the Oracle Arena in Oakland. The crowd watching their respective stars in Counter-Strike and PUBG was massive, and I had to plug my ears on more than one occasion because the roar and cheering was so loud as to be almost unbelievable. Esports fans seem even more enthusiastic for their teams than those who watch regular sporting events such as football or baseball. I mention all this because the new wave of competitive gaming is taking place within virtual reality, which has the potential to utterly transform sports as we know it, and not only for the competitors, but for those watching. It is now possible to don a VR headset and actually be fully immersed on the court with the players themselves, even having the ghostly ability of passing right through them and not interfere with their play. Imagine, if you will, watching an NBA game with LeBron James of the Cleveland Cavaliers driving for the hoop as you pretend to guard him, again, having no real physical impact, as he passes right through your avataric body while slam dunking the ball. You are right in the heart of the action and can witness things like never before, feeling a deeper sense of involvement that was previously unimaginable. VR sports is just the tip of a computational iceberg. In VR, the opportunities are almost limitless. But herein lies a great danger, since VR also has the potential for a very dark side. Jaron Lanier is well aware of this, and he appeared flummoxed this past week in London when asked about how criminals and sociopaths could manipulate virtual reality for nefarious purposes. Lanier readily admit such could be the case, and warned that we will have to be vigilant in making sure that VR is used positively. We shouldn't be naive about this either. I remember the innocent days of the early internet, which was mostly used by those with educational affiliations, where spam was exceptionally rare and commerce was mostly non-existent. After the development of the World Wide Web by Tim Berners-Lee in 1989 and the evolution of browsers to better access data, from Mosaic to Netscape, etc., the floodgates opened up and the net was taken over by all sorts of questionable elements. Statistically speaking, it is estimated that over 50% of all email today is junk, even reaching as high as 71% in May of 2014. We are quite literally swamped in an informational sea of spam. VR, too, is not immune from this same type of data infection, though most likely it will take on novel iterations. Lanier has long bemoaned what has happened to the internet, which has become more and more dominated by 5 extraordinarily large companies: Google, Facebook, Apple, Microsoft, and Amazon. We are moment to moment leaking out the most intimate details of our lives to massive cloud servers, which are beyond our control, and which in turn use that very information to shape, in a Skinnerian fashion, our behavior. We are data rats in a digital maze, and we sometimes remain oblivious to how we are being manipulated by preset algorithms designed to make us click this or that button, whether for likes or for products we feel compelled to buy on a whim. Lanier's warning shot across the bow is that with VR, since it is still in its infancy, we have a chance to harmonize our digital worlds with our humanity. For Lanier, VR is all about human interaction. But in order for that to happen, we need to look back at what we haven't achieved with the internet. As Lanier explains, in the 90s, I was the chief scientist of this consortium called Internet 2, trying to figure out how to make the internet scalable, and we thought we were doing the best possible thing for the world. And I just wonder, what did we achieve with all this work? All of these lives that were devoted to this thing, and it sometimes seems to be tearing the world apart. We might have to start over. It might really be that bad. But I really hope not. I really think that if we can just change the financial incentives so that somebody like Facebook is making money from helping people do creative and wonderful, valuable things rather than from being paid to manipulate them by third parties, it might correct itself. I think there's still hope for that. Yes, it would be great if we could refashion the internet with a built-in micropayment system and give individuals more control over their digital destiny, including our varied privacy concerns. I fear that it may be too late for such a cyber metanoia. But with VR, we still have a chance, since it is a technology that is ultimately all about presence and being acutely conscious of one's surroundings and those who enter into the same region, even if enveloped in different avataric forms. As Takashi Terisu elaborates, presence is crucial to participants' feel sense of being in a virtual environment. Enhancing presence as a psychological phenomenon can offer participants a special subjective experience rather than the purely observational experience like that of television or film. Presence is composed of 3 dimensions. 1. Social presence relates to a sense of being there. 2. Personal presence connects to feeling of being there with others. And 3. Environmental presence presents the existence of virtual space. Ironic as this may sound, VR is all about being attentive to the present moment and the environment that is surrounding you. I have long noticed that VR and meditation have similarities, since both only come to fruition when one is fully attentive. Last night, for instance, I was using Oculus Rift and found myself standing on the moon, looking at the vast expanse of the cosmos. Even though I had a headset on, it seemed like I was looking out for thousands of miles. It was so mesmerizing that I felt as if I was undergoing a momentary satori, all of which was being triggered by a magical device designed to trick my brain into believing it was actually there. Mikey Siegel, a pioneer in using the latest gadgetry to track us back to our core selves, raises a most interesting and pregnant query. Can we imagine the devices on our desks, in our pockets, and on our wrists actually helping us right now in this moment to bring us back to this experience and to help facilitate the deepest, most profound experience of life? Well, I know that in VR that such a possibility not only exists in the future, but it exists right now. Yes, all sorts of games and applications are also available as well. But in each case, VR demands your attention, and that is why it is fundamentally different than most other technological innovations. And yet, Jaron Lanier's sadness about what has happened to the internet makes me pause and think that VR could also go down the rabbit hole and turn that which is positive upside down. As Lanier confesses, I feel like it's, the internet, such a failure on so many important levels that it's conceivable that people will decide it's over and try to do some other form of digital networking. The internet might be remembered as a failed thing. It breaks my heart to even think that, and I hope it isn't true, but I'm beginning to wonder. Maybe there is still hope yet for a technology that retains a human face. As the November 16th issue of The Economist rightly summarizes, perhaps the most fitting of Mr. Lanier's 52 definitions of VR is that it is a preview of what reality might be like when technology gets better. Technology is improving. Whether reality does too depends on the technologists in charge and the power of society to shape their vision. But as I write these last lines, my youngest son Kelly has just taken off his Oculus Rift headset with the sweetest smile, saying, "Wow, Papa, I feel so blissful after that guided VR meditation. Let's do it together so we can share what it is like living on another solar system." I am enough of the artist to draw freely upon my imagination. Imagination is more important than knowledge. Knowledge is limited. Imagination encircles the world. Albert Einstein, Saturday Evening Post, 1929. Virtuality 17. By the end of this decade, computers will disappear as distinct physical objects, with displays built in our eyeglasses and electronics woven in our clothing, providing full immersion visual virtual reality. Ray Kurzweil. The future of meditation. How technological augmentation will advance interior exploration. I have been practicing meditation now for over 50 years, yet it was only last week that I first tried a portable electroencephalogram (EEG) machine to study my brainwave patterns while doing Shabda Yoga, an ancient technique that focuses on listening to subtle sounds while sitting still. After teaching my Monday class in the sociology of religion, my colleague, Dr. Joshua Knapp from the psychology department, came to my office and said he wanted me to try Muse, the popular brain-sensing headband. It is very simple to use and connects seamlessly with one smartphone and purportedly records your brainwaves in 3 distinct modes: active, neutral, and calm. After a 5-minute session, for instance, which begins with a brief calibration and short introduction, it will produce a brain activity chart, replete with how many minutes were spent calmly, neutrally, or actively. The fun part about the device is that it entices you to become as still as possible, since then a tiny bird sound emerges. Racking up more bird sounds is indicative of how deep you have gone into your meditation. Although it is a fairly rudimentary device, EEG machines have been used for a long time to study the brainwaves of meditators. Ken Wilber has even uploaded a YouTube video of himself sitting in bed using such a gadget. I have found Wilber's video highly instructive since it warned me not to take my meditative sojourns via Muse too seriously, given the relatively crude state of our brain reading technology. Yet, I see great potential in these accessories, since they allow for real-time analytics and serve as progressive markers with which meditators can better gauge more precisely what is transpiring during their meditation sittings. A number of commentators, however, have pointed out that Wilber, which is not untypical of him, has grossly exaggerated what he could achieve, claiming that he could stop his brainwaves at will, and that the machine he was using proved such. Yet, a close analysis of the film showed that it is highly doctored, since instead of showing a complete video analysis, it is peppered with still screenshots, which is highly misleading, if not downright duplicitous to say the least. YouTube, posted by Integral Life, November 20th, 2006. It is not a stretch to imagine that in the not-so-distant future, human gurus can either be replaced or greatly aided by meditation applications that are connected with artificially intelligent agents. Even with a simple device such as Muse, the feedback loop was instructive, and I tried out a few suggestive tests on the machine. Modern Shabda Yoga practice, most prominently used in Radha Swami and Sant Mat-related groups, employs a 3-fold technique. Simran, repetition of a name or names, mantra. Dhyan, contemplation of the darkness or light or guru's image within. And bhajan, listening to the inner sound. So, in a suggestive beta test, I wanted to see which of these 3 techniques would elicit the most bird chirps, which, I am told, can range from 1 to 59 within a 5-minute period. My hunch, or should I say hypothesis, was that bhajan, if done successfully, would garner the most bird chirps, with Simran coming in a close second and Dhyan coming in a distant third. Mystics in this tradition, who are regarded as masters, usually advise meditating between 2 and 3 hours daily, with the majority of the time spent doing Simran and Dhyan, whereas 30 minutes or so should be done in bhajan exclusively. For the purposes of my trial runs, I decided to follow Muse's instruction of doing a short 5-minute session at first. In each test I conducted, I focused on one technique only. Of course, it goes without saying that my experiments are only suggestive hints and shouldn't be construed as scientific. To the contrary, they merely represent potential avenues for further investigation. I was a bit surprised, though, when after 15 trials, the best results I got were indeed doing bhajan. Now, undoubtedly, there can be several reasons for this, including confirmation bias. But this got me to thinking that with portable and relatively cheap EEG machines becoming more widely available, it can allow for widespread testing of various meditational methods that are more far-ranging than Shabda Yoga's threefold process. Hatha Yoga immediately comes to mind, especially with its emphasis on pranayama, breath restraint, mudras, hand gestures, and asanas, body postures. But meditational disciplines are not limited to yoga, since the world's religions have developed all sorts of concentrative practices, ranging from Sufi dancing to the Jesus prayer in Christian Orthodox churches. The more widespread these augmented technologies become, we will be able to develop vast databases quantifying which techniques seem to work best and under what circumstances. Already a number of studies have been conducted using Muse, but focusing on education, not meditation. As the MedTech Boston website explained, at the University of Victoria and New York University, researchers are using the device to conduct pedagogical neuroscience research by investigating whether educational outcomes can be improved by better understanding students' brain activity. They roll out Muse in their research projects to 20 or 30 students at a time simultaneously in a classroom, explains Moffat. They're looking at different brain states and how they affect learning, and whether or not they can improve their teaching methods on the basis of what is engaging to students and when students start to drop off. The Muse research website lists 9 examples of ongoing research connected with the brainwave reading headband, including attentional and effective consequences of technology-supported mindfulness, a randomized trial. Dr. Norman Farb's laboratory at the University of Toronto showed that 6 weeks regular use of Muse in healthy adults resulted in improvements in attention, as well as reduced somatic symptoms, headache, pain, discomfort, etc., on the brief symptom inventory. Characterizing population EEG dynamics through adulthood. A study by researchers at McMaster University involving more than 6,000 participants found population-level effects in brain data related to age and gender, giving scientists unparalleled resolution into how EEG brain dynamics change with age. Novel speed of learning effects detected in neurofeedback. A study by Dr. Randy McIntosh's lab at the Rotman Research Institute demonstrated previously unreported speed of learning effects in My Virtual Dream, a virtual neurofeedback environment powered by Muse. This effect, being subtle, was detectable only using a technology capable of testing a very large number of people, 600, in a short time, 12 hours. Neuroscientists study meditation-related changes in brain performance. Neuroscientists at the University of Victoria and the University of British Columbia use Muse in their fieldwork in Nepal to study the brains of Buddhist monks, who are highly expert meditators, to better understand how training affects the way the brain makes decisions. Identifying pain with an adaptive brainwave learning system. Researchers at MIT and Harvard used machine learning to detect and distinguish signals associated with pain when participants wore Muse. Using Muse to measure event-related potentials outside the lab. At the University of Victoria in Canada, scientists are using Muse to measure event-related potentials, ERPs, in cognitive tasks. This research is also being applied to measure changes in decision-making in response to fatigue in ER doctors in the emergency room. Identifying mental states with machine learning. Researchers at the University of Memphis and IBM Watson Research Center found that by using machine learning to analyze brainwave signals from Muse while participants watched different videos, they could determine what type of content, emotional or educational, each participant was seeing. Vigilance lapse identification with Muse. Researchers from McMaster University used EEG machine learning tools to detect lapses in vigilance, sustained attention, state of participants wearing Muse. Integration of Muse with virtual reality. Students, scientists, and makers from around the world use Muse to create engaging and immersive experiences. One great example is Psychic VR, a virtual reality experience powered by Muse that was created by Judith Amores Fernandez, Patty Mays, and Xavier Benavides Palos, which won a Fast Company Innovation by Design Award. I suspect that this very last study mentioned integration of Muse with virtual reality will be a game changer in the future, since it will allow meditators to be fully immersed into an environment that can potentially capture each of their senses, from seeing to hearing to even touching. I have been beta testing doing meditation in virtual reality with the recently released Oculus Go, a standalone VR device that is extraordinarily simple and easy to use. I have coupled Oculus Go with Muse, though a bit awkward at first to see how they may work together and what kind of results they may portend. Back in the 1950s, John Lilly pioneered building deprivation tanks to see how the mind responds when lacking incoming stimuli. He augmented his water-immersed sessions with certain psychotropic drugs, and the results were startling. He experientially realized that the mind, when deprived of sights and sounds and smells, would by itself virtually create a kaleidoscope of wondrous hallucinations. Although Lilly would later begin to believe that such visions were more than passing phantasms, his friend and fellow sojourner Richard Feynman, the noted Nobel Prize-winning physicist, disagreed and became convinced of their illusory nature. Yogis in the past would often put themselves in isolated environments so as to better focus within during their deep meditations and began to produce a sophisticated phenomenology of what they encountered. One wonders if AI-connected concentration devices will be able to accelerate the learning curve of would-be meditators who don't follow a guru and don't live in a remote cave or forest and don't ingest psychedelic drugs. My own preliminary trials and errors in this arena suggest that devices such as Muse are indeed helpful, even if limited in their present incarnation. Perhaps in a decade or more, we will have a plethora of digital gurus designed to help us turn within, and who will be personally aligned with our own self-interests and help us better progress to our desired goals. The future of meditation can be based more on a scientific understanding and less on an outdated mythological one. The Tibetan cave of tomorrow can be constructed instantaneously with a VR and/or AR, and each of us can have our own spiritual teachers guiding us, even if they are wearing purely technological garb. Virtuality 18. This virtual reality stuff is the technological equivalent, really, of psychedelics. Jerry Garcia. The radiant form. How mixed reality will transform us and the world we live in. Any real virtual reality enthusiast can look back at VR science fiction. It's not about playing games. The Matrix, Snow Crash, all this fiction was not about sitting in a room playing video games. It's about being in a parallel digital world that exists alongside our own, communicating with other people, playing with other people. Palmer Luckey, founder of Oculus Rift. Humans are augmenters. We have a long history of not only altering our landscape, but our very bodies. Given our ancestral past and our evolutionary need to adapt to changing environments, we have fashioned clothes for climate protection, disfigured our flesh, and built a kaleidoscope of tools to better navigate our Darwinian sojourn here on terra firma. We are naked apes no longer, and perhaps never were once we branched out from our predecessors. In one very real sense, and echoing the deep insights of Buddha, we are fractured creatures in a cosmos that is filled with unimaginable suffering. In order to survive this requisite deathmatch, our brains developed a sophisticated buffering system that shields us from becoming too aware of our existential plight. Natural selection is not only blind, but it has also blinded us from too much data, lest we smother ourselves from informational overload. Like our mythic progenitors, Adam and Eve, after the fall, we woke up to a cursed world, and we are hell-bent, an instructive if ironic pun in this context, to change all that is not to our preferences. Indeed, human culture may be defined as our continued attempt to recreate the world according to our desires and wishes. We may fear our tribal god, but that doesn't mean we have to like his or her creation. We have developed several approaches in reframing the cosmos, but two are fundamental. One, recalibrating our thoughts. Religion and mysticism are forerunners here to better handle what is on offer. And two, manipulating matter to make our daily struggles easier. Both avenues, of course, are not mutually exclusive and are analogously akin to the interface between software and hardware. Rearranging bits of atoms, however, is a cumbersome project, and it has often taken years, even decades, to build our dream monuments, whether it is the Great Pyramids of Egypt or the exquisite Taj Mahal in India. Naturally, it is much easier to transform our thoughts about the world at large than to rearrange nature to our fancy. Yet, we are on the very threshold of doing both in ways quite unimaginable a century ago. Enter the new era of mixed reality, where we transform the appearance of atomic bits into almost anything we wish, and all of this by donning a standalone virtual reality headset. Simply put, we now have the technological capability to radically modify our spatial landscapes, not by rearranging chunks of elements from one place to another, but by overlaying their innateness with dynamic and mind-boggling overlays. Take, as just one instance, your office. Look around at the walls, the floor, the desk, the windows, and whatever else you have filled the room with. Now imagine being able to creatively alter the appearance of all that you see. The walls turn from white to an exploration of the Milky Way. The wooden floor changes into a blue ocean. The windows transform into portals of ever-changing impressionist artwork. And your desk becomes a Star Trek-like command module. With a stroke of your hand, the music alternates to fit your mood, and the very things you touch feel unlike what you expected. And you seamlessly assume an alien body, such as Klaatu, or your favorite animal, such as a giraffe, a panoply of avataric possibilities. To be sure, your office material has not commutated one atomic bit, but its entire display and what you see and hear, and yes, even touch, has undergone a magical metamorphosis. Our imagination can now redraw the contours of our world and do so at the click of a button or with the wave of our augmented hands. That the future is here now came into sharper relief this past week when my technologically literate son Sean and I were fortunate enough to be invited to attend the Oculus Connect 5 conference in San Jose, California, where the latest innovations in virtual and augmented reality were on display. The conference is primarily geared for VR developers and thus has a number of very technical workshops on game and film development. What impressed me the most, however, were the keynote talks by Oculus CFO Michael Abrecht and CTO John Carmack. These two computer programming pioneers gave extraordinarily lucid outlines of the future of VR and AR. I had attended the Oculus Connect 4 conference last year at the same venue, but was a bit shocked to realize how much progress had been made in the intervening 12 months. What those unfamiliar with VR may not realize is how quickly the field has evolved. It was only 8 years ago when I was teaching my upper division science and religion course at California State University Long Beach when a young 18-year-old student with the perfectly appropriate name Palmer Luckey at the same institution was tinkering away at home, building his own makeshift virtual reality headset from discarded and used components. Just 4 years later, Palmer sold his headset and company, Oculus Rift, to Facebook for over $2 billion. In the past 3 years, we have witnessed an explosion of VR devices and related products, ranging from HTC Vive to Samsung's Gear to Oculus Go. While it is true that the general public hasn't yet truly warmed to virtual reality, the fact remains that the field is still in its infancy and we have yet to see its full potential unleashed. Until now, that is. What Abrash and Carmack and the other VR pioneers showed us was that we now have the ability to transform the world around us wirelessly without being tethered to a high-end desktop computer. The natural and artificial worlds are becoming one, and what this portends is so radical that it will upend everything we do, from work to play to lifestyles to sports to communication to our love lives. As Elon Musk rightly pointed out recently, we have already become cyborgs because of how often we use our smartphones and tend never to go anywhere without them. We have computerized ourselves by amplifying our understanding of the world with a device that allows us access to enormous amounts of information at the touch of a button, or through the modulations of our voice. The first step beyond smartphones and watches is enclosed VR, and then onwards to AR, where we can seamlessly place all sorts of useful objects in real space and time. But both of these are merely steps to the real revolution that awaits us, where we mix reality with whatever we desire or imagine. Interestingly, we may not yet get rid of our smartphones, since they may serve as powerful computers and battery storage devices in our pockets, which can, via Bluetooth, power up our lightweight VR/AR glasses. A good example of where we are heading, even if at first it may seem far-fetched, can be gleaned from the movie version of Ernest Cline's widely read novel Ready Player One, published in 2011, which Steven Spielberg made into a movie 7 years later with dazzling special effects. The plot is centered in the year 2045, where the main character lives in squalor but is freed from his slum life the moment he dons on his VR headset, and his entire surroundings become wondrously transfigured. I'm surprised that VR has come about so quickly. It's lucky I happened to write a book imagining virtual reality right on the cusp of it actually happening. Ernest Cline, author of Ready Player One. Essentially, we are making our dreams actualized in an externalized realm. As I mentioned in a 2015 essay, months before the first Oculus Rift was shipped and where Google Cardboard was the cheap entry into VR realms, if consciousness evolved as a virtual simulator to help us better in-source varying survival strategies before outsourcing them, we can readily see that humans have now progressed to the point where we can actualize our imaginings in a real world. Simply put, our technology has finally caught up with our dreams so that we can consciously inhabit what we could only before imagine. We are on the threshold of replacing our spiritual Atman project with an electromagnetically gifted avatar project, where arduous meditational practices are replaced with supremely easy VR headsets so that we can transcend the limits of our physical bodies and fly unencumbered in mental wonderlands. Aldous Huxley was correct when he predicted that we would enter a brave new world, but it is a different kind of soma we will daily ingest than the one he anticipated. The drug of the future is virtual, and it is without boundaries. 3 years ago, some believed such talk was merely hype, but in the interim, we can see that what lies ahead is almost beyond our comprehension, since where the borders of what is real and what is artificial will blend in ways that will eventually make them appear indistinguishable. Of course, CGI effects in films have already exceeded the Turing test, where that which is computationally generated is taken as organically real. With mixed reality, we will CGI anything we choose whenever we wish, and in the process, add multiple layers of informational texture on even the most mundane of objects. But what struck me most during the Oculus Connect 5 conference was when Michael Abrash demonstrated the next iteration of digital avatars, where instead of cartoonish surrogates in VR, we can have nearly exact replications of our very faces and bodies in cyberspace. Thus, instead of 2D FaceTime on a cellular gadget, we can, in virtual reality, have full incarnations that look and sound just like us, with each mouth, eye, and hand gesture mimicking whatever we do in our own private homes, even if we are separated from our friends or family thousands of miles away. We will be present even when we are not there. The most remarkable feature of great VR is that one feels a sense of presence when other disembodied avatars appear and join you in Echo Arena or Unspoken, or just hanging out in your own self-generated VR living room. It is both a spooky and an uncanny feeling. This neurological trickery, convincing us that an image is real or an effect is a cause, is what makes VR magical. But when the virtual can overlay the real world, as in mixed, then we have crossed over into a completely new experience. We are on the threshold of an informational singularity, which can be likened to a black hole where all we can know now is at the event horizon, but not what is beyond. Although it is still in a very rudimentary stage, my son Sean got a partial glimpse into mixed reality when at the conference he tried out The Void, which is advertised by the company that operates them around the country as a full sensory immersive experience with you, your friends, and family walking around inside the action. It's location-based entertainment. That means you visit one of our locations and you walk into real-time hyper-reality that combines interactive sets, real-time effects, and amazing technology. Sean, who has been at the forefront of VR gaming since its inception, he won a number of competitions around North America, told me that mixed reality, though still in its infancy, was quite mind-blowing and is clearly where our technological interactions is heading towards. As for myself, I got the chance to beta test the forthcoming Oculus Quest standalone headset that allows for 6 degrees of freedom, motion tracking, and the ability to use it anywhere and anytime. Zuckerberg announced that the commercial product would be released in spring of 2019. I was taken to a scaled-down version of a tennis court and was allowed to move around as if playing a real game. As I donned the headset on, I was transported into an animated arena, and I immediately felt that I was somewhere else. And as I played against my opponent, manifested as a cartoon figure reminiscent of a character from the old Wii sports game, I reacted as if in the real world, despite it being merely a sophisticated computational simulation being produced by the VR headset I was wearing. After the trial, I was wonderstruck, thinking about how much life will change in the years to come, especially in the way we relate to each other, since distance and presence can be greatly augmented. It is one thing to hear the voice of your brother 8,000 miles away, or FaceTime in 2D, but quite another when that same family member can teleport his fully formed avatar into your living room and interact with you. Now add enhanced haptics, where one can truly feel their environment and interact with it purely through touch, pushing, pulling, and grabbing with no buttons or touchpads required, and the simulated environment comes alive. There is another angle that is important to remember here. The very best VR headset in the known universe is our own 3 pounds of glorious meat, our brains. We don't see exterior reality as it actually is in some ultimate Kantian sense, but rather as our bodily mechanisms filter selected incoming data streams and then recreate temporary models about what is surrounding us. We are, in sum, already living in a virtual reality, since all that we experience is done through a channeled medium that conceals much more than it reveals. Therefore, with VR, we are merely tinkering with our own neurological presets in order to refashion and reframe the perceived physical limits of the world that surrounds us. This endeavor is not something new, since humans have been monkeying with their environment since the dawn of self-reflective awareness. What is new, though, is how quickly we can amend our various habitats computationally without resorting to heavy lifting of core materials. The information age is indeed exponentially progressive. The implications of mixed reality are staggering, and all sorts of best and worst case scenarios come to mind that will have either delightful or disastrous consequences, particularly when such is directly connected to artificial intelligence. In terms of education, my own field of interest, I can readily see how VR, AR, MR will dramatically change instruction. Instead of lecture halls with professors droning on for hours on end, a student can have his or her own Socrates, Aristotle, Einstein, or Niels Bohr in avataric garb and interact as if such luminaries were actually present. Couple these digital geniuses with access to the World Wide Web of information, and one can learn like never before, and at each person's own learning gradient. Even in religion, it won't be very difficult to have one's chosen Istadevata summoned on command, whether it is Jesus, Nanak, Buddha, Mahavira, or one's own personal guru. Meditational practices can be greatly enhanced with direct avatar guidance, where one-on-one exchanges will become commonplace. The radiant form of those we love and adore will manifest accordingly, and we too will assume illuminated garments of our own choosing. All of this, I know, may seem like techno-hyperbole in our overwrought age of all things digital. But if we look back over the past several decades, we can readily see why this is not the case. For instance, envision going back to the Space Center in Houston in 1969 for the NASA moon landing and showing those operating the vast computer network your iPhone X and what it can do. How would they react? Especially when you show off its size as 6.2 by 3.05 by 0.30 inches and that it weighs less than 8 ounces. As ZemiScience.com points out, your smartphone is millions of times more powerful than all of NASA's combined computing in 1969. What we take for granted today would seem inconceivable 49 years ago. If you have perfect virtual reality eventually, where you're able to simulate everything that a human can experience or imagine experiencing, it's hard to imagine where you go from there. Palmer Luckey. I recall when I was 11 years old going to see the James Bond movie You Only Live Twice with my childhood friend Scott Robbins. It was an early 11:45 a.m. showing at the famous Grauman's Chinese Theater, and we enjoyed ourselves immensely. However, after we left the darkened theater in the early afternoon, I was overcome with a slight, unnerving depression as I came into the daylight and walked on Hollywood Boulevard, since everything looked quite dab in comparison to the bright clarity of the film's setting in Japan and the wizardry of James Bond's various exploits. This melancholy feeling was similar, but even stronger, when I would visit Disneyland with my family, only to have to leave the Magic Kingdom at night and enter back into the real world through the bleak parking lot that adjoined the amusement park. I think many of us get these somber feelings whenever we experience something that we really enjoy, but which is temporary and which after a set duration thrusts us back all too soon to the ordinaries of day-to-day existence. Perhaps this is why having the freedom and control to remake our worlds is so appealing. VR, AR, MR, and their future iterations have become viable technological tools for us to recreate the cosmos that we were born unconsciously into. As Nietzsche indicated, when we are liberated from the shackles of a prescribed God and a preordained mode of existence, we are free to choose our own meanings, our own values, and our own lives. In sum, we now have the technology to recast what before was immovable and too often intolerable. We came into the world and didn't like what we saw, and for eons tried to accommodate ourselves to these strange surroundings. Being a stranger in a strange land, to crib one of Robert A. Heinlein's more famous science fiction book titles, we have evolved to remodel our planet like the Judeo-Christian God of old. We want to make it in our own image and find it good. Instead of one given universe, we wish to live in a metaverse where that which is virtual and that which is augmented can intersect with our natural environs, and where we live and who we are can be made infinitely elastic, so that the only borders are the limits of our imagination and how far it will take us into the new frontier of our digital wonderland. What the computer in virtual reality enables us to do is to recalibrate ourselves so that we can start seeing those pieces of information that are invisible to us but have become important for us to understand. Douglas Adams. Virtuality 19. The technologies of virtual reality are attempting to make us see from beneath, from inside, from behind, as if we were God. Paul Virilio. The The Virtual Realities of Consciousness, a Gnostic Insight. This past week, Matt Pagano, a bright student I first met at Mount San Antonio College a couple of years back, asked me to give a presentation to the Philosophy Club at the University of California, Irvine in the latter part of May. I readily accepted, since it would give me the opportunity of putting the final touches on a paper that has been bubbling forth in my brain for the past few months. It concerns the idea that the advent of virtual and augmented reality in the past 4 decades can serve as a useful model and tool to better understand why human consciousness first evolved. Following the pioneering work of Gerald Edelman, Francis Crick, V.S. Ramachandran, Christoph Koch, Giulio Tononi, and others, the thesis is a simple one, though with profound implications. 1. Any organism that can develop an insourcing mechanism that allows it to virtually simulate varying options before outsourcing them has a distinct advantage over those creatures which are limited in their responses because of instinctual parameters. Put in simpler terms, consciousness is a virtual simulator par excellence, and as such allows humans to have a Rolodex of potential strategies when navigating in a world with ever-changing competitive concerns and environmental niches. The essential key here is to examine our own self-awareness and witness what it actually does moment to moment, and then see how it relates to our Darwinian struggle of existence. Taking this approach, it becomes fairly obvious what is happening and why. Even as you read through this article, whether reading it closely or skimming through it, you will notice that your mind wanders. The question to ask is, where does it wander to? Longtime meditators have called our wavering attention a monkey mind, swinging from one thought to another. But if you watch closely, you will start to see some fundamental patterns, even if what you are thinking about varies. We oscillate from past concerns to future plans to present activities, but all the while we are mostly unconsciously creating scenarios about what to do, or what to avoid, or what we wish. In doing so, we are developing temporary narratives in which to plan our days, ruminate about previous mistakes, or envelop ourselves in imaginary fantasies which intertwine what has happened, or could happen, with a series of desired outcomes. All the while, we are, to invoke Gerald Edelman's terminology, disassociating from the present moment and what it has on offer, and becoming absorbed in our second nature. Michio Kaku, professor of theoretical physics at the City College of New York and CUNY Graduate Center, articulates the virtual simulation hypothesis of consciousness very clearly in his book, The Future of the Mind, and in an interview for Popular Mechanics conducted by Alison Shepard. Well, I have a new theory of consciousness, and that is, consciousness is all the feedback loops necessary to create a model of yourself in space, in relationship to others, and in time, especially forward in time. This means that animals are conscious, and we can even rank them numerically by counting the number of feedback loops involved in each of these behaviors. So a thermostat would have 1 unit of consciousness that measures temperature. A flower would have maybe 10 units of consciousness because it measures temperature, sunlight, gravity, moisture, and things like that. A reptile would have even more, maybe several hundred, because it locates its position in space. Then, monkeys are even higher than that because they have to locate their ranking in society via emotions. We are at the highest level because we daydream. We see the future. We predict the future, and animals do not. Animals, to the best of our knowledge, have no concept of our tomorrow. We are obsessed with planning, strategizing, and tomorrow, and that, I think, typifies human consciousness. Kaku's theory, contrary to his claim that it is a new one, dovetails in several ways with other theorists in the field who are in agreement that having the ability to simulate all sorts of endgame scenarios gives human beings an advantage over other creatures who lack such. I often give 3 examples in my philosophy courses to illustrate this. 1. Imagine we are on a 747 jet flying from Los Angeles to New York when we learn that all of the pilots have inexplicably passed out. The steward goes up and down the aisle to find anyone who has even the modicum of training to see if they can somehow take over and land the plane. There are several volunteers, but they have no experience flying. However, there is a 14-year-old boy who has been playing a VR flight simulator game obsessively for the past 2 years and is conversant with some of the controls on large jets. Given this scary scenario, who would you choose? The kid who has flight simulator experience or an older adult? I suspect most of us would pick the 14-year-old, and for good reason. The second example I give is a bit cruder and is probably more relatable to our own life experiences. There are two different men, Tom and Bob, and each of them want to ask a woman out that they saw in the Whole Foods market. Tom is impulsive and instinctive and tends never to think before acting. Bob, on the other hand, is a planner and is a great visualizer. Before asking out the woman, he imagines different stylistic approaches, and after weighing them out, chooses one that he believes is the best way to introduce himself. Tom, though, is the complete opposite, and simply walks up to the woman and says what he really wants from her without any editing. While we cannot be sure how the particular woman in question will respond, Bob would, statistically speaking, seem to have the better odds in succeeding in his quest than Tom. Interestingly, popular culture even has a term for Bob's potential success. He has game, which in this context means he has a better array of simulations from which to draw. The third example is one that has been employed by a number of evolutionary psychologists and is perhaps the most illustrative. In our ancestral past, those individuals who could better predict the behavior of a predator would, on average, have more opportunities to pass on their genetic code. Thus, any creature, and it doesn't have to merely default to Homo sapiens, which can concoct multiple reactions and strategies within itself before acting on them, has leverage over those who have a limited repertoire. Yet there is a downside in possessing a higher form of consciousness, since it allows its owner to ponder all sorts of improbable events that will never actually happen. We too often can get ensnared with our own ideas, our fantasies, our projections, and begin believing all sorts of nonsense. For a robust virtual simulator to work, it must conjure up a plethora of scenarios that mix and match incongruent narratives. In other words, for imagination to work, it must be massively elastic. The glitch is that sometimes our simulations overtake us and we get entrapped within their corridors. To the degree that we can test our imaginings in the empirical world and acknowledge their successes and failures, we are regarded as somewhat sane. To the degree that we cannot, we may be viewed as somewhat insane. It is a thin line indeed that separates the two. In trying to understand consciousness, differing models have been proposed over the years by scientists and philosophers, ranging from variations of Cartesian dualism, mind is primary, body is merely a vehicle, to neural correlate theory, mind is the brain and arises due to complex interactions. Realizing that all models, no matter how sophisticated, will fall short to some measure, the key is to utilize ones that provide us with newfound insights and hitherto unknown predictive powers. The advent of virtual and augmented reality may serve as a useful pathway to better understand why consciousness evolved the way it did, primarily because the brain itself operates as a VR system, albeit a much more sophisticated one than Oculus Rift or HTC Vive. Everything we have ever experienced is modified by our central nervous system. Our brain refashions the world we see, hear, touch, and smell by transfiguring incoming data points, light, sound, etc., into chemical electrical signals that are reconstructed via our elaborate neural net into the world we apprehend around us. We never experience the exterior cosmos as it is, but only as our own biology-evolved VR headsets reconceive it. When I use an Oculus-related device, from Rift to Go to the Quest, I am always amazed by how such a headgear with 6 degrees of freedom and a 1440 by 1600 per eye resolution makes me feel as if I have entered into a new world. And all of this with a device that weighs less than a pound. VR is a trickster, since by its software and hardware design, one responds as if the images that arise have a sort of independent reality, apart from its technology. Yet, it is that very technology which is creating the illusion that what I perceive is trans-machine-like. Immanuel Kant and others following his lead turned philosophy on its head by redirecting our focus back to the limits of our cranial capacity and how such a limitation, in turn, invariably confuses the questions we ask about the universe at large. In the 20th century, Ludwig Wittgenstein refined this even more by showing how language itself is a culprit in our pursuit of philosophical inquiries, since the words we use are contextual and do not lend themselves to atomic purity. To his great credit, Wittgenstein realized the error of his ways years later after gallantly attempting to first clear out the cobwebs of faulty language usage in his groundbreaking book Tractatus Logico-Philosophicus. Language is a game, and how we play it depends on a number of contingent factors, not the least of which is on our prior agreed-upon assumptions. Today, with the ever-growing successes in neuroscience, we have entered a new world of understanding how the brain works, and how it evolved not so much to understand the world at large, in some ultimate ontological sense, but rather how to best survive within it. Virtual reality provides us with an instructive portal by which to better grasp how the brain develops elaborate simulations that help us better navigate future possibilities. Even popular science shows, such as David Eagleman's The Brain on PBS, provides a radical summation of how reality is virtually constructed. Dr. Eagleman takes viewers on an extraordinary journey that explores how the brain, locked in silence and darkness without direct access to the world, conjures up the rich and beautiful world we all take for granted. What is reality begins with the astonishing fact that this technicolor multisensory experience we are having is a convincing illusion conjured up for us by our brains. In the outside world, there is no color, no sound, no smell. These are all constructions of the brain. Instead, there is electromagnetic radiation, air compression waves, and aromatic molecules, all of which are interpreted by the brain as color, sound, and smell. Cutting-edge graphics shows that data from the outside are rendered into electrochemical signals inside the brain, which map meaningfully into physical reality. Our experience of reality is an electrochemical rendition of the world outside. It is not a faithful rendition. Visual illusions are reminders that what's important to the brain is not being faithful to reality, but being able to perceive just enough so that we can navigate successfully through it. The brain leaves a lot out of its beautiful rendition of the physical world, a fact that Dr. Eagleman reveals using experiments and street demonstrations. We meet the men and women whose experiences of reality reveal important clues about how the brain constructs our own reality, including the Alcatraz prisoner who was locked in the notorious dark hole for 29 days and yet experienced richly colorful moments of reality. His experience, along with those who have experienced total sensory deprivation, show us that even when sensory input to the brain stops, the show still goes on. Why? Because amazingly, our senses, eyes, ears, skin, nose, only modulate an internally generated simulation of what the brain expects is out there. This so-called internal model of reality allows us to move through the world, recognizing it rather than constructing it anew, moment by moment. We meet a man who is blind despite the fact that he has eyes that can see. His story reveals that it's the brain that sees, not our eyes. A woman with schizophrenia, whose psychotic episodes were her reality, emphasizes the fact that whatever our brains tell us is out there, we believe it. We have no way to get beyond what our brains allow us to perceive. Like the rest of the animal kingdom, we inhabit a minuscule slice of reality, and yet we believe it to be the whole picture. Eagleman also explores time and takes a look at how and why the brain alters its perception of time depending on the situation we find ourselves in. Time, it turns out, is not an absolute to the brain. Each one of our brains is different, and so is the reality it produces. What is reality? It's whatever your brain tells you it is. Perhaps what is most intriguing is what virtual reality holds for us in the future, particularly when VR and AI are intertwined. The disruptive nature of both will undoubtedly completely transform how we live. We have already witnessed the worldwide acceptance of smartphones, which, lest we forget, are powerful computers connected to the cloud, and how they can moment to moment augment our navigating intelligence in ways unimaginable decades prior. It is rich with irony that our consciousness, which evolved as a virtual simulator, would over time, and with the advent of sophisticated technology, develop virtual reality headsets that enable us to live in ultra-realistic worlds that before were merely figments of our imagination. As I wrote in the book The Avatar Project, I have no doubt that with VR we will soon be witnessing an informational tsunami, the likes of which will swamp everything, from how we educate to how we doctor to how we entertain. If consciousness evolved as a virtual simulator to help us better insource varying survival strategies before outsourcing them, we can readily see that humans have now progressed to the point where we can actualize our imaginings in a real world. Simply put, our technology has finally caught up with our dreams so that we can consciously inhabit what we could only before imagine. Aldous Huxley was correct when he predicted that we would enter a brave new world. But it is a different kind of soma we will daily ingest than the one he anticipated. The drug of the future is virtual, and it is information without boundaries. We are now at the threshold of being able to spend most of our time living in artificial environments of our own choosing simply by a wave of a hand or a click of a button. Already, it is estimated that young adults spend nearly 10 hours a day or more in front of a screen, from computers to phones to gaming devices. The immersive quality of VR and AR will be the next step in our digital universe, where we continually forego our earlier naturalistic habits and adopt ones that we can radically transform in a moment's notice. Earlier religious traditions, as found in Buddhism, Jainism, Hinduism, and Christian Gnosticism, argued that we live in an illusion which betrays its real origin. Just as the user interface on our smartphones hides the inner workings of computer programming and electron circuit design, the world of appearances masks the underlying physics and chemistry which gives rise to it. Herein lies the secret of consciousness, according to Donald Hoffman, professor of cognitive science at the University of California, Irvine, who believes that a radical new approach is needed to understand the emergence of self-awareness. Writes Hoffman, evolution has shaped us with perceptions that allow us to survive, but part of that involves hiding from us the stuff we don't need to know, and that's pretty much all of reality. Whatever reality might be. Hoffman believes that with the desktop interface, we have for the first time the appropriate metaphor to understand how something that looks real on the surface is anything but. Elucidates Hoffman, snakes and trains, like the particles of physics, have no objective, observer-independent features. The snake I see is a description created by my sensory system to inform me of the fitness consequences of my actions. Evolution shapes acceptable solutions, not optimal ones. A snake is an acceptable solution to the problem of telling me how to act in a situation. My snakes and trains are my mental representations. Your snakes and trains are your mental representations. While I agree with much of what Hoffman suggests, except that I find his concept of conscious agents confusing at best, I think virtual reality is a far more powerful metaphor for explaining how and why consciousness works, since it is a totally encompassing environment similar in so many ways to how we currently experience the world both within and without, via our own subjective awareness. Yet the VR headset is a mind manipulator par excellence, just as our own consciousness is an informational playground. Of course, the fundamental difference is that with VR, we can inhabit instantly what before we could only dimly imagine. But in both VR, virtual reality, and SA, self-awareness, we are, as Donald Hoffman explains, not seeing the innards of reality. As he elaborates, suppose there's a blue rectangular icon on the lower right corner of your computer's desktop. Does that mean that the file itself is blue and rectangular and lives in the lower right corner of your computer? Of course not. But those are the only things that can be asserted about anything on the desktop. It has color, position, and shape. Those are the only categories available to you. Yet, none of them are true about the file itself or anything in the computer. They couldn't possibly be true. That's an interesting thing. You could not form a true description of the innards of the computer if your entire view of reality was confined to the desktop. And yet, the desktop is useful. That blue rectangular icon guides my behavior, and it hides a complex reality that I don't need to know. That's the key. Evolution has shaped us with perceptions that allow us to survive. They guide adaptive behaviors. But part of that involves hiding from us the stuff we don't need to know. And that's pretty much all of reality, whatever reality might be. If you had to spend all that time figuring it out, the tiger would eat you. Like our VR counterpart, consciousness hides the very machinations which create it. In the Oculus Go game, Virtual Reality, one is trained to put on a variety of goggles in order to experience different realities, each one of which have certain tasks to accomplish. In each situation, though, one has the overwhelming feeling of being somewhere else, far away from the previous visited land. Yet, no one goes anywhere, since the entire panorama is being orchestrated within a lens diameter of 60 centimeters. The worlds we inhabit in VR, especially as other avatars appear from different states and countries, give us a tremendous sense of presence, even though they are digital reconstructions. When fully immersed in VR, we are completely unaware of the hardware and software that manipulates our experiences. We are surface surfers, oblivious of the underlying physical reality that creates the information waves we ride. We may be likened to Neo in the film The Matrix, where a programmer is brought back to reason and reality when learning he was living in a program created by gigantic machines. The nuts and bolts of what generates our VR experiences is hidden from view. Next are the specifications for the popular and portable Oculus Go. Display, fast switch, WQHD LCD resolution 2560 by 1440. Refresh rate, 60 Hz or 72 Hz. FOV, field of view, 100 degrees. Lens type, high quality Fresnel lenses, focal length 5 centimeters. 2 inches. IPD, interpupillary distance. Lens diameter, 60 centimeters. 24 inches. Supported controllers, Oculus Go motion controller. Bluetooth gamepads, built-in sensors, proximity sensor, movement type, 3DOF, built-in mic, yes, built-in audio, yes, materials, fabric, plastic, choice of colors, cream only, operating system, Android 7.1.2 Nougat, CPU, central processing unit, quad-core Qualcomm Snapdragon 821, graphics RAM, 3 GB, GPU, graphics processing unit, Adreno 530, storage, 32 GB or 64 GB. Wi-Fi, 802.11 BGNAC. Bluetooth, 802.11 BGNAC. GPS, A-GPS, GLONASS BDS, ports, micro USB, 3.5mm headphone jack, battery, 2600 mAh, 2 to 3 life, box measurement, 21 centimeters, 8.3 inches by 21 centimeters, 8.3 inches by 12 centimeters, 4.8 inches. Box weight, 32 gigabyte, 2 pounds, 12 ounces, 1.262 kilograms. 64 gigabyte, 2 pounds, 12 and 1/4 ounces, 1.262 kilograms. Headset weight with head strap, 32 gigabyte, 1 pound, 1/2 ounce, 469 grams. 64 gigabyte, 1 pound, 5/8 ounce, 471 grams. Headset size, 32 and 64 are the same size, 18 centimeters, 7.1 inches by 13 centimeters, 5.1 inches by 9.1 centimeters, 3.5 inches. Like our VR counterpart, consciousness hides the very machinations which create it. But despite our fundamental ignorance of physics and how it relates to what we experience, Hoffman argues for the reality of conscious agents. Explains Hoffman, the formal theory of conscious agents I've been developing is computationally universal. In that sense, it's a machine theory. And it's because the theory is computationally universal that I can get all of the cognitive science and neural networks back out of it. Nevertheless, for now, I don't think we are machines, in part because I distinguish between the mathematical representation and the thing being represented. As a conscious realist, I am postulating conscious experiences as ontological primitives, the most basic ingredients of the world. I'm claiming that experiences are the real coin of the realm, the experiences of everyday life, my real feeling of a headache, my real taste of chocolate. That really is the ultimate nature of reality. Not surprisingly, Hoffman's radical theory has been met with deep skepticism from various quarters, especially from the philosopher Daniel Dennett, who finds the concept of conscious agents confused. It would appear that Hoffman is, to some measure, aligned with the consciousness-first school of thought, which places our own awareness as the elemental building block to the universe, since that is the beginning and end of all that we experience. This sets him at odds with those with a more physicalistic view of awareness. Jerry Coyne, the acerbic biology professor in the Department of Ecology and Evolution at the University of Chicago, heavily doubts Hoffman's agenda. First of all, just because a subatomic particle doesn't have an intrinsic property until we measure it, and that property is dependent on how we measure it, doesn't mean that macro objects don't have properties, or, as Hoffman implies, don't exist. You can, after all, measure the momentum of a car, or a stationary chair with great accuracy. It seems to me that Hoffman is using a form of Chopraist woo here, claiming not only that certain claims about quantum mechanics extend all the way up to macro objects. Yes, they do, but classical mechanics is adequate for macro phenomena, and that includes existence claims, but also that those objects don't exist outside of consciousness. In fact, Hoffman claims, like Chopra, that the only real thing that exists is consciousness. I think the more constructive way around this is to start with what we know and then proceed. This is precisely why I think new models of consciousness can be very helpful, even if they remain imperfect templates. Thus, even if Hoffman's ultimate conclusions are premature or unwarranted, there is much merit in his desktop interface metaphor, since it clearly illustrates that what we perceive doesn't necessarily reveal what mechanics are operative below the surface. VR is Hoffman's metaphor pushed to the next level, and as such provides us with a deeper glimpse into the matrix-like quality of our own self-awareness. I don't think it is a stretch to imagine that in the not-so-distant future, virtual, augmented, and mixed reality will be so far advanced that we will be so mesmerized by what we see, hear, and even touch that it will be nearly impossible to distinguish artificially generated worlds from the so-called real ones that we were brought up in. The implications, of course, are telling, since it suggests that not only are we already living in a virtual world, with the best VR headset yet known, our brain, but we will be living in increasingly virtual worlds and may be so locked in not to know or even care about the differences. This reminds one of the famous movie Inception, where the main character, Don Cobb, has the ability to go into deeper and deeper lucid dream states, which become encompassing realities within their own time duration. As Christopher Nolan, the director and author of the screenplay, elucidated on the power of waking up in dreams with other participants, once you remove the privacy, you've created an infinite number of alternative universes in which people can meaningfully interact, with validity, with weight, with dramatic consequences. Nolan's description of awakened dreams is precisely what is now happening in VR, where one can share the experiences with others from around the world. You can even create homes and invite friends in avataric forms to share in a host of activities, from playing chess to watching Netflix on a massive screen, all the while chatting and sharing ideas. Inception, like The Matrix, is prescient in unlocking the deep attraction we have to all things virtual. It would seem as if consciousness is a bridge to a new form of multisensory awareness where what we desire is immediately accessible and where we can teleport instantly to any vista. What was merely imaginary now becomes instantiated. Couple AI with VR, AR, MR, and it is no exaggeration to agree with Ray Kurzweil that we step beyond into a singularity of unimaginable possibilities. Elon Musk's rudimentary idea of a neural lace where we blend our physical brain with an exponentially improving AI intelligence, though sounding like something out of a 1950s science fiction horror flick, is already being implemented, though in unexpected ways, from Bose's AR sunglasses replete with intelligent audio guidance to Microsoft HoloLens, where virtual displays serve as 24/7 tutorial gurus. All of this will, without question, change the subjective universe that we are so familiar with. Perhaps the secret of consciousness is not buried in our past, but in what the future brings forward, particularly if we discover that self-reflective awareness is substrate independent and can be replicated in a non-biological medium. Then we may realize that consciousness is a certain complex form of information processing that leads to a hierarchy of interior states depending on the organism and the environment in which it lives. In other words, consciousness is not a mystery as such, but the natural result of what theorists have come to label as the phi metric, or more simply as Integrated Information Theory, IIT. The Internet Encyclopedia of Philosophy explains it thusly. In short, according to IIT, consciousness requires a grouping of elements within a system that have physical cause-effect power upon one another. This, in turn, implies that only reentrant architecture consisting of feedback loops, whether neural or computational, will realize consciousness. Such groupings make a difference to themselves, not just to outside observers. This constitutes integrated information. Of the various groupings within a system that possess such causal power, one will do so maximally. This local maximum of integrated information is identical to consciousness. IIT claims that these predictions square with observations of the brain's physical realization of consciousness, and that, where the brain does not instantiate the necessary attributes, it does not generate consciousness. Bolstered by these apparent predictive successes, IIT generalizes its claims beyond human consciousness to animal and artificial consciousness. Because IIT identifies the subjective experience of consciousness with objectively measurable dynamics of a system, the degree of consciousness of a system is measurable in principle. IIT proposes the phi metric to quantify consciousness. The Gnostics intuited, with much religious allegory, that reality is multi-layered, and what we experience here is but a beguiling illusion that at each turn betrays its real origination, and thus dupes us into falling prey to a lower demiurge. Plato's famous allegory of the cave is perhaps the most illustrative example of how we, as slaves chained to walls, mistake puppet shadows for real objects, never seeing the light as such, which is removed from our direct sight. Virtual reality is a more precise technological update of an ancient and brilliant philosophical insight. VR is Plato's cave illuminated, and like all good models in science, allows us to better understand the plasticity of consciousness. Virtuality 20. It is not the world as it should be which puts an end to the real world, but the world as it is. Jean Baudrillard. The scaffolding of reality, when the user interface degenerates and what it reveals about the universe. The other day in my honors introduction to philosophy course at Mount San Antonio College, we were discussing Professor Donald Hoffman's theory of consciousness, where he argues that evolution has shaped us with perceptions that allow us to survive. But part of that involves hiding from us the stuff we don't need to know, and that's pretty much all of reality, whatever reality might be. In his most recent book, The Case Against Reality, Why Evolution Hid the Truth from Our Eyes, Hoffman suggests that because there is no mathematical theory explaining the pattern of neural activity that creates consciousness, it may mean we are making a false assumption. Perceptions, therefore, are a user interface, but not necessarily reality. Using the metaphor of the desktop computer, Hoffman goes on to explain that our awareness may be likened to the user interface, UI, on the display screen, where all we really see and interact with is on the surface. What makes the computer function, the software programming and the hardware design, remains essentially hidden from view. Likewise, in our day-to-day world, we don't glimpse the nuts and bolts of how our neurons fire or how our biochemistry modulates our experiences each moment to the next. We are like those prisoners in Plato's famous allegory of the cave, who mistake shadows on the wall for reality. Yet, in our case, the subterranean cavern is our own body and brain, and we are not privy to the underlying causes that generate our particular cerebral symphony. Yes, we may hear the music that our minds generate, but the varying instruments within our cranium that create such wondrous melodies are hidden from our direct introspection. While Hoffman's theory is grounded in the latest neuroscience research, he has extended his thesis far beyond what most scientists will accept as plausible. Indeed, it is so revolutionary that it upends everything we have taken to be true about physics, chemistry, and the universe at large. As Hoffman explained 14 years ago for Edge.org, I believe that consciousness and its contents are all that exists. Space-time, matter, and fields never were the fundamental denizens of the universe, but have always been, from their beginning, among the humbler contents of consciousness, dependent on it for their very being. The world of our daily experience, the world of tables, chairs, stars, and people, with their attendant shapes, smells, feels, and sounds, is a species-specific user interface to a realm far more complex, a realm whose essential character is conscious. It is unlikely that the contents of our interface in any way resemble that realm. Indeed, the usefulness of an interface requires, in general, that they do not. For the point of an interface, such as the Windows interface on a computer, is simplification and ease of use. We click icons because this is quicker and less prone to error than editing megabytes of software or toggling voltages in circuits. Evolutionary pressures dictate that our species-specific interface, this world of our daily existence, should itself be a radical simplification, selected not for the exhaustive depiction of truth, but the mutable pragmatics of survival. If this is right, if consciousness is fundamental, then we should not be surprised that despite centuries of efforts by the most brilliant of minds, there is as yet no physicalist theory of consciousness, no theory that explains how mindless matter or energy or fields could be or cause conscious experience. There are, of course, many proposals for where to find such a theory, perhaps in information, complexity, neurobiology, neural Darwinism, discriminative mechanics, quantum effects, or functional organization. But no proposal remotely approaches the minimal standards for a scientific theory, quantitative precision, and novel prediction. If matter is but one of the humbler products of consciousness, then we should expect that consciousness itself cannot be theoretically derived from matter. The mind-body problem will be to a physicalist ontology what black body radiation was to classical mechanics. First, a goad to its heroic defense, later the provenance of its final supersession. While I find Hoffman's theory quite pregnant with all sorts of interesting possibilities, and appreciate him going so far out on a shaky limb to promote his consciousness-first supposition, Shirley MacLaine notwithstanding, I still have troubling doubts about his idea of conscious agents. Nevertheless, in our class discussions, one of my brightest students, Brandon Gillette, who is quite conversant with computational devices and their limitations, pointed out that if Hoffman's theory was correct, even if only partially, there should be some telltale signs that our consciousness is a mask which betrays its real origination. Gillette elaborated on his notion a few days later in a letter to me on this subject. Hi, Professor. One of the most popular metaphors for describing consciousness is to compare it with the user interface of a computer. The idea is that consciousness, like a graphical interface, is an illusion designed to mask the complexity of the underlying system. Just as how the icons on your desktop serve as a useful shorthand for simplifying an incomprehensible string of ones and zeros, our conscious experiences are a sort of shorthand for masking the immense convolutions of the human brain. It is a useful illusion, and nothing more. But if we're going to take this analogy seriously, it raises an interesting possibility. Consider what happens when a computer interface breaks down. Perhaps there is a bug in the code, or the system has been infected by a virus. In any case, the interface is forced to contend with a situation which it was never built to handle. What happens in cases like this? Well, typically, the interface reveals glimpses of lower-order operations, something that more closely resembles the computer's inner workings. Usually, it will display snippets from the command line. Sometimes, it begins writing out error codes or long strings of uninterpreted data. Essentially, the computer reveals aspects of itself which are more consistent with the true nature of its internal mechanisms. Perhaps consciousness is subject to the same principle. Let's examine some of the situations under which a human brain finds itself confronting inordinate circumstances, situations which evolution has historically had little to no reason for preparing our minds to face. Psychoactive drugs, for example, introduce the brain to a chemical environment which is highly atypical. Under such circumstances, the brain begins to produce incoherent streams of sensory information. Much like dreams, these hallucinations can unearth repressed psychological patterns deep from within the subconscious. The experiences presented often take the form of archetypal images. Many of these metaphorical forms are universally reproduced among different individuals in a hallucinatory state. Is it possible that these archetypes are a glimpse into more fundamental processes of the conscious system? There are other atypical circumstances capable of producing similar experiences as well: prolonged periods of isolation, mental illness, sensory deprivation, and any conditions which upset the equilibrium of the human brain-mind complex. Each, in their own unique way, can produce chimeric effects. These unusual phenomena may represent a breakdown of the conscious interface. Much like the interface of a computer, when consciousness breaks down, it reveals its internal wiring to the user. Just after Gillette presented his views in our in-class Hoffman roundtable discussion, another particularly intelligent student, Vikrant Chowdhury, raised the intriguing issue of how to figure out what the bare amount of information is needed to create a believable reality. Chowdhury's point was to look at the actual mechanics behind how awareness renders certainty, as he too elaborated in an email to me. For example, Human visual perception is heavily dominated by using contextual clues in order to piece together reality. We use shadows, past knowledge, and patterns in order to build our visual field. This can be observed when optical illusions produce images that are not exactly like the real picture. So, would it be able to use imperfect processing in order to trick our brains into believing a reality without rendering the whole picture? Could one use shadows and other content and context-laden clues in order to build a perceived full image without having to render every pixel? Indeed, sophisticated eye tracking could be used to drastically reduce the amount of processing that's needed to build a reality. Since humans only see a very small portion of their whole visual field in high definition, can you just display the small area the eye is focused on in the virtual reality screen while blurring out the rest of the screen? Dr. Hoffman talks about how reality is only what we can see at the current time. In other words, we wouldn't need to render anything that is beyond a person or away from his or her field of view, but only what would be directly accessible to them at the specific moment in time and space. At this juncture in class, I pointed out that John Carmack and Michael Abresh, both pioneers in VR gaming and currently Chief Technology Officer and Chief Scientist, respectively, at Oculus and Facebook, suggested that the greatest pathway forward in making virtual reality matrix-like is precisely to make eye-tracking resolutions super clear. As David Heaney of UploadVR.com elaborates, VR headsets can take advantage of this by only rendering where you're directly looking in high resolution. Everything else can be rendered at a significantly lower resolution. This is called foveated rendering, and it is what will allow for significantly higher resolution displays. This, in turn, should enable significantly wider field of view. Foveated rendering relies on eye tracking. In fact, that eye tracking needs to be essentially perfect. Otherwise, there would be distracting delays in detail when looking around. Not all foveated rendering solutions are created equal. The better the eye tracking, the more gains can be found in rendering efficiencies. As we approached our dock, I literally couldn't stand up as the world was spinning every which way. Since the most sophisticated virtual reality headset known to exist is our own brain, Hoffman's theory, if true, can perhaps be best tested by those situations where our filtering mechanism breaks down, such as in patients suffering epilepsy, schizophrenia, dementia, and other neural degenerations. For example, back in 2004, I was given a relatively new drug to lessen pain after I had a root canal. It was called Vioxx, which is a COX-2 selective non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drug, NSAID, that is related to the non-selective NSAIDs, such as ibuprofen and naproxen. At the time, it was heralded by my dentist, who also happened to have an MD, as a new and benign pain reliever. What he didn't know, and what later reports would reveal, was that Vioxx was one very dangerous drug indeed. I had just taken a second dose when I was with my oldest son, Sean, who was only 4 at the time, and we were in our electric Duffy boating around near our home in Huntington Harbor, when all of a sudden I was struck with an acute attack of vertigo, something I had never experienced before. As we approached our dock, I literally couldn't stand up as the world was spinning every which way. I managed to crawl up the dock with my son on my back as I slowly made my way up the plankway. I thought I was having a stroke, since I hadn't then connected it to the pill I had taken previously. I was rushed in ambulance to the hospital and given meclizine hydrochloride, which helps in stabilizing one's sense of balance. During this experience, I had the keen realization that my perception of reality was extraordinarily fragile and was wholly dependent upon subtle structures within my inner ear that I was wholly oblivious to. Tiny molecules gone awry, and I was plunged into a spinning kaleidoscope, which felt endless. Thinking back on this incident, it puts Gillette's point and Hoffman's philosophical conjecture into sharper relief. Is vertigo and other cognitive breakdowns a portal into better understanding the tentative nature of our day-to-day user interface reality? Do such anatomical declensions provide a glimpse into how nature conceals much more than it reveals, since parsing information is elemental in helping us to survive? In the 1999 movie The Matrix, déjà vu experiences are attributed to a glitch, where something is changed in the computational coding and thus the digital rendering temporally malfunctions. Whenever we witness such defects on our smartphones or on our television sets, it reveals something about the inner workings of how these devices work. Ironically, we learn much more than we initially realize about the underlying programming and manufacturing of these technical systems exactly when they fail than when they work well. Hoffman's bold theory, which still awaits further testing, may be likened to that pivotal scene in The Matrix where Morpheus offers Neo 2 kinds of pills. This is your last chance. After this, there is no turning back. You take the blue pill, the story ends, and you wake up in your bed and believe whatever you want to believe. You take the red pill, and you stay in Wonderland, and I'll show you how deep the rabbit hole goes. Remember, all I'm offering you is the truth, nothing more. The metaphorical pill in our case, or similarly, the pulling of the curtain in the movie The Wizard of Oz, is to see reality as a scaffolding project, which depends on a nested series of illusions, each of which are designed to trick the user into believing that the present interface is the sum total of truth. Let's be clear. What Hoffman is proposing is a scientifically laden version of Alice in Wonderland, where the doors of perception are thrown wide open in ways that even Aldous Huxley hadn't imagined. Make no mistake, Hoffman's conclusion, though not verified, is radical to the core. But if we assume that consciousness is fundamental, then the mind-body problem transforms from an attempt to bootstrap consciousness from matter into an attempt to bootstrap matter from consciousness. The latter bootstrap is, in principle, elementary. Matter, space-time, and physical objects are among the contents of consciousness. The rules by which, for instance, human vision constructs colors, shapes, depths, motions, textures, and objects. Rules now emerging from psychophysical and computational studies in the cognitive sciences can be read as a description, partial but mathematically precise, of this bootstrap. What we lose in this process are physical objects that exist independent of any observer. There is no sun or moon unless a conscious mind perceives them, for both are constructs of consciousness, icons in a species-specific user interface. To some, this seems a patent absurdity, a reductio of the position readily contradicted by experience and our best science. But our best science, our theory of the quantum, gives no such assurance. And experience once led us to believe the Earth flat and the stars near. Perhaps in due time, mind-independent objects will go the way of flat Earth. This view obviates no method or result of science, but integrates and reinterprets them in its framework. Consider, for instance, the quest for neural correlates of consciousness, NCC. This holy grail of physicalism can and should proceed unabated if consciousness is fundamental, for it constitutes a general investigation of our user interface. To the physicalist, an NCC is potentially a casual source of consciousness. If, however, consciousness is fundamental, then an NCC is a feature of our interface correlated with, but never causally responsible for, alterations of consciousness. Damage the brain, destroy the NCC, and consciousness is no doubt impaired. Yet neither the brain nor the NCC causes consciousness. Instead, consciousness constructs the brain and the NCC. This is no mystery. Drag a file's icon to the trash and the file is, no doubt, destroyed. Yet neither the icon nor the trash, each a mere pattern of pixels on a screen, causes its destruction. The icon is a simplification, a graphical correlate of the file's contents, GCC, intended to hide, not to instantiate, the complex web of causal relations. Perception is not like a window, but more like a 3D desktop. Does that mean there is nothing outside the mind, or that we perceive reality in an indirect way? Virtuality 21. Within 25 years, virtual reality meetings will be essentially transparent to being there in person. Once we can do this, the idea of climbing into an aircraft and burning up huge quantities of fossil fuels to propel our bodies and briefcases full of papers will seem absolutely backward. Bert Rutan. Paralyzed Body, Liberating Mind. Kenneth's Journey into Virtual Reality, an ongoing VR journal by Kenneth Williams. Introductory note. Kenneth was a student in my online philosophy class at Mount San Antonio College this past semester. We had never met in person until 8 weeks ago when he happened to come by my office around 3 o'clock in the afternoon to talk. He was in a high-tech wheelchair since he was quadriplegic and could only navigate by using the sides of his head. Kenneth was T-boned in a horrific automobile accident 5 years ago, which left him totally paralyzed, with no sensation from his chest downward and no feeling in his hands or arms. He has mobility from the neck up only. Kenneth is a bright light, quite intelligent, and very articulate. He has a clear and sonorous voice that is easy on the ears and an infectious smile that lights up to all those around him. He had an instant rapport as we discussed the philosophy of mind, quantum theory, and then veering off with a fascinating segue into Fakir Chan's unknowingness concerning religious views. Right then, in the midst of our conversation, Kenneth changed the topic to virtual reality, mentioning that he had read much about it, including some of the articles I had written on the subject. This naturally piqued my interest, since our philosophy department had recently purchased several Oculus Quest standalone VR headsets, so our students could get a glimpse of this emerging technology. I could see Kenneth's curious fascination for VR by the delightful and boyish twinkle in his eyes. Looking back in my office, I realized that I had a more rudimentary Oculus Go headset and asked Kenneth if he wanted to try it. It took us a bit of trial and error to properly adjust it on his head, since he had to untie his long hair out of a bun, and because there is no sensation in his hands, the set has to be adjusted just right for his visual field of view. I started him off with Welcome to VR, which provides a brief introduction to the various facets of virtual reality, from being able to watch a movie on a huge screen to simulating a fighter pilot on a dystopian planet. I could tell that he was hooked. For the past few weeks, we have met in my office and corresponded off and on. I asked him what he most wanted out of VR, and I was pleasantly surprised by his response. I want to fly to outer space and be among the planets and the stars. Ah, I replied, me too. There are some very good apps that do things like that. My favorite is Spheres. Kenneth, I soon realized, was a test pilot for all things virtual, and that he should be given the opportunity to beta test various games and applications in virtual reality. I was curious to see which ones gave him the greater sense of freedom, given his immobility. I asked him if he would share his journey over the next few months. Kenneth has a great support system with his wife and young daughter, who, given his limited range of motion, could help him navigate better. The following is the first installment in Kenneth's VR journal. I think it is quite valuable since the VR is still in its infancy, and I am hoping he can give us greater insight into where it should go and what it needs. December 13th, 2019, Friday, 1:15 p.m. It is my intention to share with you details of my experiences after I engage in various VR applications and games. On this day, I was utilizing, beta testing, my Oculus Quest VR goggles that were given to me as a gift from my philosophy professor, David Lane, who also happens to be my friend. But this came about based on our conversation about his experience with astral projection while in meditation, which I've read in one of his co-authored books that had a chapter that was narrated by his wife, Professor Andrea Diem. I believed it was The Cerebral Mirage, which contains various chapters pertaining to their studies. But primarily, in her chapter, what caught my attention was when she began talking about the comparison of VR with true astral projection. In other words, she wanted to know if the goggles could present the same experience as astral projection in a virtual world. Her husband explained to her that it is quite similar and works much better than expected. My display of interest and curiosity amazed my professor friend, and David immediately offered me an opportunity to utilize his virtual reality goggles. I can assure you I was very excited, and when he placed the goggles on my head, the view that I saw was very amazing and clear. He had to assist me with navigating and placing the goggles on my head because of my condition being paralyzed with no movement from my shoulders down. I'm a quadriplegic dealing with a spinal cord injury resulting from a car accident 5 years ago where I was T-boned while crossing an intersection driving home from work. And yes, I was the only one who suffered injuries so severe. Dealing with this newfound injury has made so many drastic changes in my life, especially when it came to going places and being socially active or physically active, like I once was before my injury. Mentally, it was a very conflicting battle, but I still yearned to be a part of society and activities going on in the community. But it was not so easy because of the lack of transportation that requires a wheelchair-accessible vehicle. And initially, after my discharge from the hospital, my wife, daughter, and I were using the services of Access Paratransit. And that experience is a whole other chapter within itself that I do not wish to give any notoriety or credit for getting me to my destinations. Just know that it only caused us more stress and added to the PTSD we were both dealing with due to the unreliable services. In spite of that, I submitted an essay to a contest in December of 2016 that was being held by a spinal cord injury organization called Triumph Foundation, and the prize was a wheelchair-accessible van. I wrote in response to a series of questions that were asked and basically wrote a story explaining what happened before the accident and what I intend to do after with the new transportation. Sad to admit, I hadn't received a response, and then I saw a video on social media that someone else was selected. But later around the fourth quarter of 2017, I started getting emails and calls from the ambassadors at Triumph Foundation claiming they were just checking in on me, but also informing me that they were going to keep my essay for the next contest in consideration. Long story short, the founder, Andrew Skinner, reached out asking to visit me, just to be cordial and asking when we were available. Naturally, they were invited to come. They arrived sometime later that day asking us to come outside. While we were talking, Andrew's wife drove into the parking lot as this was a surprise to award us with our own wheelchair-accessible van. Things became much better because my wife often has a busy work schedule through the week and on weekends. With that, and my going to school 2 days a week, she would always be tired and feel sometimes overworked because we had no assistance like nursing care or someone to be with me when she is not around. A quick summary of what I'm trying to say. If I was not at school, then I would be home most of the time. It was not easy for me to get out for a personal activity and to really have any social life. I would practically be on my computer every day using voice recognition to navigate and use my computer for various activities or assignments when in school, and also to interact with people via social media. But it was not the same. It was frustrating being unable to play certain video games, or practically very few of them, and also being unable to be a part of the community while watching everyone attending parties and having major gatherings that I cannot be a part of. So I was very frustrated at times and would feel like a prisoner in my own body and in my own home. As much as I have tried to control it, I'll constantly have moments where I would be frustrated by my wife, as if she would not allow me to do anything. It was not her fault, of course, because ultimately I would have to ask her for help, and most of the time her response was that she was tired or it was the wrong time. The last few paragraphs were dictated to give you an understanding of how today came to be, and the introduction of virtual reality goggles and the relationship with my professor, David. It explains how my situation happened and how it affected me and my family traumatically, and primarily how it caused me to be limited in my activities. I've always imagined what the full potential of the virtual reality experience had to offer, as I have seen it in movies and other simulations and gaming showcases. But I have never experienced it myself, and I have always been curious. Virtual reality is defined as an artificial environment which is experienced through sensory stimuli, provided through a computer system, a virtual world, an oasis where you're able to be in an avatar of your choice and move around while also touching things with virtual sensors. It has evolved and become quite advanced, and the games are practically the equivalent of CGI, computer-generated imagery, movies, and they allow you to fight opponents, climb mountains, and fly aircrafts in space. It is my intention to share with you details of my experiences after I engage in various VR applications and games. I'll explain what I experienced and how I felt with every game that I am able to play, and also my attempts to use my right arm to hopefully navigate the virtual environments with the right controller using my hand. And this I will have to do without dexterity, nor do I have any sensation. I'll just be using my intuition while focusing on the simulation. The first VR simulation that I experienced is called the roller coaster. What makes it actually very funny to me is the fact that I did not like or enjoy riding roller coasters before my accident. It was not even a consideration or a topic of discussion. But sure, I'll consider a virtual simulation of it because I do not have to worry about falling or some strange malfunction like the ones that have been happening as of lately. This experience gave me a very good feeling and actually raised my adrenaline up because of the excitement. Initially, right before the ride starts, I'm supposed to reach back in the simulation and grab the lap bar, but my wife has to do that part for me first, after which she then returned the headset back to me. It amazes me how I'm able to turn my head to the left or to the right, and also up or down to look around in the virtual environment. I am able to look over objects that appear to be in the way of others, and under to see what is behind them, or even walk around. The environment for the roller coaster is very nice, with a very beautiful sky, light blue with cumulus and cumulonimbus clouds. This was the first simulation scene that I initiated, and it was called the Tyrannosaurus Rex ride. It reminded me of the park tour ride in the movie Jurassic Park because of the various dinosaurs that I would pass or even go under, like the Brontosaurus. When my car started and drifted off slowly, I felt like I was inside the environment, looking around and going under the trees through the mountains as I passed a Triceratops looking disturbed. Some dinosaurs even walked across the tracks, and my speed began to pick up. I could feel the sensation in my loins and stomach as the ride was going faster, with leaning turns that were sharp, and I would continuously jump as I often became startled from believing that my ride was going to run into a dinosaur so many times. There were raptors that were running parallel to me, and they passed me on my right, and then, as they were ahead of me, one made a left turn onto the track, running straight toward me. Now my mind was saying, okay, here we go with this shit. Basically, it's getting real, and my body was not ready for it, anticipating an attack as my heart was beating faster and faster as this ferocious dinosaur that everyone knows are little terrorizers runs straight for me and literally jumps over me right before I thought it would make direct contact. I shook my head, and the ride was giving me the feeling like when you're in an elevator going down, because the ride sped up even faster and came to a ridge or cliff where there was no more track, and I did not know what was about to happen. But the ride did not slow down, so now I was nervous. And then I was airborne, and it felt as if I were defying gravity as my ride was gliding over land and dinosaurs. It was amazing, actually, and got my full attention as I was anticipating some type of crash landing. But I landed on another track, and it was a rough landing. This made me think about the virtual simulator video and how it affects your mind with the projections, and that it is actually quite convincing that this is actually reality. The VR allows my sensations to react as if I was going to be attacked, crash, or fly among other stimuli. This overwhelming sensation triggered my fight or flight response, but in this case, it was continue with the ride or take off the headset right now. I love the parts of the roller coaster that were going straight upward, allowing me to stare at the sky in front of me and back onto the level terrain. I came to a stop right in front of another Tyrannosaurus Rex as its head was down eating another dinosaur's insides. My ride stopped, and I was just sitting there watching the dinosaur eat his food and looking up occasionally, but not at me, and I could have been maybe 10 feet or so from it. Another time, it looked up and began coming my way, tilting its head sideways and looking closer my way, baring its teeth, snarling and moving closer. As it towered over me, I was quiet, but sort of excited at the same time. I actually whispered to my wife, saying, "There is a T-Rex looking in my face right now," like I was scared it was going to hear me. And then the ride started again, moving backward away from the T-Rex. But now the T-Rex is fixated on me and following in pursuit. But I was laughing now because they cannot move fast, and it was just chasing me with its little arms as my ride sped faster and the dinosaur disappeared, as others appeared while I was moving fast backward until I came to another abrupt stop and began moving forward on another track. This track began going inside the opening of a mountain, traveling upward and moving at an accelerating rate, constantly making sharp turns playing on my adrenaline, until I came to another opening of an ending or cut-off track, where I became airborne again. But this time, there was a Tyrannosaurus below, and I was, unfortunately, headed in its direction like I was on a collision course with it. But I landed in its freaking mouth, and that was beyond startling. That was an amazing experience, and there will be more to explain to you in detail, as this one is just the first installment of my daily log in what it is like for someone like me who is paralyzed to experience the richness of virtual reality. Concluding note, Kenneth is a pioneer, and it is my hope that by detailing his experiences in VR, he can offer us a portal into which applications and games provide a greater sense of freedom, since each one of us, paralyzed or not, are limited by our bodily mechanisms. Kenneth and I have discussed meditation and the human desire for something transcendent. It may seem strange that a newfangled technology may actually dovetail with ancient contemplative practices. To be sure, we shouldn't conflate VR with astral travel or the meditational sense of leaving one's body. But from my own experiences in doing both fairly intensively, there are striking parallels that shouldn't be ignored. We are entering into a new time period where artificial intelligence and virtual reality will usher in worlds of experience hitherto thought impossible. I look forward to Kenneth's further adventures on the very frontier of our newly discovered simulated realities. Virtuality 22. We don't need virtual reality. We need virtual unreality. Peter Greenaway. The rendered universe. Why virtual reality unlocks the secret of consciousness. Although Plato didn't know about virtual reality headsets or what such a newfangled technology could evoke, he did understand better than most that humans do not see reality as it is, but rather how we filter it moment to moment. His famous allegory of the cave, which is arguably the single greatest thought experiment in the history of philosophy, explains, via the mouthpiece of Socrates, very simply that we are prisoners who confuse shadows on the wall, which are artificially manufactured by an unseen burning fire, as if they were real men and other living things. It is an illusion, and as such, the imprisoned men are duped. Today, with the advent of ever-increasing scientific advances, we are on the threshold of better understanding why consciousness evolved and how it works. Professor Donald Hoffman, the controversial cognitive scientist at the University of Irvine, has taken Plato's allegory and given it a computational update by using the metaphor of a desktop computer, where all we see is the user interface, not the underlying software programming or the hardware circuitry of electron exchanges. Accordingly, what we see, hear, smell, and touch around us is a filtering mechanism developed by evolution to ensure that we focus on what will allow us to live long enough to pass on our genetic code. In the past century, we have come up with various models to understand consciousness, from Dennett's multiple drafts to Leary's 8 circuits to Dehan Shanzhou's global neuronal workspace, etc. Yet, each have been hindered by their use of limited metaphors. This became much more apparent when the computational semblance of the mind faltered when neuroscientists and philosophers realized that awareness was not merely digital. However, with the advent of virtual reality, augmented reality, and mixed reality, our models of how consciousness functions are becoming much clearer to grasp, since we now have the ability to simulate in 4 dimensions an all-encompassing environment artificially. Using VR, AR, and MR as touchstones allows us, for the first time, to better appreciate how our brains construct the world around us via incoming data streams. Consciousness is a forging mechanism, which, by its attentional posturing, enables it to fully immerse in a world of its own making, even as it remains mostly unaware of how such a magical performance occurs. Simply put, we do not live in an objective cosmos distinct from our interactions with it, but rather in a rendered universe where our participation and our observations are fundamental to our interpretations of it. This becomes transparently obvious when we realize that the most sophisticated virtual reality headset known to exist is our own brain. However, by exploring manufactured VR accoutrements and the varied vistas they can create, we have, perhaps for the first time in our history, the necessary tools to synthetically reconstruct how the brain perceives and interacts with reality. This essay is an examination of how the advent of virtual reality changes our understanding of human consciousness and how future researchers will benefit by employing its many iterations. Brian Greene, the physicist polymath at Columbia University, recently made a Paris observation about why human beings cannot visualize the quantum world or extraordinarily large timescales. Our bodies evolved to a middle-range environment where what was vital for our evolutionary survival was dependent on resources within a certain physical parameter. Because of this Darwinian dictum of eat or be eaten, our brains didn't develop the capacity to truly envision what 10 dimensions may be like, or what occurs at the level of a photon, or time durations less than a nanosecond, or what was before the Big Bang, etc. Yes, we can imagine and we can speculate, but even here we have limited models with which to work. Yet, Greene went on to speculate that with the advent of virtual and augmented reality intertwined with artificial intelligence, it may be possible in the future for humans to stretch their cognitive abilities in ways unimaginable before the emergence of such technologies. Elon Musk's championing of neural lace link is but a stepping stone for a wholly different way of thinking and being. It may well be that the very reason we have yet to see a major breakthrough in the study of human consciousness is precisely due to our present cranial limitations. Just as the field of astronomy achieved greater success with building better and more refined telescopes, and molecular biology blossomed with more powerful microscopes, the study of the brain and awareness necessitates radically new tools which go far beyond electroencephalography, EEG, positron emission tomography, PET, magnetic resonance imaging, MRI, and functional magnetic resonance imaging, fMRI. The immense complexity of the brain, with its 86 billion or so neurons curled up in a compact mound of gray matter weighing just 3 pounds, cannot be approached, much less comprehensively understood with crude instrumentation. Given that our technologies must evolve to properly inspect such an intricate compound, so too must our own mental maps, lest we be too inadequate to grapple with nature's greatest secret. This is why I believe that virtual and augmented reality is a dramatic stride in the right direction. For example, this last year, I attended the Oculus Connect conference held in San Jose, which highlights the latest developments in virtual reality hardware and software. One of the keynote speakers was the video gaming pioneer John Carmack, who pointed out 2 of the most important and fundamental hard problems in getting virtual reality to work seamlessly: spot-on rendering and time-corrected latency. First, when you don a VR headset, such as the standalone Oculus Quest or HTC Vive's Cosmos Play, wherever you look, the scene becomes clearer by a process technically known as foveated rendering, which uses an eye tracker integrated with whatever headset you may be using that is specially designed to reduce the rendering workload, systematically compressing the visual field in the peripheral vision outside of the zone gazed by the fovea. Some headsets use a less sophisticated variant called fixed foveated rendering, which doesn't utilize eye tracking and instead assumes a fixed focal point. John Carmack and Michael Abresh, chief scientist for Oculus at Facebook, who also spoke at the Oculus 6 conference, argued that perfecting rendering is the key to making virtual reality almost indistinguishable from our regular everyday sense of reality. What is most intriguing about this in relation to our own particular form of attention is how our brain is literally a rendering machine, which provides us with only a small smattering of information via our senses whenever we pay attention to a particular occurrence or scene. We don't ever see objects or persons or events in their totality, but merely the tiniest of data slivers, which are evolutionarily filtered for our survival, and not necessarily for us to better understand the cosmos at large. Yet we remain oblivious to how such neural rendering works and how it delimits the world we inhabit. In a very real sense, we are born wearing the universe's most sophisticated VR headset and live as if we aren't aware of this requisite fact. Understanding the mechanics behind VR rendering and its various permutations is undoubtedly helpful in better appreciating how our own brains conjure reality via our five senses. It may seem odd to realize that the universe we behold is versional and not a clear transparency of what it is. Other species have different brain-induced versions, and we cannot accurately gauge what they experience if we only have limited knowledge about their respective rendering apparatuses. Attention and rendering are correlative, and this can have startling implications. As James B. Glatterfelder in his book Information Consciousness Reality explains, most people who have journeyed to the DMT realm argue that what they have experienced is just as real as experiences made during the sober waking state, if not much more so. As mentioned, it is tempting to disregard such experiences as hallucinations, nothing more, nothing less. However, this raises philosophical questions. Recall that neuroscientists are quite clear. Our perception of reality is a hallucination tethered by a bit of sensory input. What I experience through sober waking consciousness is an elaborate virtual reality rendering in my brain. The nature of this hallucination can be modulated by the chemical composition of the brain. Crucially, the DMT produced by my own body has the potential to intrinsically and naturally modify the contents of my consciousness by teleporting my mind to the DMT realm. Indeed, simply by shutting down the left hemisphere of the human brain appears to induce travels of the mind, allowing consciousness to access a place of peace and euphoria. How can I then be certain that the fidelity and truth content of the one hallucination is superior to the other? What epistemic guarantee do I have that would allow me to negate the reality of the DMT realm? How can I exclude the possibility that reality is indeed queerer than we can suppose, and everything I have ever known about it is metaphorically restricted to a tiny isolated island in a vast archipelago of transcendental existence? Whereas VR headsets are the result of sophisticated machinery along with complex software programs, our central nervous systems are the elongated result of natural selection operating on emergent organisms trying to survive within a competitive environmental landscape. What we get is what allows us to eat and mate, and thus there is no evolutionary pressure to reveal to us how the brain conjures the reality we witness. The VR industry is driven to provide us with a similar sort of magic, except that at this stage in its development, there is still a long way to go before it becomes Matrix-like. Yet, because it is in its infancy, there is much that VR can tell us about how self-awareness may have first arisen. One of the most outstanding revelations in VR is how it can convince us that the projected images not only look real, but that they convey upon us a sense of presence. Why this is so tells us much about how our neurology is jerry-rigged for interacting with key environmental cues. Because of VR technology, we have a better understanding of how to trick our brains into believing something is lifelike, despite it being merely a manufactured artifice. This is extremely helpful, as it allows us a more accurate model of how a complex neural net goes about convincing us what we see, hear, touch, and feel is truly authentic, and which demands our focus. In other words, we have learned to discriminate what is vital for our survival and what is merely imaginative. That the line between both can too often be blurred is precisely why humans suffer from a wide range of mental ailments, not the least of which is schizophrenia, dementia, and Alzheimer's. Whenever I don my Oculus Quest VR headset, I am amazed at how easily I get absorbed into a completely different realm, even though intellectually I know that it is merely a sophisticated simulation. How does such a device actually work so well as to deceive us? Zaina Banji explains, VR headsets either use 2 LCD displays, one per eye, or 2 feeds sent to one display. Headsets also have lenses placed between your eyes and the screen, which are used to focus and reshape the picture for each eye. They create a stereoscopic 3D image by angling the two 2D images. This is because the lenses mimic how each of our 2 eyes see the world very slightly differently. VR headsets also need to have a minimum frame rate of at least 60 frames per second in order for the user to not feel sick. Current VR headsets are able to go way beyond this, with Oculus and the HTC Vive at 90 frames per second and PlayStation VR at 120 frames per second. For VR to work properly, when you move your head up and down or side to side or tilt your head, the picture has to move properly with your head. Headsets use a system called 6 degrees of freedom, 6DOF, which looks at your head's position in terms of the X, Y, and Z axis to measure head movements. There are a couple of different components used in a head tracking system, including a gyroscope, accelerometer, and magnetometer. The PlayStation VR also uses 9 LEDs around the headset, which are used to provide 360-degree head tracking by using an external camera that monitors these signals. Although the VR set is but an inch or so away from one's eyes, the depth of vision, the feeling of overwhelming presence when fighting Darth Vader with a lightsaber, or being able to fly through our solar system and touching Jupiter is truly mind-boggling. Yet, and this is a point that needs to be underlined and worth repeating, the whole display is a sophisticated digital deception. Our brains are wired such that it doesn't take too much to convince us that an illusion is real, even when we are aware of the mechanics behind such magic. This is why I believe virtual reality and augmented reality technologies are pivotal instruments in exploring how consciousness may arise from a subset of neuronal components. In a talk I gave to the Philosophy Club at the University of California, Irvine this past year, I touched upon the reasons why. Earlier religious traditions, as found in Buddhism, Jainism, Hinduism, and Christian Gnosticism, argued that we live in an illusion which betrays its real origin. Just as the user interface on our smartphones hides the inner workings of computer programming and electronic circuit design, the world of appearances masks the underlying physics and chemistry which gives rise to it. Herein lies the secret of consciousness, according to Donald Hoffman, professor of cognitive science at the University of California, Irvine, who believes that a radical new approach is needed to understand the emergence of self-awareness. Writes Hoffman, evolution has shaped us with perceptions that allow us to survive, but part of that involves hiding from us the stuff we don't need to know, and that's pretty much all of reality, whatever reality might be. Hoffman believes that with the desktop interface, we have for the first time the appropriate metaphor to understand how something that looks real on the surface is anything but. Elucidates Hoffman, snakes and trains, like the particles of physics, have no objective, observer-independent features. The snake I see is a description created by my sensory system to inform me of the fitness consequences of my actions. Evolution shapes acceptable solutions, not optimal ones. A snake is an acceptable solution to the problem of telling me how to act in a situation. My snakes and trains are my mental representations. Your snakes and trains are your mental representations. While I agree with much of what Hoffman suggests, except that I find his concept of conscious agents confusing at best, I think virtual reality is a far more powerful metaphor for explaining how and why consciousness works, since it is a totally encompassing environment similar in so many ways to how we currently experience the world, both within and without, via our own subjective awareness. Yet, the VR headset is a mind manipulator par excellence, just as our own consciousness is an informational playground. Of course, the fundamental difference is that with VR, we can inhabit instantly what before we could only dimly imagine. But in both VR, virtual reality, and SA, self-awareness, we are, as Donald Hoffman explains, not seeing the innards of reality. As he elaborates, suppose there's a blue rectangular icon on the lower right corner of your computer's desktop. Does that mean that the file itself is blue and rectangular and lives in the lower right corner of your computer? Of course not. But those are the only things that can be asserted about anything on the desktop. It has color, position, and shape. Those are the only categories available to you, and yet none of them are true about the file itself or anything in the computer. They couldn't possibly be true. That's an interesting thing. You could not form a true description of the innards of the computer if your entire view of reality was confined to the desktop. And yet, the desktop is useful. That blue rectangular icon guides my behavior, and it hides a complex reality that I don't need to know. That's the key idea. Evolution has shaped us with perceptions that allow us to survive. They guide adaptive behaviors. But part of that involves hiding from us the stuff we don't need to know. And that's pretty much all of reality, whatever reality might be. If you had to spend all that time figuring it out, the tiger would eat you. As I mentioned earlier, our brains are rendering machines, and as they parse tiny bits of incoming data streams, they fashion the very worlds we inhabit. But this very act of rendering this or that scene is predicated to a large degree on where we focus our attention. In a very real sense, we have limited bandwidth and can only take in a tiny fraction of all that is available to us at any particular moment. But herein lies the key. The limitations of our brain, like the limitations of our present-day VR headsets, means that evolution has modeled us to inhale what is sufficient for our survival. It doesn't allow for too much continual streaming of information, since that would, in effect, make us catatonic and unable to respond, since we would be entirely swamped by data overload. Moreover, how we respond to differing situations is directly correlated to time appropriation. Our brains are sophisticated motion detectors, and the way we navigate our day-to-day interactions is dependent on how well we measure time intervals. Each species has its own unique time-lapse camera, so to say, since nothing arrives on time, but rather in time. And even then, it has much to do with environmental conditions. In virtual reality, this is called the latency issue, which has been a major obstacle for software programmers to get it right. Even the slightest delay or lag in VR can alter the user's experience and jolt him away from the game's surreal engagement. In a remarkably salient paper entitled Towards Low Latency and Ultra-Reliable Virtual Reality, Mohammed S. Elbambi, Christina Perfecto, Mendy Bennis, and Klaus Doppler from the Center for Wireless Communications, University of Oulu, Finland, elaborate. In VR environments, stringent latency requirements are of utmost importance for providing a pleasant, immersive VR experience. The human eye needs to perceive accurate and smooth movements with low motion to photon, MTP latency, which is the lapse between a moment, e.g. head rotation, and a frame's pixels corresponding to the new FOV have been shown to the eyes. High MTP values send conflicting signals to the vestibulo-ocular reflex, VOR, a dissonance that might lead to motion sickness. There is a broad consensus in setting the upper bound for MTP to no less than 15 to 20 milliseconds. Meanwhile, the loopback latency of 4G under ideal operation conditions is 25 milliseconds. The challenge for bringing end-to-end latency down to acceptable levels starts by first understanding the various types of delays involved in such systems to calculate the joint computing and communication latency budget. Delay contributions to the end-to-end wireless mobile VR latency include sensor sampling delay, image processing or frame rendering computing delay, network delay, queuing delay in and over-the-air delay, and display refresh delay. Sensor delay's contribution, less than 1 millisecond, is considered imperceptible by users, and display delay, 10 to 15 milliseconds, is expected to drop to 5 milliseconds, which leaves 14 milliseconds for computing and communication. Both computing and communication delay serve as a delay bottleneck in VR systems. Heavy image processing requires high computational power that is often not available in the local HMD GPUs. Offloading computing tasks to remote cloud servers significantly relieves the computing burden from the user's HMDs at the expense of incurring additional communication delay in both directions. Unlike MR and AR, where uploading video streams to the cloud may be required, uplink communication delay due to offloading the computing task to the server is typically very small in VR, owing to the small amount of data needed, e.g. user 3 tracking data and the interactive control decisions. However, the downlink delivery of the processed video frames in full resolution can significantly contribute to the overall delay. Current online VR computing can take as much as 100 milliseconds, and communication delay, edge of network to server, reach 40 milliseconds. Therefore, relying on remote cloud servers is a more suitable approach for low-resolution non-interactive VR applications, whereas the whole 360-degree content can be streamed and the constraints on real-time computing are relaxed. Interactive VR applications require real-time computing to ensure responsiveness. Therefore, it is necessary to shrink the distance between the end users and the computing servers to guarantee minimal latency. In analyzing the nitty-gritty of human consciousness and its relationship to the brain, understanding rendering and latency is a fundamental necessity, as any deficiency in one or the other, or both, can have catastrophic consequences. Nature, over the course of millions of years, came up with the solutions that have served us well in our continuing struggle of existence. Because VR technology is attempting to seamlessly replicate what our brain has already achieved, it provides a tantalizing pathway for us to see how our own wetware accomplished such a remarkable feat. In many ways, VR and AR are perhaps the most practical means we presently have to understand the engineering nuts and bolts of consciousness. Even if such work proves insufficient to complete the entire task, the continued research and testing in virtual and augmented reality, replete with all the devices that will be created and tested as a result, will undoubtedly help us better grasp the intricate difficulties that must be resolved before self-reflective awareness can be operative. It makes absolutely no sense to argue that we can comprehend the human mind without first knowing how the brain works. In this regard, I don't think ample progress can be made in consciousness studies if we somehow bypass an exhaustive study of the brain and its labyrinthine structures. This is why I believe that philosophers of the mind should follow the lead of Patricia and Paul Churchland, who as professionally trained philosophers have spent their careers championing neuroscience as a necessary route for anyone interested in studying awareness. It makes absolutely no sense to argue that we can comprehend the human mind without first knowing how the brain works. This is akin to saying that whenever your car breaks down, it is unnecessary to open the hood and look at the engine, since the engine and the vehicle are mutually exclusive. Yes, there are certainly those thinkers, such as computer scientist Bernardo Kastrup and New Age thinker Ken Wilber, who believes that consciousness is not a product of 3 pounds of gray matter, but is a distinct force in itself. But in their disdain for mechanism, they tend to postulate myths that are untestable, and even if believed and followed, don't produce any practical benefits along the way to its own falsification. Whereas a neural focus on consciousness, even if it ultimately turns out to be an insufficient explanation, produces all sorts of beneficial byproducts, not the least of which is eliminating long-held intuitions as mistaken. We should remember that the history of science is to a very large measure the overthrow of lesser gods, whether it be Ra, Thor, Zeus, or the notion of an intelligent designer. It is precisely because of the process of eliminative materialism that we got rid of an outdated astrological interpretation of the cosmos and established the progressive science of astronomy. Likewise, when we got a deeper understanding of how molecules and elements behaved, we discarded alchemy for chemistry. Thus, the reason virtual and augmented reality is such a powerful tool is that it allows for us to create hardware that by its very nature must mimic how we perceive, hear, and interact with the world, even if it is only a simulacrum of what we experienced around us. Annika Harris, author of the panpsychism influenced text Conscious, A Brief Guide to the Fundamental Mystery of the Mind, defines consciousness simply as experience, the qualia of what it is like to see a blue ocean or feel in love. It is a wholly subjective sense which cannot be objectified and studied without losing the very quality that defines it to be like something and not something else. Interestingly, VR is predicated on experience itself and creating a sense of presence. That is its chief draw and what attracts gamers and others to it. Of course, we must keep in mind that all maps and models are less than the territory to which they point, and therefore we should not expect that VR technologies in themselves will unravel the secret to human consciousness and its emergence. But, like the simpler 2D computational models it replaces, it is a step forward and yields insights that were not possible before. This point was driven home to me when I met Kenneth Williams one day outside my office at Mount San Antonio College. 5 years ago, Kenneth was T-boned in a horrific car accident which left him a quadriplegic. He was fascinated by what virtual reality had to offer, since an Oculus Quest headset would allow him to experience places and things that he couldn't, such as what it was like to ride a scary roller coaster, or ride in a rocket ship, or climb a mountain. A number of VR applications and games provided him with these experiences and more. Kenneth was experiencing what it was like to do something that was otherwise denied to him. I would argue that consciousness evolved because it ushered in a way to have a depth of experiences within our own cranium and ponder their past, present, and future iterations without the life and death consequences of externalizing those imaginings in the real world. In other words, our brains are nature's own version of a biological VR headset. It makes perfect sense that in trying to create our own synthetic versions, that we will get a richer and more robust understanding of how evolution created one by naturally selected means. Virtuality 23. VR and AR will eventually converge, and smart glasses will take over our digital interactions. Carlos Lopez. The Netflix of Consciousness. How understanding evolution and neuroscience can help in deep meditation. The best hack that I've discovered after meditating for nearly 50 years is inquiring into the source of one's consciousness without any expectations. The wayward mind is not the problem in meditation. It is the solution if properly understood. For too long, the practice of yoga and meditation has been intertwined with a mythological overlay that generates unnecessary confusion and hampers a more robust grasp of how the mind actually operates. Indian gurus have often talked about meditation as a battle or a war with the mind, and how one must conquer its capricious flights of fancy. This is certainly understandable, given how easily our thoughts flitter about and how difficult it is for us to sit still and calm down our persistent wanderings. But this avoids a more fundamental question that should be asked. Why does our mind incessantly create such a plethora of thoughts, ideas, projections, and ruminations? In other words, to what purpose does this monkey mind serve? The answer is quite simple, but richly profound and necessitates a grasp of Darwinian evolution and neuroscience. Our brain is given rise to an extraordinarily complex simulator, which continually creates models by which to navigate the ever-changing worlds it finds itself. Our sophisticated form of consciousness is constructed, even without conscious intent, to ensure our survival in a literal eat-or-be-eaten landscape. Thus, it is constantly providing feedback information about the local environment, conferring shorthand cues about whether to avoid danger, attract mates, secure food, get shelter, engage with friends, fight enemies, or become inactive, and so on. This is the reality we find ourselves in, and, lest there be any doubt, it is a neurological construction dependent on a variety of incoming data streams. To the degree that our brains accurately predict and correlate such information is elemental for us to live long enough to pass on our genetic code, thus perpetuating our species' lineal descent. However, and this is a crucial point that should be underlined, the brain has a built-in tendency never to rest in its internal machinations, creating a series of synthetic scenarios even while we sleep. Hence, it should come as no surprise that the very function of our brains is to produce all sorts of possible trajectories and reflections, since distributing such rich and varied panoramas gives us an advantage over those other species and individuals who lack such cognitive skills. How then does this relate to meditation? Whenever one wants to sit still and slow the racing mind down, they are too often confronted with a seeming paradox that borders on an unsolvable koan. In trying to control the mind, we find it buckles, and instead of providing a haven of peace and bliss, throws out all sorts of fantasies in which to distract us from our stated goal. This can be best summarized by a wise saying I once heard from a master in India. Putting a saddle on a horse for the first time makes it kick and run away. By knowing that the mind is supposed to release a torrent of continual ideas and plans, we can realize that trying to suppress or stop such is a sucker's bet. It is a game of attention, and concentrating on blocking thoughts doesn't mitigate them as much as produce new variations. It is for this reason that meditational disciplines around the world have looked for a hack, a way to circumvent the continual stream of ongoing distractions. One technique that has gained increasing popularity is mindfulness, where one stays as a witness, not a participant, to the marching parade. Let whatever is happening arise of its own accord without resisting its appearance. This is akin, perhaps, to when we watch television and click on the Netflix app. So many possibilities, so many trailers, so many byways. However, if we stay at the home screen and wait without venturing into a selection, we don't get swept away or addicted by reruns of Game of Thrones or Orange is the New Black. But can we stay at that home screen? Can we just witness without being absorbed? Some yogic schools, realizing the difficulty of mindfulness in its various iterations, developed the use of mantras as a way to keep the attention focused and away from scattering thoughts. What repeating words does, in effect, is make one hover around a central theme, even if the words themselves are meaningless or foreign or lose their depth after saying them 1,001 times. Here, one is reminded, of course, of the Jesus Prayer, which became widely known because of the anonymously authored The Way of a Pilgrim, and later due to J.D. Salinger's exposition of how it is practiced in his fictional novel Franny and Zoe. Following the instructions given in Philokalia, or under the guidance of a sage, the aspirant repeats, "Lord Jesus Christ, Son of God, have mercy on me, a sinner," over and over again, as many times as possible throughout the day, trying to make it a ceaseless habit. It can have startling effects, as witnessed by the Russian mendicant in The Way of a Pilgrim, who, after being constructed in the practice by his personal starets, a Christian spiritual father trained in the method, discovers a tremendous sense of peace and bliss wherever he goes and begins to see an inner light. At first, the pilgrim has difficulty repeating the phrase, since he gets caught up in its meaning, but eventually the prayer allows him to keep content with himself regardless of what calumnies he faces along his journey. He even becomes so adept at silently repeating, "Lord Jesus Christ, Son of God, have mercy on me, a sinner," that the constant repetition doesn't cease, even when he has a conversation, and even when he is dreaming during sleep. Likewise, in certain Buddhist, Hindu, Jain, and Sikh teachings, the disciple is given a mantra by his or her guru and is enjoined to repeat such as many times as possible, usually silently. Such mantras, which for many are foreign terms without any cultural reference or significance, serve as a kind of honing device to zero back into a more mindful frame of reference. This may be likened to the home button on the earlier editions of Apple's iPhone. Regardless of how lost one may be in this or that application, all one had to do to get back to the main menu was touch the slightly indented circle button near the bottom of the phone. Many tech analysts have argued that it was this one feature on the first iPhones which made them so popular to those who were technologically naive. Yet, the mind is designed to go elsewhere. It evolved to go out and explore and ponder. Thus, it is little wonder why meditation can be so difficult at times. But understanding why the mind operates as it does versus believing outdated and dualistic models, usually religiously oriented and far too often dogmatic in their retelling, can be of tremendous help in stilling the mind. As the old saying goes, you cannot fix a car's 6-cylinder engine if you think it is only a 4-cylinder. Likewise, the mind cannot be tamed if one is under the mistaken impression that it is unnatural for it to be jumpy. Another way to approach this subject is to imagine that you are at Grand Central Terminal in New York City, which has 44 platforms and over 60 tracks on its upper and lower levels. Thousands of people are busy deciding where they should go and when. You are in the middle of this ever-growing crowd. The hustle and bustle are such that it is pushing you to choose and hurry up. This is how our mind operates. Thoughts are like different trains with different destinations, and each one of them is vying for you to jump on board. And the moment you do buy that ticket and enter into the compartment, you get carried away. But usually not for long, as you change your mind and take yet another train, and so on and on. This is the daily routine for most of us, and let's be clear, it is exhausting and usually fruitless, since most expeditions are just replays of past regrets or future fantasies that will never be fulfilled. What is more enjoyable is when we have found a moment where we want to place our full attention. We seek out such respites in the world and in the relationships around us. But in doing so, we forget that it is actually our awareness, our focused attention, that is fundamental to our feeling of happiness. The best hack that I've discovered after meditating for nearly 50 years is inquiring into the source of one's consciousness without any expectations. It is extraordinarily rare for any being to have the privilege of being able to sit privately for an extended period of time without being engaged in the struggle for survival. Ironically, when one just sits and enters into contemplation without desiring an end goal, it relaxes our instinctual anxiousness. Meditation is a process, and whether there is such a thing as enlightenment, Sachkhand, nirvana, astral planes, moksha, ad infinitum, is secondary to what we do day to day, moment to moment. Sitting is its own reward, even if nothing gets accomplished. One of the chief trouble meditators have is that we have been seduced into doing it for a desired aim. And if that is not achieved or is slow in coming, we get frustrated and then roam off into all sorts of revelries. A mantra repeated endlessly has no meaning, save to keep us where we are. It is instructive to know that the Japanese word Zen comes from the Chinese word Chan, which itself is derived from the Indian Sanskrit term dhyan, which has been variously translated as meditation, absorption, concentrated attention, contemplation. What then is the substance of meditation? Our own awareness just as it is. Yes, to be sure, our consciousness, like our Netflix app, has many permutations and offers us a cornucopia of options in which to engage our attention. But each of them are but differing waves upon the same ocean, regardless of how large or small those surges may or may not be. Sam Harris, the well-known neuroscientist, atheist, and popular podcaster, tackles the meditational conundrum in a distinctively refreshing way by pointing out that the real obstacle that confronts us is ultimately an illusory one. It is the false notion that we have a permanent self, or I, which is at the core of who we are. Harris brilliantly points out that such a perdurable self is an evolutionary artifact without solidity. It is a ghost in our neural chemistry that vanishes on closer inspection, like a desert mirage on the highway to Death Valley. Therefore, Harris suggests that one surefire way to loosen our tenacious addiction to more and more thought forms, and the vacation-like excursions they offer, is to simply look at the self we believe drives our desires and literally witness its vacuity. The Bardo Thodol in Buddhist literature calls this the clear void light, or the empty luminosity, or sunyata. All things are empty of intrinsic existence and nature. Practically speaking, the meditator realizes anew that what seems meaningful or purposeful or evidential is not when looked at directly. It is our wrong belief in the reality of such things that binds us to them and, in the end, makes us suffer. This is what is meant by Buddha's first and second noble truths. Yes, suffering exists, but attaching ourselves to desire is what makes such misery persist. Ramana Maharshi, whose fame has continued to grow even 70 years after his death, gave the apt analogy of a movie screen, which in itself is white and blank, but which contains all sorts of images from the projector that is 25 yards away. To the degree that we entangle ourselves with the film that is being played, we feel the ups and downs of emotions. To the degree that merely witness or detach ourselves from the movie, we remain unmoved and unbounded. Or we could just turn our attention away from the screen itself and look at the light creating the film, which in itself is just cascading showers of electromagnetism. All this reminds me of something my mother Louise taught me when I was a very young boy and quite scared by a movie we were watching on television. Noticing my apprehension, she said, "I have an idea. Why don't we turn off the sound and see how you feel then?" To my surprise, my fear went away. I was wonderstruck. It was the eerie music and the sound effects that were making me frightened, not necessarily the images on the screen. This got me to thinking about our emotional life and how much of it is due to contextual overlays that we don't consciously notice. When we do become acutely aware of them, they invariably have less impact on us. Sam Harris's ultimate point is that if we allow consciousness to explore itself, we get liberated from all sorts of false delusions that don't have permanency. We realize that thoughts don't have to be baggage, or, as my late good friend Peter Williams titled one of his more insightful books, you cannot afford the luxury of a negative thought. Why? Because it is not worth it, since it is a waste of our time and our energy. In my early days of meditation, I tended to have a preset goal in mind and wanted to progress. Yes, there were great moments of ecstasy and so on, but many more moments of frustration and discouragement, all of which was unnecessary. As anyone who has ever gone on a strict diet knows, the glitch is that one ends up thinking about food too much. Similarly, wanting to control the mind and restrict thoughts tends to do the opposite. Because we evolved to generate thoughts, it is to our advantage to understand that and not try to build a dam on a river that will overflow the banks no matter what. Instead, allow thoughts to arise whenever and wherever they might, and witness evolution's neural procession. Just keep in mind that you have a home button, a stationary menu, a train depot without necessary departures. Like Dorothy in The Wizard of Oz, we do have ruby slippers, silver in the book, even if we need to be reminded of it. Yes, there are yellow brick road adventures to be had, but Kansas is just a few clicks away as well. So how does this play out in my morning and evening meditations? I get up early, go to a special room I created just for meditation. It looks like World Market on steroids with all sorts of mythic elements wherever you look, and take my seat. I get comfortable, usually cross-legged, and close my eyes. I relax and am happy that I get this opportunity for a respite. I center my attention where I am, usually right behind my two eyes. Begin repeating my mantra so as to stay near my home button. Thoughts arise, ideas, ruminations, reflections, and so on. But they are like vaporware and melt away on their own accord if I just witness them as clouds. Now the body feels bliss, since the outgoing energy is being bundled together at one space. I can continue, but that would be pointless. Third-person descriptions of meditation are like candy on a billboard, uneatable. Or, as my brother Joseph says about surf movies, what is the point? I would rather be riding the waves myself. After I became more and more familiar with this realization, as the waking up process revealed more and more truths about my mind, my primary motivation for meditation was no longer the benefits. I realized that I should not chase benefits or even set goals for my meditation practice. I even made the mistake of trying to chase after this realization itself. I knew it existed intellectually, but I was not, and still am not, able to find it in an emotional way all of the time. This is okay, though. When we set waking up, enlightenment, or anything else as a goal, the paradox is that by doing so, we remain stuck in the fundamental unsatisfactoriness of human life. Dukkha in Buddhist terms. Sam Harris. Virtuality 24. The dream of life is really an illusion, and everybody lives in the reality he or she creates, a virtual reality that is only true for the one who creates it. Miguel Ángel Ruiz. The Projected Multiverse, Exploring Epistemological Boundaries in Virtual Reality. Dr. David Christopher Lane, professor of philosophy and founder of the MSAC Philosophy Group at Mount San Antonio College, was invited to be a plenary speaker on an international panel at the Deobah Science of Consciousness Conference in Agra, India, that was held via virtual video hookup, i.e. Zoom, on January 1st, 2022. For the proceedings, he wrote a little illustrated book on the subject. The following is based upon that text. I experience multiple dreams every night, each overlaid with another, and all occurring within a relatively tiny geometric space, my brain. Magically, whenever I am in the ocean in my dreams, I can see for miles to the distant islands or the setting sun. Sometimes I am in India, roaming through wide-open fields filled with massive golden temples. Other times, I am book hunting in large bookstores, searching for an obscure tome. No matter what I dream, however, all of it is bounded within a simulation of my own making, even as I am quite unaware of the mechanics behind how it is done. There is a famous but inaccurate snipe about Catholic theologians such as St. Thomas Aquinas and Duns Scotus during the Middle Ages debating how many angels can dance or stand on the top of a pin. I remember Father Costello, my freshman religion teacher at Notre Dame High School, asking us the same rhetorical question, and to which he immediately responded, an infinite number since angels are spirits and don't have bodies. While this is obviously silly metaphysics, it does provide me with a more revealing neurological correlate. How many dreams can be embedded within the same neuronal architecture? Or, more precisely, how is it that one small chunk of matter can produce an almost infinite array of dreams within itself, each of which give the dreamer the illusion of almost limitless boundaries? What deep meditation and virtual reality have in common is not that they elicit the same numinous encounters per se, but that both provide such extraordinary experiences by literally going nowhere. These and similar questions came to me the other day after I played a series of games in my Oculus 2 virtual reality headset, switching from Moss to Room VR to Walkabout Golf to Big Screen Beta to Horizon to Waltz of the Wizard. All of these applications allowed me to enter into completely different worlds and with a whole new set of spatial parameters. It is no exaggeration to say that I felt transported to a realm that seemed just as real and occasionally more than my day-to-day existence. VR simulates fantastic landscapes just as my brain does the same, even when deprived of incoming data streams as when I am fast asleep. Important questions abound here, especially the one centering on the necessary interactions between hardware and software design, and how such can trick our brains into believing it is somewhere else and not imprisoned within a glorified plastic helmet. That most sophisticated of all virtual reality headsets, our brain, is a treasure trove of unexplored vistas. Mystics have long argued that we have never tapped into the vast potentials that are embedded and locked within our own consciousness. This is undoubtedly true, even if we may still argue to and fro about what such alternative states imply. What is most remarkable today with VR is that we now have a very apt technological analogy for how our brains can unleash a multiverse of possibilities within a tiny geometric space. As John Wheeler, the noted physicist, argued near the end of his life, we live in a world of it from bits, where information is the underlying fundamental. As he explained, it from bit symbolizes the idea that every item of the physical world has at bottom, at a very deep bottom in most instances, an immaterial source and explanation. We live on an island of knowledge surrounded by a sea of ignorance. As the island of knowledge grows, so does the shore of our ignorance. That what we call reality arises in the last analysis from the posing of yes-no questions and the registering of equipment-evoked responses. In short, that all things physical are information, theoretic in origin, and this is a participatory universe. Take as illustrative, even if it is a limited metaphorical example, the VR headset you turn on. At the user interface, you see a menu of options providing you with a completely different experience and with their own set of input points. But all of the options are embedded right there and then. You choose one of the applications, such as Myst, and off you go into a vast puzzle landscape of different islands. You can literally lose yourself in a maze of gameplay. But at any moment, you can click out and enjoy another application, such as Room VR, where you, as a detective, attempt to solve a murder which takes you eventually to Egypt. As this is happening, there are literally hundreds of other apps on your Oculus Quest 2 that remain potential options in just a few seconds. All of this, however, is embedded in your headset as informational bits, but when chosen, reveal unimaginable depth of time and space. In other words, VR is a computational multiverse, and so likewise is your brain. What is it like to walk in someone else's shoes? Books allow us to imagine it, and movies allow us to see it, but VR is the first medium that actually allows us to experience it. Nick Moki. To explore the outer reaches of virtual reality is to go nowhere but where you are presently. The same, of course, is true within our own consciousness, since dreaming provides innumerable vistas which provide one with fields of incredible depth. But which are nowhere but right behind your eyes. To invoke a little Zen koanic thinking here, in VR, you go nowhere to be everywhere. In consciousness, the same holds true, except that we have been neurologically tricked to believe otherwise, since unlike our virtual reality headsets, which we constructed from scratch and know how and why it works, we remain mostly unaware of how our neurons construct the cosmos we inhabit. The great illusion of consciousness is spatial. Our perception is always within the confines of our skull, even if our mathematics and sciences induce that galaxies exist thousands of light years away. We're all hallucinating all the time. When we agree about our hallucinations, we call it reality. Human consciousness is just a tiny region in a vast space of possible consciousness. Anil Seth. What we know is quite literally within us, even as we use such knowledge to better understand the phenomena that surrounds us. This is not to solidify a solipsism, but to acknowledge that everything we experience and know about the universe is conjectured within 3 pounds of glorious wonder tissue. What is outside of us is forever understood only within our cranial habiliments. To construct is the essence of vision. Dispense with construction and you dispense with vision. Everything you experience by sight is your construction. This is precisely why VR is such an instructive talisman, since by its own hardware and software, it provides us with the necessary tools to glimpse that the multiverse arises in 2 inches, even if it appears to be absolutely boundless. All of this provides us with an insightful way, even if only deeply analogously, to better appreciate what Indian mystics from time immemorial have suggested about the efficacy of going within. What deep meditation and virtual reality have in common is not that they elicit the same numinous encounters per se, but that both provide such extraordinary experiences by literally going nowhere. Though, to be sure, virtual reality necessitates a visual system of a few inches. In the future, it will be much less, whereas in meditation, we access an already preset system, namely our brain's user interface directly. In meditation, we can see and hear things which to those not conversant with such practices would seem impossible, and all of it within our own neural operating system. One cannot change, that is to say, become a different person, while continuing to acquiesce to the feelings of the person one has ceased to be. Marcel Proust. While we can readily concede and acknowledge that it would be a mistake to conflate the internal quest with an Oculus quest, the fact remains that each provide portals of extraordinary depth in terms of spatial presence and avataric interaction. The distinguished philosopher David Chalmers from NYU has devoted much of his recent studies on the implications of virtual reality technology and what it tells us about consciousness and its emergence. His forthcoming book, Reality Plus, Virtual Worlds and the Problems of Philosophy, coming in at 544 pages, W.W. Norton and Company, 2022, is an in-depth exploration of what VR technologies portend. As the publisher's summation explains, virtual reality is genuine reality. That's the central thesis of Reality Plus. In a highly original work of techno-philosophy, David J. Chalmers gives a compelling analysis of our theological future. He argues that virtual worlds are not second-class worlds, and that we can live a meaningful life in virtual reality. We may even be in a virtual world already. Along the way, Chalmers conducts a grand tour of big ideas in philosophy and science. He uses virtual reality technology to offer a new perspective on long-established philosophical questions. How do we know that there's an external world? Is there a God? What is the nature of reality? What's the relation between mind and body? How can we lead a good life? All of these questions are illuminated or transformed by Chalmers' mind-bending analysis. In previous talks on this subject, Chalmers has championed the persuasive thesis that by exploring VR, we have a new and better understanding of technological tools by which to understand a number of age-old philosophical questions. Chalmers believes that virtual reality is a sort of genuine reality. Virtual objects are real objects, and what goes on in virtual reality is truly real. If we concede Chalmers' thesis, then by extension, we should utilize what VR has to offer to provide us with a deeper insight into how our brains, like an Oculus Quest headset, is a rendering system, and as such constructs the reality we see. Both renditions, however, are dependent on preloaded or live streaming data bits. It is our innate or prefabricated software that then manufactures our relative state of reality, virtual or otherwise. The linchpin in all of this, of course, is our conviction that what we perceive focuses our attention sufficiently enough to convince us to act upon it or behave accordingly. While Chalmers' idea that virtual reality is a sort of reality plus has been criticized as a version of digital factionalism, the fact remains that from a purely phenomenological perspective, one can easily be duped into believing that a VR experience is just as tangibly real within certain contexts as any outer worldly encounter. Indeed, I have had experiences in VR that border on the superluminal, in that the overwhelming sense of presence was greater than most of my day-to-day concurrences. From a purely visual perspective, digital realism often doesn't appear illusory, and this, ironically, is why VR is such an enlightening tool for better grasping how our minds construct the reality we see and how easily we can be confused by visual and auditory illusions. The real value of VR and AR in philosophy is that by its very construction allows a new and vivid portal by which to better reevaluate the deepest questions of epistemology, such as, how do we know that what we perceive is real? How can we be certain about the causation of origination of varying phenomena? Is the universe itself a simulation? And a whole host of related queries that touch upon the very foundations of our knowledge systems. How do we know that what we perceive is real? Our evolution is predicated upon our ability to survive long enough to have viable offspring. Beyond that, our genetic trajectories invariably degenerate. Thus, our entire bodily systems are parameterized by our elemental need to adapt to varying particular eco-niches. Because of this, what we perceive to be real is directly correlated to what is necessary for us to live long enough to pass on our heritable DNA. Hence, reality is itself a biological construct, even if we readily concede that it is not merely a solipsism of our own making. Clearly, there is something out there beyond our anatomies, which our nervous systems must chemically interpret in order for us to accomplish the desired aim of sexual reproduction. But we are never perceiving reality as it is, since even that very phrase is a false start. No, what we see is what is sufficient for us to competitively navigate in a complex world of eat or be eaten. In other words, we are epistemologically bounded creatures whose innumerable blind spots focus us to pay attention to what is necessary to keep our bodily apparatus intact for a couple of decades or more. Outside of that, we have to jerry-rig our preset neural limitations to access more information about the universe at large, whether by technological innovations, from microscopes to telescopes, or intellectual augmentations, ever-sophisticated computational devices. We go beyond our limited selves because we can create tools. It is these tools that have allowed us to create models which provide larger vistas with which to comprehend our place in the cosmos, as well as illuminate what prior we could not see, hear, touch, or feel. We are the one species that distinguishes itself from others by our fantastic ability to augment and or supervene our limitations with innovations not accessible or even possible to those lacking our cranial dexterity. This is why virtual reality technologies are so important in understanding consciousness. VR provides us with another pathway to realize that reality is never what it seems, but rather what it forces us to interact with. And as such, we are tethered to the user interface, the surface level, and that which underpins and drives the system is hidden from view. Just as when we use our smartphones, swiping and touching and clicking this way or that on the glass screen, we remain oblivious of the software programming that allowed such operations, much less the silicon chips that conduct the electronic operations. While it may seem odd and inaccurate to compare a video game, whether virtual or on a PC, to real life, the fact remains that both are governed by a set of strictures that determine who wins and who loses. And, in this limited analogy, those very rules determine how one must function in order to succeed or fail. Yet, what they both have in common, and which too often gets overlooked, is that as participants, we never get access to the underlying mechanics, quantum or classical, behind the proceedings. We are captives of all that remains superficial. VR gives us a fully bodied answer to the age-old philosophical query about what we take to be reality. It is in essence an evolutionary game, replete with an a priori set of rules that cannot be ultimately violated, lest we get prematurely canceled. Simply put, reality is always virtual, and thus, what we take to be real is the result of a naturally selected program that precedes and exceeds our arrival, even if that program is itself the result of unconscious processes. Thus, VR instantiates almost instantly a multiplicity of experiences that before we could only conjure up by imagination. What this technology does is show us via its illusory conjuring of space and many worlds just how easily our brains are tricked into reacting and behaving when confronted by certain key triggering signals, be they visual or auditory. Just as iOS is the operating system behind a series of Apple products, from the iPhone to the iPad, evolution by natural selection is nature's fundamental operating system. What too often gets lost in this data haze is that the very questions we ask about consciousness are predicated upon pre-existing hardware and software program that has been in development, even if blindly, for eons, but for which we remain anatomically unaware. This is where VR opens up the Pandora's box of epistemology, since it provides repeatable experiences to anyone within seconds of just how our brains operate when confronted with astonishing simulations that generate the uncanny feeling of real-life presence. Reality is not about the ultimate truth of a situation, but rather about what it forces us to do in any given circumstance. This is why Philip Dick's famous quip, "Reality is that which, when you stop believing in it, doesn't go away," is such an insightful realization. Our belief systems can conjure up all sorts of nonsense, but that doesn't alter the Darwinian truth of survival of the sufficient, or fittest. I may believe that a train coming down the tracks won't hurt me, but that doesn't change the fact that I will be killed if I don't move. Interestingly, the same holds true with VR gaming, since even though it is only a simulated matrix, we can always take off the headset, it nevertheless has instrumental consequences, such as having to restart the game because we failed to avoid key obstacles or didn't score enough points to move to the next level, etc. Yet, because VR feels so vivid, our biochemical reactions while donning a Meta Quest headset are remarkably similar to what happens to us in the real world. Indeed, it is because VR can, at times, be so lifelike that it serves as such a powerful tool to explore how and why consciousness works as it does. It is an almost perfect laboratory for running multifarious simulations that can be useful in understanding how the mind develops models within its own internal machinations when confronted with dangers to its own continuity. In terms of our own consciousness, the answer is yes, since all that we have ever experienced about the cosmos is but a neural rendering given to us by our own brain. But this doesn't then mean by extension that the outer incoming data streams which we transfigure via our bounded physiques are themselves facsimiles. Despite protestations by Elon Musk and other techno-futurists, we simply don't know if this universe of ours is a manufactured simulation or is an actual base reality. However, it is true that VR technologies now place the Matrix question into much sharper relief. Why? Because we are on the threshold of producing such realistic synthetic worlds that within a few decades it will be nearly impossible to distinguish reality from a replication of the same. Surprisingly, even now in some areas of VR, it has already happened. I know this from my own excursions in virtual reality. On occasion, I found myself so immersed in a particular application, such as the Room VR, a dark matter, that I begin to think I really am in an ancient chamber in Egypt. Such is the vividness of the experience. It is not a hyperbolic leap to imagine what VR will be like in 2030 or 2040. Go into the 22nd century, and the possibilities are so mind-boggling that it is little wonder that Nick Bostrom's radical third hypothesis about superintelligence, as first articulated in a 2003 paper, starts to sound plausible. This paper argues that at least one of the following propositions is true. 1. The human species is very likely to go extinct before reaching a post-human stage. 2. Any post-human civilizations is extremely unlikely to run a significant number of simulations of their evolutionary history, or variations thereof. 3. We are almost certainly living in a computer simulation. It follows that the belief that there is a significant chance that we will one day become post-humans who run ancestor simulations is false, unless we are currently living in a simulation. A number of other consequences of this result are also discussed. Published in Philosophical Quarterly 2003, Volume 53, Number 211, first version 2001. Science and technology go hand in hand, and VR technologies are merely the result of a centuries-long pursuit of ever more powerful tools to better understand not only the world around us, but the subjective realms we inhabit moment to moment. The fact remains that my consciousness is a virtual simulator, and as such, creates a panorama of possibilities that I can play out within my own head before having to operationalize them outwardly in a Darwinian struggle for existence. That, of course, is the great advantage we have as human beings. Unlike other species that lack our sophisticated neural theater, which can project outcomes before they transpire, we have the ability to conjure up all sorts of scenarios that may or may not happen in real time, but which give us advantageous rehearsals before coming out live and in potential danger. VR mimics the brain's innate ability to generate a multiplicity of scenarios, and thus gives us a 360 model of how such a mechanism is an elemental feature of self-reflective awareness. More precisely, VR is the best integrated tool that has ever been created to understand the many varied features of visual and auditory perceptions. We now have at our disposal the necessary hardware and software to mimic some of the core features of consciousness, and all of this without having to ingest mind-altering drugs or spend hours in sensory deprivation tanks, as valuable as those options are. David Chalmers is right when he opines that VR is reality plus, and that there's just no doubt that it will change the world. Things in virtual realities, at least in principle, have all those properties. Say you're in a virtual world. There are objects there that you can perceive around you. In a virtual world, a virtual tree can fall even if I'm not around. A virtual tree has causal powers. A virtual tree falling can cause people to have experiences. It can break something that it falls on in the virtual world, and it can be experienced. Virtual reality is just a different form of reality, but it's still perfectly real. June 18, 2019, New York Times. If you have perfect virtual reality eventually, where you're able to simulate everything that a human can experience or imagine experiencing, it's hard to imagine where you go from there. Palmer Luckey. If you just look at the medium and what it's doing, we are basically broadcasting human senses to your consciousness. we are duplicating perception. Chris Milk, founder of Verse. Virtuality 25. We often forget that our 3-pounded brain is how nature evolved a virtual reality navigating system in order for Homo sapiens to have a unique advantage to survive long enough to pass on their genetic heritage. Neural Surfer. The Dream Avatars, a neural dive into computational self-awareness, virtual simulations, and the other you. John Abramson has written an insightful response to an essay I recently wrote entitled The Projected Multiverse, which was reposted on Frank Visser's Integral World in Europe, that takes exception to Nick Bostrom's widely read and highly influential 2003 paper, Are You Living in a Computer Simulation? Abramson writes, my reading of Bostrom's paper is that 2 of his key assumptions for the possibility that we live in a simulation are self-contradictory. When I read over Abrams' objection, I was intrigued. The following is not so much a point-by-point rebuttal as it is a further exploration of the very idea that simulation theory is a more complex web than we might at first imagine. I thought it would be judicious to include Abrams' entire critique first and then my analysis of the same afterwards. The 2 assumptions in question are firstly the assumption that a sufficiently powerful computer running a suitable program would be conscious. Secondly, that the simulated people in these programs would be conscious. His basis for this second assumption is because their computers would be so powerful they could run a great many such simulations. Suppose that these simulated people are conscious, as they would be if the simulations were sufficiently fine-grained and if a certain quite widely accepted position in the philosophy of mind is correct. For the sake of demonstrating an internal inconsistency in these 2 arguments, let's suppose the first one is correct, i.e., that a sufficiently powerful computer running a suitable program would be conscious. Bostrom is making a materialist argument here. Mental states can supervene on any of a broad class of physical substrates. Provided a system implements the right sort of computational structures and processes, it can be associated with conscious experiences. It is not an essential property of consciousness that it is implemented on carbon-based biological neural networks inside a cranium. Silicon-based processors inside a computer could, in principle, do the trick as well. The point to note on the first argument is that it relates to a powerful computer running a suitable program that is assumed to be conscious. This powerful computer and its suitable program is analogous to a human brain, computer, with its neural networks firing, program running. Crucially, in this context, the consciousness that is generated relates to the computer and not to elements of the program that the computer is running. Consciousness of the person, a materialist, and Bostrom would say, is produced by the brain. But materialists, and presumably Bostrom, are not suggesting, taking Lane's example of dreams, that other people in a person's dreams are conscious. Bostrom's proposition, as I understand it, is that first-person awareness, or consciousness, arises in the person because of the complexity of the operation of the brain. But the imagined, dreamt, or otherwise conceived objects of the brain are not attributed to have their own consciousness. This line of thought brings us to Bostrom's second assumption, i.e. that the simulated people in these programs would be conscious. How so? Not by using an analogy with the brain, as I have just explained. Bostrom justifies it with the assertion, simulated people are conscious, as they would be if the simulations were sufficiently fine-grained. This appears to contradict Bostrom's first assumption. The fine-grained simulations relate to a sufficiently powerful computer running a suitable program of his first assumption, and these fine-grained simulations therefore induce consciousness that relates to the computer, not to the simulated people. Bostrom continues his justification that the fine-grained simulated people are conscious with an apparently obscure comment, and if a certain quite widely accepted position in the philosophy of mind is correct. It's unclear what accepted position Bostrom is referring to, and in any event, he gives no supporting citations for his second assumption. To conclude, Bostrom is seemingly confused between maintaining on the one hand that a suitably powerful computer running a suitable program would become self-conscious, and on the other hand, making a contradictory assertion that the simulated people in the program would become self-conscious. It is contradictory because the fine-grained simulations require immense complexity in both the hardware, the computer, and the software, the program. And this complexity produces, by his first assumption, consciousness in relation to the computer, not to the simulations. If this is correct, then the proposition that we are living in a simulation simply does not arise. In the first assumption, one wonders if this computer itself has to be conscious, or whether by dint of its running innumerable programs could, from its manifold complex algorithms, produce multiple applications that are themselves conscious, even if their computational host is not. I say this in light of Stephen Wolfram's controversial thesis in A New Kind of Science, where simple, rudimentary, and unconscious programs can over time produce intelligent creatures that exhibit self-awareness. This, of course, has parallels, though distinctly different, to the blind watchmaker idea, to crib one of Richard Dawkins' more famous book titles, where amaurotic processes produce an opened eye consciousness that can ruminate about its origins. Darwinian evolution via natural selection suggests that given enough time, elemental particles can and do cohere. Given the right environmental conditions and incentives, these fundamental compounds can produce not only self-replicating organisms, but ones with interior states of awareness. This evolutionary procedure is at its core algorithmic, as explained by the oft-used acronym VISITED: variation, genetic sexual random, inheritance, deoxyribonucleic acid, selection, nature as a sieving mechanism, including adding a necessary ingredient, time, a prolonged period of gestation, equals, given the required input it necessarily leads to the predicted output, design. Complex life forms will naturally arise from simpler components, giving the appearance of intelligent manufacturing, but which was the product of unconscious engineering. This, of course, presupposes a materialist understanding of consciousness, and also one that has emergent properties when given sufficient interactive complexity. Now, Abramson appears to believe that Bostrom's first conjecture necessitates that a sufficiently powerful computer running a suitable program would be conscious. Fuad Khan, in his article Confirmed, We Live in a Simulation for Scientific American, published on April 1st, 2021, naive readers beware, though writing with his tongue firmly implanted in his cheek, does make a good point when he writes, "We don't need the intelligence to be conscious." Brian Eggleston, via one of Stanford University's websites, elaborates. Bostrom begins his argument by making a few assumptions necessary to the probabilistic claims he makes. The first is substrate independence. This is simply the claim that if we were able to model the mind with enough detail, then we would be able to create artificial minds capable of thought in the same way that we are. Thus, I am not certain that Bostrom's original super-capable computer, SCC, necessitates that itself be conscious, since most empirically based science today does not believe or require that the original Big Bang be self-aware to produce minions 14 billion years later that have internal subjective states of awareness. The idea that SCC needs awareness first to create subroutines that do is not necessarily true at all. Just as an extricated sperm and egg doesn't have any awareness in themselves, but can, given the right conditions and durations, manifest such. However, Abramson goes further. This powerful computer and its suitable program is analogous to a human brain computer with its neural networks firing, program running. Crucially, in this context, the consciousness that is generated relates to the computer and not to elements of the program that the computer is running. Again, I don't think the SCC requires that the consciousness it generates must relate to the computer itself, since obviously it could house internal programs that have what the outer shell does not. For instance, the Earth doesn't have to be conscious to have creatures that exhibit awareness. On the contrary, the ecosystem can be completely oblivious to what it evolves, even if those creatures that arise from the primordial ooze are conscious of certain aspects that nature isn't. This doesn't a priori preclude Lovelock's Gaia hypothesis, but simply shows that it isn't a necessary antecedent. Abrams then pivots his analysis to a most pregnant observation. Consciousness of the person, a materialist, and Bostrom would say, is produced by the brain. But materialists, and presumably Bostrom, are not suggesting, taking Lane's example of dreams, that other people in a person's dreams are conscious. Bostrom's proposition, as I understand it, is that first-person awareness or consciousness arises in the person because of the complexity of the operation of the brain. But the imagined, dreamt, or otherwise conceived objects of the brain are not attributed to have their own consciousness. While Abramson's observation about conscious beings in dreams that we behold is a telling one, the real problem is that his analogy of a computer and a brain breaks down when we accept the possibility that a super-capable computer doesn't have to be conscious to produce applications within itself that are. Therefore, there could indeed be a multiplicity of conscious agents within an SCC, despite that the SCC is itself completely unaware of what it generates, via Wolfram, via Darwin, via Turing, via Shannon, via Bostrom. Abramson does touch upon the real underlying conundrum here, and it is directly related to the very sticky philosophical problem of other minds. As Abramson elucidates, Bostrom continues his justification that the fine-grained simulated people are conscious with an apparently obscure comment, and if a certain, quite widely accepted position in the philosophy of mind is correct. It's unclear what accepted position Bostrom is referring to, and in any event, he gives no supporting citations for his second assumption. I suspect that what Bostrom is indicating by writing about a widely accepted position in the philosophy of mind is that consciousness is ultimately informational, and thus is substrate neutral. This means that any sufficiently complex system, given the right interacting coordinates, could, in principle, produce what we pride ourselves in having, subjective states of awareness. As Eggleston explains, Bostrom then goes on to assert that it would be theoretically possible to create a machine with enough computing power to simulate both the human mind and the universe in sufficient detail to create a simulation that would be indistinguishable from our universe by the population of the simulation. This is based on projections of the advancement of current technology as well as on current theoretical designs of possible computing machines. The troublesome issue, though, is how we induce someone, other than ourselves, has self-awareness. While I may be certain of my own state of consciousness, what it is like to be me, and here Descartes' famous dictum, "I think, therefore I am," comes into play, it is an epistemological leap for me to be certain about you or other beings having the same. This problem of other minds has a long history and goes to the very heart of what we take to be objective and what we can know with certainty. The fact remains, however, that from a very practical point of view, we live as if there are other minds, whether or not we cannot prove such is the case. So, in clear and vivid dreams, we also act and react as if the characters that we behold are independent entities with their own minds, their own motivations, and so on. Only later, when awoken, do we question and doubt that those persons we see in dreams are truly ontological entities that exist apart from our projections. The renowned philosopher Daniel Dennett argues that from an evolutionary point of view, it is to our survival advantage to impute intentionality onto other creatures, since it provides us with a navigating tool in which to better predict attractive and destructive behavior. In other words, the practical benefit of believing in other minds works, even if on closer inspection it lacks airtight proof. Holding to a purely solipsistic worldview, where all that exists are featured of myself, tends to get us killed, and thus, even if it were true, is not helpful in nature's game of eat or be eaten. But Bostrom's simulation hypothesis allows for other minds in aggregate, even if the SCC is without a mind of its own. Abramson then goes for the jugular and argues, to conclude, Bostrom is seemingly confused between maintaining on the one hand that a suitably powerful computer running a suitable program would become self-conscious, and on the other hand, making a contradictory assertion that the simulated people in the program would become self-conscious. It is contradictory because the fine-grained simulations require immense complexity in both the hardware, the computer, and the software, the program. And this complexity produces, by his first assumption, consciousness in relation to the computer, not to the simulations. If this is correct, then the proposition that we are living in a simulation simply does not arise. I appreciate Abramson's final points here, but it appears to rest on a faulty assumption that an SCC must be conscious to produce other conscious systems. This, as I and others have pointed out, is not necessarily true at all. Simply put, a super-capable computer, just like our world, our solar system, our universe, doesn't have to be in itself aware or conscious to ultimately produce that which can have subjective notions about its origination. Therefore, the hardware of an SCC may be oblivious of it running software that creates infobots that are self-aware and can reflect upon their own internal states. Abramson's key critique is that Bostrom is mistaken when he posits that consciousness is in relation to the computer, hardware, not to the simulations. The counter-argument to this objection, though, is that consciousness doesn't have to be related to the computer itself, since Bostrom's materialist theory of mind is predicated on informational complexity. Hence, any SCC could house an almost infinite array of subroutines that have self-awareness, provided that each met the minimum criterion of interlaced data bytes. Put in more metaphoric terms, the architecture of consciousness isn't in the house itself, but in those who are living within the structure. Now, naturally, this doesn't then mean that we are living in a computer simulation, regardless of recent publications that indicate a 50-50 possibility. No, but what Abramson's objections do underline is that for Bostrom's theory to move away from matrix-like speculations, a scientific theory of consciousness is necessary. At this stage, neuroscience is still in its infancy, and though great strides are being made about reverse engineering the brain, the secret of human subjective awareness is still a mystery. If we can solve that puzzle from a physicalist reconstruction, no doubt an iffy proposition, then we may then have the tools to answer Bostrom's question about whether we are living in base reality or a computer simulation. Postscript. I don't know if it's my old age, 66 is on the horizon, or because I meditate for several hours a day, or am just prone to an overactive imagination, but my dreams have become extraordinarily complex and lucid, so much so that I feel I have another life in other worlds, replete with friends and strangers that I meet every few nights and in differing circumstances. John Abramson's comment, but the imagined, dreamt, or otherwise conceived objects of the brain are not attributed to have their own consciousness, got me to thinking about the theory of other minds, and how whether dream avatars have their own subjective states, as fantastical as that may sound at first. Or, as my sons Sean and Kelly interjected, no, Papa, they are simply NPCs, non-player characters, like we have in our video games. They are not conscious. They are simply algorithmic avatars placed there to help propel the game. Having recently seen the movie Free Guy starring Ryan Reynolds, where an NPC awakens from his unconscious role-playing, it made me wonder about dream avatars and how and why they act so believably in my dreams, particularly if they are just projections of my unconscious. Each of us gets mesmerized by a unique population that inhabits our dreamscapes, and, to the degree that we don't question their autonomy, is correlative to how seriously we interact with them. What I have always found surprising is how our brains can conjure up so many unique narratives each night. It is as if our nervous system is a massive film studio replete with screenplay writers, actors, directors, producers, stunt coordinators, camera operators, special effects teams, sound engineers, and more, making sure that each night when we fall asleep, a brand new movie is ready to be played. But it is never only a single feature, but more akin to an ever-changing Netflix lineup, where no movie is ever the same. In the waking state, we regard dream avatars as nothing more than vaporous imaginings that are NPCs without any life of their own, since the whole theater of the mind has only one truly alive and sentient creature, namely ourselves. But is this true? Is it completely bizarre or too Shirley MacLaine-ish to believe that our dream avatars are themselves conscious creatures? Sounds absurd, I realize. Yet why are we so duped into believing their onticness when we dream? Why do we only doubt those most vivid personages until after we slumber? In the waking state, we tend to never doubt its certainty, and we take those we meet as distinct individuals who continue on even after we die. But is the status of dream avatars lessened simply because we no longer have access to them because we transitioned from the environment where they flourish? Okay, before I dive off into the deep end and start talking about mermaids, the reason I bring all this up in the context of computational simulations is that we may be fooling ourselves that we can somehow grasp the realness of reality when all we ever know is what our brains render at any given moment. And this central nervous system is a trickster par excellence, only feeding us the tidbits we need to live long enough to pass on our ancestral inheritance. The game of life on terra firma is forever tilted in a directional goal of survival, not tilted towards a final realization of what is true. What would happen if we conferred sentience and autonomy to our dream avatars? What would change if we took our nocturnal sojourns as seriously as we do our waking state? Could we live in multiple realities and enrich our unconscious psychic outpourings so that each night we prepared our alternative selves forever new journeys? Aren't we living in a simulation by how our brains interpret incoming data streams, whether internal or external? The brain itself is a biosimulator that already has preloaded algorithms that stream endlessly to entice us to believe in their reality. Waking or dreaming or concocting, all part of a continuum of consciousness that virtually simulates possibilities and probabilities so that the host organism can produce ever-adapting models with which to better predict a future it has yet to experience. In the final analysis, we give preference to our waking avatars, believing them to be anything but in doing so, we may be missing out on a rare opportunity of truly understanding and appreciating what our dreamscapes can offer us. Perhaps the next time we meet our friends and companions on the other side at night, we consider taking them to be as real as anything we have ever encountered here in this world. I will make a prediction. It will open a whole new universe of untold adventures. As Jean Baudrillard prophesizes in his book The Perfect Crime, so the world, then, is a radical illusion. That is, at least one hypothesis. At all events, it is an unbearable one. And to keep it at bay, we have to realize the world, give it force of reality, make it exist, and signify at all costs. Take it from its secret, arbitrary, accidental character. Rid it of appearances and extract its meaning. Divert it from all predestination and restore it to its end and its maximum efficacy. Wrest it from its form to deliver it up to its formula. This gigantic enterprise of disillusionment, of literally putting the illusion of the world to death to leave an absolutely real world in its stead, is what is properly meant by simulation. To kill reality, in other words, is to give birth to a new version of it. This, I suggest, is why VR is in humanity's future. Religion doesn't like the world we were given and attempted to find an escape hatch, whether by a resurrected Jesus who died for our sins and thus gave us a redeemed Adamic paradise, or by a Buddha who offered us nirvana by snuffing out our separateness. But humankind has sought out a third alternative, that of a computational utopia, where we create the heavens or bliss lands we desire and entertain ourselves unto oblivion. The simulation hypothesis, like the 1999 movie The Matrix, is an apocalyptic warning. Blue pills, red pills, or virtual pills of our own making. As flat as the earth before they noticed it was round. As ambiguous as the truth before they noticed it was true. As real as reality before they noticed it didn't exist. as beautiful as a woman before they noticed she wasn't one. And is the Earth really round? It is when seen from another world, just as the real is real only from our phenomenal point of view, or rather, from the viewpoint of the unverifiable hypothesis of its non-existence.